shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait.
Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Open Finals. We've got some incredible action for you today for Europe, Middle East, and North Africa. And I'm Lady B, joined by none other than Carbon Finn. Good to have you here today, Carbon.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be bringing this. It's incredible to see all these different leagues coming in for Clash. Cannot wait to see what we're going to see here today.
Oh, there is going to be a lot of incredible action. We've had teams battling it out to get into this entire remaining finals here, which is only one of two for this particular region. But let's take a look at the format that we have. Now, you can see we started off with the Snapdragon Mobile ladder phase. This consisted of 96 teams,
wow,
of which 931 matches were actually played. Now, this is happening not just for Europe, Middle East, and North Africa, but also in North America as well. So there are two different regions that we're looking at here, but today we're going to be covering Europe and MENA. Now, for this, we've qualified down to the top 9 teams, but one has already made through, and we'll talk about that later. But 8 teams will battle it out to get into the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge round, which is a round-robin phase. And this is going to happen in both regions as well, with each of those teams facing off against each other each once over. And that is all going to filter into the Snapdragon Pro Challenge Finals, where you can see here, we'll have the 4 remaining teams for each of these regions battling it out for an ultimate winner, who will then have to face off into a challenge golden ticket tourney for that golden ticket. Incredible.
Yes, that is absolutely that golden ticket. That's what you're gonna be wanting to get, and it's to see these teams kind of compete, and it's really these different parts of the world going at it to compete for that golden ticket onto that main stage. But you talked about that one team that is going to be advancing to the challenge season. That is going to be Tribe Gaming. Yes, they will be making their way to the challenge series. But with the other we'll be playing and we'll be seeing here today is Strut, Tomp and Nitro Stella, Fitzinger, MS Esports, Time to Play, Affiliate Esports, Activity E, and Repotted Gaming. Lady, it's going to be an incredible of worst matches. Can't wait what's going to happen.
Oh, it really is. I mean, these names are just known throughout the community. We have an exciting turnaround of events of who's going to be matching off. And I'm very excited to see what the bracket is going to be holding for these teams and who is going to have to face off against who. Of course, Tribe Gaming gets that free pass going in to the mobile challenge. So for the SPS mobile challenge, we already have one winner. Today, we are going to look to find 3 to join Tribe Gaming.
Yes, 3 of them, and that's the thing. We're gonna be 3 here, and then they'll be for eventually into that challenge series. Well, they will be battling out. I know the pro players really love this, where it gives them a lot more opportunities. Not like a one and done, right? It really makes these teams prove that they deserve to be there and eventually get that golden ticket.
Yeah, and this is a double elimination format, which is going to be really exciting. But we've got something special because we're a tribe, and we have an interview with Exorcist Tribe Gaming. So why don't we talk to him a little bit about how he feels. Exorcist, what's going on? How are you doing today?
Hello. Yeah, it's a pleasure for me to be here. I'm doing good. And yeah, I'm enjoying my free day today since we won the ladder and we don't have to play today because we made it directly into play-ins.
Yeah, I'm sure that it definitely is a big weight off your chest, and you guys are able to relax. But a question I have, Exorcist, you guys been playing through all the ladder phase. That was before the balance, right? So going into now the next phase, you'll be kind of practicing building bases. How do you think the balance changes is going to be affect these teams that are going to be today, and especially how are going to be playing?
Yeah, I think the balance changes, of course, will have an impact on the meta because I think the major change is that the Super Dragons are not as strong as before. And yeah, that's why I think that those Super Dragon spam teams or that the teams that use those strategies a lot will have a bit harder time. But honestly, I think in the teams we see today, there are not too many Super Dragon attackers. So that's why I think it's probably not having an impact on any of those teams majorly. But I really like the form of the ladder because it puts the teams in the top 10 that are really deserved it. Because if you lose one match, it's not the end of the world. You can still make a comeback and win the next 5 again then. So I like the format personally, even though it takes, of course, a lot of time.
Well, you said you had a free day off. So my question is, with your free day off, are you going to be keeping an eye on the teams that are competing today to see what they're bringing to the table and how they are trying to use the balance changes to their benefit for when they have to in the challenge round, since you have this free pass?
Yeah, of course, I'll be watching the stream. We'll probably head on voice with the rest of my team soon, and then we will just enjoy the others playing, see some nice attacks, and look forward to who will be facing around in the round robin.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. That round robin's really going to be competitive when you're going to be there. That's where you can kind of take that break. But it's been an absolute pleasure, the Exorcist, to have you on here, and I can't wait to see what you are going to be doing coming up in the future, especially with everything in Clash of Clans. Did you have any final words to say?
Yeah, I'm enjoying the game so much currently, and also all these tournaments at the moment. It's just incredible. There's action every day long, and also thank you for casting all these events. I'm sure it takes also a lot of time, but I think the viewers also enjoy it. If there's some experts talking about the attacks and everything, it's just also a part of the all the tournaments and so on. And that's what I also enjoy when I'm not playing. Of course, I watch streams as well. Maybe I'm not that active in chat as others, but I'm always there.
All right. Thank you so much, Exorcist, for joining us, and we will be sure to you later on in the phase here. But we're going to now jump over to the bracket, and we're going to take a look and to see how all of it is shaping up, to kind of inform all of you guys at home to see what's going to be coming here. In Lady B, it's going to be an incredible set of matches, and you can already see right here on this screen, it's just going to start. It's just, I can't believe our eyes with that first match.
Yeah, so just to update everyone, you see that in the upper bracket for the quarterfinals. This was already played earlier. So we're heading into the first two upper bracket semis, which happens to be Strut facing off against MS Esports, and Tomp and I still waiting to see if they're going to be facing off against Badzinger or Aphelion. So that match is still going on, and we'll find out later on. But for now, because this is a double elimination match, which we talked about, there is opportunity in that lower bracket to get their way through. So Time to Play going to have to face off against Rapata Gaming. Activity's still waiting to find out who they'll face off against. But really, really exciting stuff that we have in store. And, you know, looking at this lineup, I'm curious to know who you have your eyes on in these matches.
Well, for me, there is especially MS Esports and Strut. We've got the really big names here that are coming through. So I really think as those two teams, as Strut is the biggest, like, they've been a previous world champion. They've gone through, and we can take a look at their lineup that they have with their captain, their leader, Boom, leading it off. Then we also have Yo-Yo23, Mask, Tryhard, and Ash. And the big thing is Tryhard, who is part of MS Esports, part of the team for the longest time. So the storyline is just writing itself, Lady B.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is what's going to be so incredible. These are the kind of matchups that we want to see with a rivalry coming in with that, because they're going to have to face off against each other. But this one, we can actually see Mask coming through, and I'm really curious to see how MS Esports is going to defend. With the update, we know that they don't use a lot of super drags except for Ast. However, they do a lot of Sui openers, Sui dives, using the unicorn. And with that update, do you think that MS Esports is going to have an advantage?
Well, I mean, the update really affects the unicorn, and the unicorn does get that little bit of nerf in terms of it doesn't heal as fast. So I definitely think it can affect Strut or every single one of these both teams. I think really the attack that is the meta is that Queen charge to Lao that we're going to be seeing all of the players coming in with. But we do have a clip that we talked with Mask of Strut, and we got his thoughts on what he thinks of MS Esports.
MS Esports is another great team for sure, that has always been there high at the top during actually all the time since Esports has joined Clash of Clans. And they're also another very, very tough team to face that is unfortunately, I would say, on our bracket. And we will see whether we will face them. But yeah, that's another match that's going to be super hard. I actually think this whole phase of the close qualifier is going to be very, very hard. So if we make it, we would be very...
Yeah, that's going to be very difficult. That was recorded before they played, and he was thinking they might face, and they did indeed. They're going to be facing. That's going to be the first match that we're going to be covering. But Lady B, let's go take a look at the MS Esports roster so that all the viewers at home can see who's playing for them.
Yeah, you know, and you talked about this is another team to keep their eye on, and obviously Strut was worried about that. So we have Kingsman, Synthé, of course, and Ariam, who were formerly of the team last year, but they brought in Alec and Nachoa, and they've been really jiving together, definitely to make it this far. Now, for them, they actually played won 37 matches and lost 15, and they placed 5th and are going up against Strut. So this is going to be very interesting, but we've talked about this, you know, with MS Esports, there are some issues with them and ring bases, but we can see here Nachoa going in against the ring bases. How do you think they're going to fare?
Yeah, I mean, the ring bases are tough, right? They definitely could be annoying. The question is, like, if you hit a ring base and you fail, usually it's a lower percentage fail. And it's not like in the high 90s where it is like an anti-3-star design. So, and really the queen charge is going to be the big thought, is how are they going to keep that queen alive essentially? If it's going to be a ring base, are the queen going to be able to charge all the way to the core of the base? We'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. But we also were able to catch up with Kingsman of MS Esports and find out a little bit more about how he felt going through the ladder phase.
Our most memorable match was against Inquisition on the last day, because if we lost against them, we didn't get the qualification, and we won, so we get it.
Yeah, so very exciting to see how they fared today. They did very well through the ladder phase, through the Snapdragon Mobile Open ladder. But we'll see how they fare through these finals. So far, so good. But we do have to give a big shout out, of course, to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, who, of course, is a big part of this Pro Series that we're very excited for. And this is only one of the 2 open finals that we have coming in to actually make our way through. And, of course, there is the North American tournament as well that you'll get to see later today. So a huge shout out. And, of course, if you guys want to keep in touch with us, get your opinions out there. Who you think is going to win between these matches? Don't forget to use hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series down below on Twitter to let us know your thoughts, and it might get read out live. But Carbon, I'm waiting to see what's going on in these matches, because this is going to be heating up with the rivalry, but also with how well known these players are.
Yeah, it really is going to be amazing. I can't wait. Is Struck going to be giving MSC Sports those ring bases? Are they going to be relying on Trier to say, hey, try hard? We're going to say, well, is there anything you think they're going to be bringing? Because you've been playing with them for the years before. So it's just the storyline. Can't wait between these 2 teams. And the top teams really competing, playing off here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And we're starting off with Boom. And look at this. We've got Cynthia running with that Town Hall into the core. And Boom starting off with that Blimp. And most likely going to probably see, I would say, there was Yetis in there with that Rage spell that was being used. But the Hound got lured off to the Queen, off to the right side, as she is slowly going to be clearing that. And notice, there are no healers on this Queen here.
There are no healers, and this is exactly what I was worried about for Strut, knowing that they like these Sui openers, and the effect, the loss of use for that Unicorn could do them in, but we'll see how MS designed their bases to try and hold them off. That Blimp definitely secured a nice opening to connect the King and Queen together, to take advantage of what has already been cleared out, so we can shape up what we need for this Lalo portion. But we got to get into that Town Hall somehow, and that seems quite risky if he expects to Lalo through it, because that's not going to be a quite easy task with 2 back-end multis and a Queen there as well with Royal Champ.
Yeah, he looks like there is an opening for this Queen to be able to step in for this Town Hall. There we go. We have the Queen ability used. There it goes. It goes off. The Town Hall is going to be going down. Invisibility spell being utilized, and down goes the second scatter shot, as now the Lalo is starting from the tops in towards this Grand Warden altar and the enemy Queen that's up there. Look at that. Sydney putting a Troll Tesla Farm on the outside of the far left, thinking there might be a Flame Flinger being used over there.
Yeah, it doesn't work in his favor, but he has to see what he has left over of the Loons to actually take it on, or the Royal Champ, who's already launched at Seeking Shield. Queen just dying out here doesn't help for the cleanup, but the Loon's still carrying on nice and strong. He's got 2 freezes that he can reserve for this back-end Tesla farm if need be, but you think he might want to at least use that final one for it and not swag. Why swag and take the risk?
Right.
We've got these Loons sucked up in the Tornado Trap, though.
Hold
up. But they make it too, that ground bow.
What?
Oh.
That could
Red
have
air
been,
bombs.
yeah, that could have been scary.
Not enough to hold it off. And Boom actually coming in with a very, very nice start to this war, the 3-star. But, you know, you made that point about the Flame Flinger. Looks like they're trying to anticipate what Strut might be coming through. But it's kind of difficult when you have these multiple matches, because you have to bring in so many bases and you don't always know who the team is that you're going to be facing off against.
Yeah,
I think that's a hard problem.
Yeah, you don't know at that stage, but right here is the big kind of the significance of this match is you win and you make it to play with Tribe and the other teams that will be in the challenge. And you'll be getting pushed to the lower brackets, and you'll have to compete down there, because only the top 3 teams that are here will be able to move on to the next phase, into the next stage. And yeah, so Boom starts with a triple. Beautiful job. Can MSC Sports get a 3-star to answer? And is Strut going to be running some ring bases? We'll have to find out.
I think if Strut's running ring bases, they're definitely going to be trolly with them, and try and call them out. Maybe just throw a little twist in that knife there, but we'll see.
Right.
There's been very little time with some of the updates to try and adjust to the changes I think the nerfs that we haven't been too significant, as Boom showed with the Unicorn, but I have in cases actually seen that Unicorn not doing quite as well with some of the pushes. You just have to be a little bit more reserved with how you're going about them. You can't get exactly the same run that you used to, and we have some players that do like to do not only like glorious queen charges, but they like to do glorious Sui dives coming into the base. And I think that is what most of the teams have to try and really be careful with.
Yeah, they really have to be careful in those charges, especially if they're trying to charge all the way into the core, where if there's a bunch of red air bombs, because I've seen it just over this last weekend where when you did a queen charge into a certain section, all the red air bombs start to pop up, and it's a huge problem. But we're seeing Kingsman coming in with a wall record being used, and we are seeing that town hall all the way in the middle of this base, and Yeti's coming out of this wall record.
Yeti's coming out, but also getting flung at the same time, taking on a lot of damage. So they actually don't get the value of getting into that scattershot compartment, taking anything down. So this is a lot of damage coming in on the queen. He's got the healers raged up, poison down for the hound, gets those pups in it, and also gets her way moving on. Now we do have that additional wall break that he wants to sneak in and work her way through, but the king is going to ensure that she has her tracking to come into that. We actually have the walls open on multiple sides, so the queen will get in with ease.
Yeah, but we do have a single target Inferno that is just on the other side by that Royal Champion platform, so the queen is going to be making her way over there. We have a couple freezes and an invisibility spell to utilize, and that one balloon pulling these traps and activating the tornado trap as well. So this queen can lock onto the town hall as the Lalo is now starting from the top side.
Oh, this is going to be a nice added benefit. The queen working alongside the Lalo is going to help take off some of the pressure. Just needs to keep an eye on those healers. Drops the invisibility spell through the rage, so they stay safe, so she can continue on her path. Get to that scatter shot, and we, of course, have that early warden ability, helping to clip those headhunters through, get through the enemy heroes, and keep the loons nice and safe and sound. Beautiful freeze coming in on the scatter shot, and Expo is going to carry both the queen and those loons through.
And another freeze used on that scatter. One freeze left here as he's pathing his way through. The queen's ability goes off to take that scatter shot down. And look at the blues. Not too many left here, but the Royal Champion still has her ability, and that Royal Champion can be so clutch here to grab the outside buildings and defenses. And just like that, hits the air defense. The minions, headhunters are over on the left side cleaning up. There's the freeze. And we've got an answer from Kingsman of MS Esports for a 3-star. What a start to this matchup.
Yeah, I was a little worried about the timing of it because the clock was ticking with that, and sometimes you have to wait as long as possible to ensure that you can get those very last seconds. But Kingsman knowing his way around it. What's interesting to see is we know Kingsman as a hybrid attacker. So coming in with this Lalo, showing his versatility within the team. And that's really what makes a significant difference within these clans. And I think that's what we're going to see a lot of with the teams, especially, I don't know if you noticed it on the board, we have SG Tristella, who's also combined with Tompanai. So this is going to be a unique combination that we have coming in. But we can take a look at the brackets to the side here. We are tied up 3-3, which is exactly how we want these wars to start. I know you like these close wars, Carbon.
Yes, I've been part of some of the other matches over the weekend. They were almost some one-sided, like 14-10, 14-13, or 14-12. And so when it gets closer, right, I really love, and I'm sure everyone at home loves when it comes down to the final attack. And that final attack being the one that will either you triple, you win. If you don't, you lose. We love to see that. It really becomes nerve-wracking at that point. And you can only imagine being in the players' situation. They're sitting there. They know this. If they were to triple, they win. But man, it's just, I can't wait to see what's going to happen. And you know, these teams are so good that you're going to have to be putting up 14 stars or even a coveted perfect war. And we've seen a match or two be a perfect, and it comes down to the average attack time. So you have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, it can come that close. I do expect to see some defenses coming in, but what I think is great about these kind of wars that we're having is we should expect to see very close wars only because these teams know each other so well. So unless they brought some secret mix and combination, that would be about the only difference. So we do have Nachoa bringing in the ring style base. It looks like that this is what they want to use against their opponents, but Mask, we know, is a Legend League player. Pretty used to going up against these ring style bases, so maybe there's some tricks up their sleeves as we send in the Yeti blimp to start clearing the path, opening up towards that town hall in the core of the base. But we've got 14 rocket loons, Carbon, so this means we've got to get some deep dive coming in with our heroes and use those rocket loons for support on the outer ring of the defensive line.
Yeah, notice, yes, the town hall being more isolated into the core of the base, and so this is really going to have to see if that's going to end up stopping a potential attack here from Mask. But you know, Mask is so good. Part of the Strut lineup and looking to charge that Queen, get all that value with 2 Inferno Towers just on the other side as he approaches this. As the Warden is joining up with the King, and he's gonna, I don't know where the King wants to go, but there's a jump that brings him back into the middle.
Oh, that's exactly what he needs. Queen, King working together. Royal Champ on the outside edge, just forcing along those defenses. The King actually taking on a lot of heat here, and we've got the Warden ability to help carry through all the incoming damage, including the heroes and that Town Hall. But this is where we get to see the beauty of the Rocket Loons. Not used often, but when you don't have heavy damaging items on the outside, this is where the beauty is. But your heroes do have to support. They have to get out of the Poison Bomb and stay alive so the Rocket Loons can get the most opportunity on the first and second line of defenses coming in. They typically can't make it much further than that, but Royal Champ has her ability still, Carbon.
Yeah, that Royal Champion is gonna, oh, we got the Rocket Loons that taken down that Eagle. And look at that, RC's ability skips across, and we are looking good here for Mask of Strut to answer with a 3-star as well to keep that going. And just under 20 seconds to go. And Mask, what a beautiful attack here.
Absolutely. And coming in with something that we don't get to see quite often, this is one of those riskier attacks, or maybe I would say very base specific style attacks that you would come in with. We can often see it tend to time fail, but you can also see it have a lot of issues with the entry. If you don't get the entry and the value out of your heroes, you get nothing out of it, because about all those Rocket Loons really can do is take on the outer perimeter.
Yeah, and if they can't get into the core and really get that value, that can be a problem. But the Queen staying alive, going through that middle, then the rest of the heroes coming through. Beautiful job with Mask, but really, are we going to be seeing a lot more of those bases with that Town Hall in the core and those kind of anti-2-star designs? We've seen that a little bit, but it's been all 3 stars so far from the attacks. And then MSC Sports, what are we going to see for your next attack? It's been a lot of Lalo, and it's been a lot of air attacks, even though once the balance changes has taken effect, even though it hit kind of air with the Seeking Air Mines, like Lava Hounds, Super Dragons, Dragon Riders especially, because they don't have as much health as the Super Dragons or regular Dragons. But that's really the curious thing. So, MSC Sports with Cynthy's next attack. And
wow,
he's keeping it with the air. He's not coming his love of hogs here. Using a little bit of the lightning spells for the sweeper. But all right, Cynthy, what do we got?
Okay, I like the fact that we're seeing Synthé coming in, showing his versatility. He's not all about the hogs. If he doesn't find the right base, he's not going to go for it and force it. So we do have the Inferno Drag Rider, which we are still seeing coming in strong. Not too much of a nerf from what we've seen so far, but we've got the Blimp to carry through, coming into the Town Hall position. A lot of those Skelly spells as well to help protect and cover not only the Drag Riders and those Inferno Drags, but the heroes as well. Blimp struggling to get through, but does manage to make it through. And we've got it frozen up. But the Sneaky Goblin's able to take it on. Looks like they're getting it done perfectly with that loon helping out.
Yeah, Town Hall goes down as now the Inferno Dragons are going to be flying around the edge of the space. The Queen's ability has already gone off, but now the Inferno Dragon locks onto this Hound and going to pop. Now the pups that are going to be there, not dropping the poison spell just yet. The Raw Champion gets locked out by the single, so he's forced to use that freeze to the bottom side.
Oh, this might cost him, and the King is a little bit too far away to actually provide tank. Queen is down for the count. It looks like not, well, the scatter shot actually goes down, which is what we want to see, but we still have one more. He's got to freeze to hold this off, but the single is actually focusing on the Yak, which is perfect for this Royal Champ if she can hurry
Wow.
up. Launches that Seeking Shield quite a bit early and gets a regenerative boost, but is it going to be enough to hang on? One lonely Drag Rider takes down the scatter shot, and the Royal Champ, does she have enough health to get this done with one single Inferno Drag, Carbon?
Oh my, he's uses the free. Oh, down goes the Inferno Dragon.
Oof.
But he's got a minute. And
Yeah.
down goes Wizard Tower. Down goes his air defense. Nothing to stop this Royal Champion here. And we've got ourselves an answer from Cynthia. What a great job to take Yo-Yo's base. Beautiful attack here as the Blimp helps secure the Town Hall with those Sneaky Goblins. And then the Inferno Dragon's just moving all the way around.
And look at the Unicorn. Unicorn transferred over once the Queen died out to help that Royal Champion moving on. So a nice attack. Came very close. I mean, that was all reliant upon the Royal Champion. And I will say it's not as strong as we used to see these Inferno Drag Riders coming through.
Yeah, we used to see, especially when they first came out, just a little bit after, it was like always mass Inferno Dragons to a point where when you would see it, you'd be like, oh my goodness, can we have different attacks? So this time it's coming in, it's not being used as much. So great job, as now it's 4 triples total. Every single attack's been a 3-star. So it's going to be more and more pressure here on the attacks to come in this matchup, because you win, you're going to advance to the next stage. You don't, you're going to go to the lower bracket. You got to fight your way through. And only one team from the lower bracket can make it into that the challenge stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is for getting into it to join Tribe Gaming, secure a spot. The next round that we see is going to be exactly the same thing, waiting to see who's going to secure that spot. Otherwise, you've got to fight so many matches down in that lower bracket to get your opportunity. It doesn't mean it's over if you lose this match. You still have a chance, but you want to secure it. You want to be, you want a one and done this day. I mean, Tribe has already got the day off. They're kicking up their feet, relaxing, watching the competition that they're going to have to potentially face off against, and maybe even getting some ideas out of it, especially as the day goes on with some of the new teams that we have coming into the mix, especially this SG Tristella Tompanai combination. That's what I'm most interested to see today. But we're back into the action. Yo-Yo coming in with, actually, this through some of the series has actually been his most used attack, the Super Bowler Smash, if you can believe it.
Yeah,
we changed his name to Spammo23.
Is that's his new name? Oh boy. I mean, he's literally one of the, if not one of the best Lalo players in the world, especially with that Queen charge Lalo. But we're seeing him bringing the ground, and starting off with that Queen, with that Blimp coming in, is going to look to try to take down the Ground Expo. And yes, it goes straight for this Ground Expo here and pulls the Lava Hound over there.
So the Lava Hound out of the Queen's way actually does help out quite a bit, keeps her on focus and on course, but she does need to eventually take this down, working her way in, and we still need to work our way through and get towards that Town Hall, which we're going to do with the entire Bowler Smash. Now, often we usually see the Warden clearing up the pass, but if you have too much damage incoming, this is why you would want to use your Queen to get it going. But he creates a nice position to forge everything through, just needs to keep the cleanup on that 9 o'clock edge of the base.
Yeah.
Although we're pathing, there we go,
Indeed.
coming back down. Got a little bit worried that he was going in the wrong direction.
I was a little worried there, but he's able to bring it back as the King and Super Bowlers are going to look to join this fight here as the jump spell comes down and it loses the Owl, as the Warden is going to follow with the Super Bowlers. Queen is kind of on her own unless these Super Bowlers come back around. I think he's going to have this Queen try to secure the core as the Super Bowlers King run towards the bottom side. All these walls to the bottom are open, and he loses all the healers here. And that Queen's ability is now forced.
Yeah, the Queen's going to have to take care of this. We have the freeze range. She got freezed over by those ice golems. Town Hall doesn't go down, so we've got to send in the Royal Champion to try and recover this. He might need to drop the freeze and the rage combination to ensure, because we've got the Battle Builder huts around, but he does have her ability. It's almost down. Wants to try and hold on to her ability as long as possible. Lassie working along, gets it done. Can he recover this into a 3-star, or is this going to be the first crack in the seams after a perfect run after perfect run from each player so far?
Well, we still have a scatter shot and a multi-target Inferno on the top side here. That was supposed to be going down from his queen, but she got taken out because the healers all went down. And there's the race spell as these super bowlers are coming back around. But the problem is we only have 20 seconds left in this raid, if anything.
Yeah, time definitely not on his side, even though he has some power left over from these super bowlers trying to get it done. Look at those witches even on the outside of the base taking care of the cleanup. Wizards working along, but 9 seconds is not going to allow him to get to the multi and get to that storage in time, which means we've got the first defense on the board coming in for MS Esports, and it is a 95%. I mean, if you're not gonna hit the 3-star mark, a 95% isn't a bad place to be, but
yeah,
the way MS Esports has been coming in, if I were Strut, I'd be super worried.
Yeah, with those 3 stars from MS Esports, that 1-2-star there for Yo-Yo is going to be devastating. And you know that for these teams, even a 99% is considered a fail, right? For basically the majority of the casual players, they get 99% 2-star. They're like, okay, I'll take it. That's good. That's great. But pro players, that's a fail. They want to 3-star every single attack that they can do. And it's just unfortunate that that queen wasn't able to stay alive to grab the town hall and then falling short there. So it's going to come down to can MS Esports take advantage of this. As long as they get above a 95%, a 2-star, they will have the lead, which is what you need going into the final set of attacks.
Yeah, it's, the 90% range is where you want to aim for. The higher you go, the more pressure you put on your opposing team. But we've seen some really clean runs coming in from MS Esports, despite the fact that Strut has finished off in the 2nd position through the SPS open ladder. It doesn't mean that we won't see higher scoring wars coming in from a team like MS. And we have Nachoa, who's already underway. We've used the blimp to start clearing out the path for the queen and opting to go in with the Lalo portion, but there's only 20 loons and 1 hound. So when I see this, knowing that we're going to need some Coco loons for those healers, we know that this is going to be mostly a cleanup and relying heavily on the queen charge and the heroes to push through, especially with the centralized town hall.
But look at the middle of the space. Look at all the walls. What kind of the design to kind of, it's almost like a maze. Really trying to make it annoying to get towards that town hall, if ever, to kind of funnel there. But the king's being used towards the left. Will he be able to set a funnel to force this queen in towards the core of this base? And Triar trying to get in the minds of his ex-team. He was part of this team, playing with them for so long, that's the storyline. It's absolutely cool to see here. But as Nachoa continues this charge, we got this queen stepping in. We got a single target locking on there, so he's gonna have to freeze it and slowly make his way towards this town hall.
He's got a couple more rages he can drop as well, but that single he's got to keep an eye on, and the scatter shot coming in simultaneously. Needs to also keep an eye on the healers who keep getting forced back by the air sweeper, so there's a lot not going in his favor. But with the queen moving her position, she's still able to reach a town hall, get the Lalo going, and take care of the cleanup. King's going to die out fast, but we've got a lot of action coming in. Problem is, how many loons are we going to lose coming through that poison bomb? Because we had that early warden ability.
Yeah, there's the poison. The scatter shot's going to be hitting. The warden ability can't protect him now. It's going to do a lot with that back and multi-target inferno. There's a red air bomb. Uh-oh. Royal Champ scatter ability with 1 more invis to potentially use. There's the red air bombs going down.
He's lost everything he had to try and take care of the back end of the cleanup. Queen struggling, has to force her ability now to come in. We've got the Warden and the Electro Owl, which he does drop the invisibility spell for. He's got some time on the clock, but with the spread out of all of these storages, even though he's got cleanup spread around, this is tight. I mean, he needs to get it to that 96% if they want to hold over Strut. Nachoa trying his best. We're at the 90% mark with 19 seconds. He can do it. He can take this lead if he keeps going. Sends in the sneaky goblin, Carmen.
Oh, come on. We got 97. Yes, he's past the mark right there. But Kitty 3-star. The barracks right there with that minion. 4-3. Come on, Goblin, go.
Sneaky Goblin
faster. What?
Oh!
No
99.99%. Like, that's something you have to zoom in on. There was barely a fraction left over for that. But it does give them the lead. Nachoa at least knows that he's got the percent advantage, even if that Sneaky Goblin didn't get the job done. Imagine if he dropped that like half a second earlier.
Yes.
That Sneaky Goblin would have been able to clear it and turn it into the 3-star.
Well, that was literally the definition of a 99.9999999%. How close was that? What a great effort there. And I saw yesterday, actually, part of Tribe where Fluxy's base was tripled with like 0 seconds left on the clock, on the timer. So, or the other day when that happens, it comes so close that it's just like, you don't know if it's actually going to convert for the triple or if it's going to be that 99%. So these matches are going to be incredibly close. But that's huge because now the war is tied on stars, right? So that's the big thing. Yes, we have MSC Sports with the percentage advantage, but stars is the big difference here. And we're going to see if Tryhard can triple to put the pressure on that. And we'll see with that E-Dragon towards the bottom side. And we've got that Queen off to the right. And can this E-Dragon get some chain of value up? Oh, look at the chain going through. But we are seeing the 9 stars and 100% of the left for MSC Sports. We'll just actually have to double check to see if that ended with a triple. So once we hear that, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, because every once in a while it nudges after we get to see it. So we'll have to find out because maybe it did get that little nudge.
Maybe.
So Tryhard coming through the core of the base with their Super Dragons. We were questioning how much we would get to see of Super Drags. Always a risky approach when you come through the Town Hall in the center of the base, but we still see a lot of players doing it. As long as you can get the push around. This Tornado Trap, though, is perfectly placed to pull in those Super Drags into the Poison Bomb, trying to weaken them so there's less value taking on the surrounding defenses, which the heroes are required to actually take on. We expect to see the King, the Royal Champion, and the Queen taking out the outer perimeter.
Yeah, as he makes his way across with that Queen ability, another rage and 2 freezes. The Lava Hound does just pop to the top side, so the Queen is going to slowly take these pups down. We do have a handful of defenses still on the bottom with that multi-target Inferno. Decided to invest that rage spell for the Royal Champion. Her ability goes off, skips across, takes out some of the Tesla. And we've got the Queen gonna try to join in, and the Unicorn can keep her full health here.
Yeah, so Tryhard in a good spot with her ability. Nothing of consequence for her on the defensive side. Actually, this Archer Tower is left, and that's it. But the Super Drag has its eyes on it, and this is what Tryhard needs. But I think they need a little bit more, and we're waiting to find out if it was indeed an actual triple that came in, because that would be a lot more that they need. They want to try and keep it tied up here as much as they can, but it doesn't mean that they can still get this around. With the 4 building disadvantage, if it is indeed a 99%, Strut would need another defense and to keep going perfect.
Yeah, we're going to have to see the next attack coming in from MSC Sports. They need the 3 stars. That's what they want to bring here, because you win, you advance to the challenge. If you lose, you go down to the lower bracket. And that's the big thing is, you win this right here, you're done. You don't have to play anymore here today, but if you lose, there's a lot more matches that you have to play and keep continuing to compete. So we're taking a look at these stats here, and indeed it was a 99 at the end of that previous attack that we saw, but then Tryhard did come in with the triple. So now we're seeing 11 to 9. So at 3-star coming in for MSC Sports, they can be able to take out, it looks like the elite, or well, it shows 3 stars as a 99, so it should actually be 2 there. So a 3-star would tie it up to 11 to 11 there. So that's the real interesting thing, is how close will this war get? Is it going to come down to a 14-14, or will they fail again? It will be to a 13. So it comes down to what we talked about earlier, and we always talk about it. These wars, you have to be putting up those 14-star performances to really be having a chance to advance.
Yeah, this is you have to score high. You really can't have too much you can't be too far below, but like we said, that 95% you would think would put you in a safe zone, but a 99 just caps it out. So this could be doing some favors. Again, we're still investigating, making sure. I think they'll be updating the stats shortly just to make sure that there's no confusion going into it. But we still have a lot in store to see, and we do have Alec coming in with the attack for 4. Yeah, we can see that. We just need to change the stars to 8.
8, yeah.
Since we have that 99% overall. But Alec opting to go for. I see a lot of minions coming into this for balloons. This is going to be nice, big Lalo coming in, but shaping up the direction for the queen, drops the invisibility spell to ensure that she stays on track and doesn't get focused in the opposite direction, and that does work. I thought it was going to be slightly delayed, but gets it done.
Yeah, with it coming in to grab that Eagle Artillery and locking onto the defending king, taking him down. That's a nice little bonus there. And even the wizards out, the whole compartment goes down to that battle blimp as the queen is going to try to charge her way in towards the Inferno towers. We do have a single target Inferno that is just past the walls here. So the Lava Hound is actually following Yeti to the bottom side. So that's going to stall up the queen eventually when she steps up into the core. So hopefully that timing is not going to hit that queen as she needs to take that single down.
Ooh, yeah, taking on a lot of heat here, but she's got the jump to push her way through. And that opening is really nice because you can see the connection into that nice narrow chamber where we have the single targeting Inferno. She's got a lot of easy access to make her way along and actually take on that town hall position as well. This makes for a very easy Lalo push coming into it. Freezes up the single to get her in there. And the king even jumping along, taking on the lead. Wow, Carbon. This is looking good.
That was beautiful there. Now the queen is responsible for stepping in for the town hall as the warden ability goes off to protect the hound, balloons, and the royal champion through this bottom compartment. The queen's taking a lot of damage, forces that ability of her, taking down the Air Expo, and now locking onto the town hall to help take that down.
Yeah, the king was absolutely insane. So Queen takes down the town hall. Loons are mostly safe, except the few that are going through the poison bomb. But wait, we've got some coming in for the multi, and we don't have a freeze left over. This means the royal champ needs to step up to the bat. The queen needs to work her way through, which she is doing. There's 46 seconds left. This has time, but the royal champ is stuck. Is this?
No, got ability, ability, yes.
Yeah, she's got this. And we even have a headhunter to drop in.
Dropping it with 30 seconds left. Elk of MS Esports is going to be getting that 3-star to be putting it to a tie war of 11-11, meaning that MS Esports is going to have the small advantage going into the final set of attacks. All they know is if they triple, they win. It doesn't matter what Strut does, as that's what they hold. So the question is, would you want to be in a situation where you triple, you win? I'm sure that many of these pro teams will love to have that opportunity and take advantage of that. Is saying, hey, I get a 3-star, we win. I'll definitely take that.
Yeah, and Ariam, the last hitter for MS Esports, is going to have that responsibility.
Yeah.
And he's used to being under that pressure. He often takes that last spot, but it's the 3-star that needs to come in from Strut to even make that a possibility and put that pressure on. Now we can see we have our graphics up. That 2-star 99% gives a 4% advantage. Oh, hi. Hey. We were missing you there for the stats. But 4-building advantage for MS Esports is absolutely incredible. You love those close wars. We all love those close wars. It's really never nice to see a blowout war. You want to see these teams competing as hard as they can, and that is exactly what we are seeing here. So we have one final hit coming in from Strut, one final hit to come in from MS Esports, but I know, knowing Ariam, I know how comfortable he is. We've seen him many times laying in his bed, just, feet kicked back on his iPad, holding it up, and he's going to be in the same position. But Ast is known as a superstar attacker, not to jinx it for him. But can he get it done?
You said it. You said it. You can't go back and say that. Oh boy.
No.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to see what Ash can do here as the headhunter locks onto the queen, and she does take that down. Very nice, and eventually gonna slowly make his way through this lava hound, trying to set up this funnel for the queen to step in for that town hall. And notice how he does have a heal spell. You don't see a heal spell being used all too often for these balloons, even though the heal can be nice. It's just balloons are pretty slow. There's so many traps that can hit them. You really want to try to time that ward ability and just haste them through to really kind of overwhelm bases. But at this point, the ground expo locking out of the queen, that's going to be a problem. He might just have to freeze that.
Yeah, able to recover this. And this is where we also see, again, the unicorn, where we need to have the power of the unicorn, but the king is tanking, gets a queen in, and we do have reachable multi-targeting infernos. Now, the heal can help those loons come through if they don't go down. King needs to take the lead and allow the Queen some survival past this. But you can see with the Lalo going, it does mean they are going to come into contact with those multis. Oh, that Ice Hound. These Snolos are beautiful and can create great coverage over the heroes, giving a little bit more advantage to those loons pushing through, but also helping to take on the defenses as you have those pups starting to slow down and lightly freeze up the defenses.
Yeah, we got a Warden ability that can protect these balloons as he makes his way through, and he already activated the Tornado Trap, so that's brilliant that he doesn't have to worry about it later, as we do have, pops that Ward ability. Yeah,
Nice.
we do have a heal spell for wherever the red air bomb field might just be, but it might be by the Tassel Farm to the top side. But look at the Ice Hound. It will pop. There's the heal. Oh, no, there's the red air bombs leading into the multi here. Oh, they
Loses it anyway, even though he had the heal there. They were right out of the cusp, but he's got more loons sweeping their way through, dropping those freezes, and we've got an invisibility spell, actually, that we can swag now that it's all down.
Yeah.
It's all clean up here, and Ast comes in with the final 3-star for Strut, but that does not mean it is enough. If they want to move on, work up against Tribe Gaming, get this win to get into the SPS Mobile Challenge season, they need to hold a defense. And Arium is not a player that I would be so convinced to drop the ball here.
Yeah, Arium is going to be coming as the final attacker in this war. They 3-star, they win. Simple as that. That's what we love to see. And Arium is an attack that loves to bring Blizz Lalo. So he loves to use that blimp with Super Wizards and invisibility spells. Let's keep our eye to see if that's the attack that he's going to come in with. Because even when the meta has changed and have gone around, he's always been sticking with that. He loves to bring that attack strategy. And every time I watch an MSC Sports, I'm always noticing he's coming in with the Blizzard Valley. It's like he's trying to find the perfect base for it, and he's so good at doing that. He can use an invisibility spell to reroute the Hound across the base, protect the blimp. It's just incredible what these pro players can do. But you can see the stats. 3-star from MSC Sports. If it's a 99% 2-star, and that's it. They can't take it because they'll lose on stars overall. But here we go. We're going to be getting ready for the final attack for this match, which is going to be Arium of MSC Sports.
Arium definitely taking a deep breath at this point, making sure he's ready to go. But he is a seasoned veteran. He does always take this 5th position most often. And you know, you mentioned the Blizz Lalo, but we saw Sinthe kind of moving out of sync with what he did.
Yeah.
So Arium also doing that. But look at this. Strut saying, here's a ring base. Go for it. We drop. We drop the lightning spells. We take out the air sweepers to help with the pathing for these E-Drags. Unexpected from Arium, to be honest.
Well, I did not expect this at all. And the base from Boom saying, we are going to give you the definition of a ring base. A ring within a ring, and try to force everything around. But Arium says E-Dragons are going to get the chain value. Let's see if they can do that as a bunch of archers and super minions come out of this defending CC. Pops that early ward ability to really protect these balloons as he's sending that funnel to force straight into the middle.
Yeah, so he's got everything working their way in. Tornado Trap holding off those loons, but the E-Drags stay behind, so they're going to be safe through this. And he's got a Rage and a Freeze to actually carry them along to ensure he gets the Town Hall down. It's up to the heroes to take care of cleanup on the back end of this, and those E-Drags to actually take down the core of the base. I mean, this is powering along. Whew, nice.
Yeah, it is indeed, as these E-Dragons are trying to get that final skip value. Even still has the Royal Champion to use. Look at that. They're working out to the Eagle. It's about to go down. It does. As the Queen goes down, though, is this going to be enough for the Royal Champion to make it through? We've got 2 Teslas, an Archer Tower. Sends in the Royal Champion from the top side. Air defense just stays up. And this actually might fall short. Hang on with a Crown Skeleton popping up.
Oh no. Skellies are going to distract. Lassie trying to take them on, but how much damage can Lassie take? Not much more from this. He's going to have to hold on to that ability as long as possible. It's a regenerative boost, but he doesn't hold it that long. Could that be a mistake? But he's got just the Wizard Tower, and it's all clean up. So he made the right call. And with that, Carbon,
Yes.
Arium is going to come in with the 3-star and be able to secure their spot into the SBS Mobile Challenge season alongside of Tribe Gaming. That is one building away from perfection, taking down Strut, throwing them into the lower bracket to have to fight their way in. Absolutely stunning performance here from MS.
Wow, incredible there. Arium able to help clutch up the final part of that attack with the Royal Champion. And E-Dragons were the key to take down that ring base. And that is Strut going down. Now, they will have to fight in the lower bracket, so they're not out of it just yet. But only one team from the lower bracket can advance to join Tribe and now MS Esports in the second phase of the Challenge Series. And that's going to be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one for Strut because there are amazing teams that have come through. Just a small error, small mistake can cost you in any of these wars. And we can see the bracket overall. It was a 95% that did them in. And I mean, when we talk about MS Esports, though, let's talk about the fact that it wasn't just like one building.
Yeah,
it was like a sliver of a building left over, keeping them from a perfect war. So absolutely stunning performance. And Mass called it. They were worried about having to face off against MS Esports. So, you know, kudos to MS Esports for getting that win. But we've got the next upper bracket match 2 that we're going to have to take a look at. And I believe we were still waiting to see who is actually going to be playing off in that one. And that's what I'm curious to see, who we have going up against each other for it.
Yeah, we'll be able to take a look and update the viewers at home of where the teams stand, right? In terms of the bracket, where all the teams will be. But it's just incredible. Between all these teams, it's going to be so much. Today, we're going to find out all of these wars. We have another like 6 matches that are going to be coming up for all of today, and especially even later today, there's going to be the North America. So you got a full day of clash action of all these wars. It's going to be so much. Cannot wait for that. But wow, again, congratulations to MS Esports as they will be moving on to join a Tribe Gaming into the Challenge Series. But we're going to take a short little break, and we'll be back to get ready for the next matchup here in this series, and I cannot wait.
Badzinga. So my real name is Hugo, and Hugo Stiglitz is a character from the film Inglourious Basterds. I think we had some good performances against Strut and Tribe Gaming, and also Tompinai. But unfortunately, we lost some wars that we shouldn't have lost, and it costed us the first place. We were too far from Tribe Gaming in the last days, so we didn't try to be top 1, and we ended up finishing top 3 or 4, I think. I think they deserve it. They are very tough opponents, so they 100% deserve the first place, and I'm looking forward to challenge them in the upcoming matches. We had not our best roster, which can explain why we lost the second match. The other reason is that we are a bit inconsistent. We can lose some wars for stupid reasons. So that's what we have to work on, and I hope we're gonna be very solid in the next matches. I wouldn't say we are the favorites. I think Strat and Tribe have proved that they are better than us multiple times. But we are kind of the underdog, I would say. We can win this, and we are gonna do everything we can to beat every team. Strat for sure, because Strat have a glorious past. They won a world championship. I would tell them that they know what we are capable of, so be prepared. I think the meta now is very unpredictable. Everybody can win and everybody can lose, so be prepared, and each attack must be prepared 100%. Yeah, Tribe Gaming, we are coming for you.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I never been late.
Won't stop going till I'm player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We have the Open Finals, and it is heating up, Carbon. I'm Lady B, Carbon Finn. I mean, we've seen some incredible action already kicked off today, but we've got even more to go through. So let's talk about the bracket in store. What else we're going to see for today?
Yeah, indeed. With the next matchup that we'll see is Benzinga versus Tompanai Tristella, as they both won their respective matches to get to this point. And we already saw MS Esports. They won off of the just barely percentages there, and they were one building, not even one building, but 0.99999. It was so close from a perfect war. So congratulations to MS Esports, as they will be joining Tribe into the next challenge series or of this Snapdragon Pro Series. Man, it's going to be incredible to see all the rest of these teams. But again, congratulations to MS Esports defeating Strut, who go down to the lower bracket.
Absolutely. And our next matchup that we're going to have is going to be the Tristella Tompanai Badzinger matchup, which I'm definitely excited for. But, you know, make of what we saw there, like how close this was. This was exactly what you expected to see, right?
Exactly that. It was going to be 14-14. You had to put almost a perfect war to win these wars, and that's what it was, almost that perfection there, and that's what you have to be able to do in order to win something like this. And I'm assuming it's going to be the same thing coming in this next match.
Yeah. Now, we did have incredible performance coming in from MS Esports in that matchup, and we do have an interview with Kingsman of MS Esports. So we'd love to talk to him about that win and hear what he has to say. Yeah, so let's talk a little bit.
Yeah. I was gonna say, once the interview is ready, we'll go ahead and bring him in so that we can talk with him about that performance. Because the biggest question I want to ask him is about those bases that were coming in from Strut. Was it those ring bases that they were thinking about? Hey, do we want to, like, is that going to make us nervous? Because that's been kind of their kryptonite over last year. So that's something that's very interesting on that side of things. But yeah, that next match that's going to be coming in, like we saw an interview that was with Hugo Benzinger, and he talked about Strut. He talked about these other teams they think they are the underdogs, but they're at this stage to win this matchup, which he said any team can kind of win any matchup at any given time. So they got an opportunity to take advantage of that.
Yeah, so actually, we're going to have to skip the interview because we are already on schedule for the next game, which I told you I'm very excited for to see this Tompanai Tristella lineup that we have facing off against Badzinger. So let's get ready for the action to come in. I'm curious your thoughts, what to expect to see from this, because we know the strong team from Badzinger, which we heard from Hugo, but the Tompanai Tristella, this is going to be an interesting one for any team to have to face off, is a combination of these players coming together.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. And we know that Tompanai is really loving to bring the air attacks, but we're seeing right off the bat, Rupert of Bazinger is not going air, bringing the ground attack, the Hog Riders. And I'm just thinking, wait, is this Cynthia or something? Like, we just saw MS Esports, and this is the Hogs, but no, Rupert wants to bring the Hogs here. And started off with that battle blip into that Queen was, where I'm assuming there must have been an Inferno Tower there, as there's only 2 left.
Yeah, now taking down that Inferno Tower, of course, helps with the Queen charge portion of this base. Easy access for that Queen to actually take on the defending Queen, which is going to help ultimately for these Hogs to come in. But she's got a direct line path leading into that Town Hall. You can see that super wall breaker opening up the course. But these Hogs are going to have an easy push. This is going to be nice. Likely coming from that 9 o'clock side of the base. We've cleared out some of the path. And typically when we open that up, what we want to do is check out for any possible giant bombs that could be there in the way. So starting off those hogs equally lined up in a perfect position for the defensive front.
As this hogs move straight into the eagle, get ready for the bomb tower, but the warden is so far behind here as they're moving through with finding some spring traps. That ward ability misses a bunch of the hogs. They're not going to be protected here as the queen is now being made invisible to try to move into the town hall, but these healers are going down fast.
Yeah, healers going...
lava pups.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Healers going down fast, and that heal really did not get as much benefit, and there was only one of them. So, unfortunately, to not get out of the warden ability, not get the value out of the heal that you intended, coming into back-end multis, absolutely shreds these poor hogs. So it's up to the queen surviving, who's not going to get the town hall down. The royal champion is already expended, but we have the king. Where's this king?
Yeah,
how far away?
The king in hall, but the problem is he might not path to the town hall. Drops down to that dark collector there. What if he goes to the storage? And what if he goes to the tower? He pops out. Oh, the bomb! No! What?
Oh, no spell support coming into this. A tornado trap sweeping him through into another giant bomb. And this is a massive, massive defensive start for Tompanai Empire to have a 1-star. Percentage will also be low carbon, which is going to put Badzinger in a really tough position.
See, 4% 1-star there. Rupert was all of it on that queen to charge into the town hall. And what a great try. Not get it.
No, he did not, unfortunately. And there was just trouble in a lot of different areas. So it feels like this Tompanai Tristela team that we really didn't know what to expect from definitely has a good assessment of what to make for these teams defensively, they can try and hold them back with. Those traps were placed perfectly to keep the king from actually taking down the town hall in the even with trying to hold on some backup. But the question is, how are they going to jive together? We're talking about a team that doesn't often play together and has to come together in this. Now, they did do well enough to actually make their way here, actually pulling in. Let's see on the ranking. They made it in 3rd place. They won 22 matches and lost only 4. So I guess there is some good jive within the team.
Yeah. It's definitely a really great performance, and they made it to this stage, right? That's what matters. There were so many teams. Was it like, did I think we talked about it before, you mentioned it. Was there like 90 plus teams or whatnot that was competing and playing and trying to get to this stage here? So you just play in so many matches, and some of the top teams were winning 30 plus wars almost in order to even get here. So that is wild. And we're going to see Donnie can come in for Tompanai Tristela to move this queen and charge her in towards this town hall, as we do have a single target Inferno that is just on the backside of the town hall, but it looks like he opens to the left. Where's this? I think the queen's going to step in for the Raw champion and then get locked down by the single, and pulls the lava hound. Oh, this is not going to be good for this queen.
No, but
she goes out.
She's veering out. Now, I was wondering if we would drop the king in. The problem with dropping the king in for that scattershot compartment is the healers swapping over, because we do need to contend with the town hall, but we can use the king to take on the town hall compartment instead, which is exactly what he's doing here, leading the queen through. Now, we do want to see some of those multis going down, though this looks like a huge amount of cleanup is going to have to happen with only 17 loons. So heroes need to work together. We need to get the royal coming in, and she's helping the queen on the opposite side. But one more super wall breaker to try and path along, but Carbon, the king has not gone for the town hall.
Yeah.
And
town hall stays.
What? These teams are potentially trying to hold each other off to 1-star starts, but at least having the Stone Slammer is going to be enough to secure, because it did take on damage. It did act the Giga Inferno, so we'll take it down. But can Danny's Lalo carry it through to a 3-star?
His dragons in towards the multi-target, but the Warden ability protects him, a handful of the loons, and the Raw champion as he's trying to path his way through the backside. The multi, the dragon, come on, no, the dragon doesn't take it down. We only have 40 seconds left in the raid.
Yeah, Queen trying to break her way through to get to that multi. You see her beating on that wall as the Loons take the outskirts of the base, which is actually perfect. Yes, they have to contend with the Wizard Tower and the air defense, but they've got enough power to leave some left over for the Queen and allow the minions to take care of the cleanup here. Just no distraction, and Danny could be in a good spot as long as there's no skelly spells. She's got the opening to walk outside, get everything done with the Electro Owl on board and 14 seconds left.
Hurry up.
I can't believe he actually recovered this. Carvin.
Yes.
It was almost a 1-star.
It was almost a 1-star, but able to switch it up and send that Stone Slammer to help secure and grab the Town Hall. Man, incredible. Imagine if it was going to be a 1-star to 1-star to start off this match. But no, now it's a 3-star to 1-star, and that is a huge gap. And that's going to be very difficult to make up and try to make a comeback.
It definitely is, but we have seen recoveries from 1-star wars in the past.
Yep.
Harder when your opponent actually triples you from the start because that sets the tone of the war. If it were a 2-star, might give a little bit of motivation and also show that, you know, the strength is there. I am just very impressed to see Danny recover that. That was some smart moves. I mean, these are things that you have to think of is where your opponent is going to look to bait you, where the traps could be, and how you need backup plans. You need like plan A, plan B, plan C, and D in case the Town Hall does not go down because the dreaded 1-star can hold you back enough. But we'll see what kind of defense Badzinger will bring in. This is a newer Badzinger team. They previously were known for their defenses in the past, but we'll see what they're going to be bringing today against SG Tristella Tompanai.
Yeah, we saw Rupert coming in with the Queen Charge Hogs, which got the 1-star there, and unfortunately wasn't able to keep that Queen up. But now the next stack from Badzinger we have is some Hogs in here, but it's the hybrid, a mix of Miners and Hog Riders with a log launcher. And we're going to be starting the Queen towards the top side of this base. And are we going to switch this log launcher up to a Siege Barracks, or are we going to keep the log launcher here? We'll have to see if he's going to send it with the Queen or not.
Yeah, you know, that's an interesting course because it wouldn't get quite a lot of value opening up those walls. We do have 3 super wall breakers, so might use it in an opposite direction potentially. Queen's taking on a lot of heat, and he trusts holding on to that rage. But the Queen actually taking a long line drive. We might indeed use this log launcher to open up the path, crossing through into that Town Hall as he lines up what he wants out of this Queen. But I'm still convinced that these super wall breakers are what are going to give her full access here.
Yeah, with the balloons coming onto the Archer Tower, another super wall break coming into the scatter shot. There is a rage. Giant Bomb trying to keep this Queen alive as he's slowly going to be luring out the CC of Rocket Loot and Super Minions, which he forces the Queen ability to try to keep her alive.
Ooh, able to hold on to that nicely. That poison is key in coming into this with those super minions because it holds back their ability, slows it down, and when you have the headhunters right in front of your Queen, you need to hold it on. But hold up! Queen! He drops the invisibility too late! Ano loses out on his Queen, but he does get the healer transfer over. The only problem is the Town Hall has not gone down.
What do you do after this point? You gotta save the Royal Champion for the Town Hall, but there is a lot of damage by the Town Hall. I don't even think she can take that down. Don't tell me we're gonna get another 1-star.
What is up with this Tompanai Tristella team? I don't know what they're doing with their bases, but this should become a World Championship team. If it doesn't, I think we're sorely losing out. Now, Royal Champ coming in, trying to take on that Town Hall. Does have the Rage and the Freezes and the Royal Champ's ability. Trying to go one by one. Miners actually coming to the rescue against the Expo, which means Ano should be able to recover this. And there you have it. Able to ensure that this does go to the 2-star, but this still sets them back a huge amount, especially if Top and Tristella come in with another 3-star performance.
Yeah, that's going to be a low percentage as well. So not only does Top and Tristella have the 1 triple, but they're going to have percentage quite a bit because previous attack, 74. This one, trying to approach in towards the 80% here. And it's just, this is not Bazinger's war so far in this matchup here. And that's going to be a huge problem if they want to try to make a comeback, because that's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough go. Percentage is quite low as well, and that's what makes it even worse at this point. Archer's trying to pick up as much as they can, but on the storages, it's not enough. 85% better than where they started off with, but still not where they want to be. This is going to be one of those David and Goliath kind of wars, almost insurmountable. They've got to hope for some big defenses coming through at this point and get those 3 stars in.
Yeah, they really hope something goes their way, because at this point, it is not. The 1 star and then the low percentage 2 star. Well, I mean, it was in the 80s, but we're considering that low. Anything that's not in the 90s to higher 90s, it's going to be really difficult to win any war off of a percentage victory. You're going to have to, at that point, try to win off stars. But as they are down, if you think about it, we have 2 attacks from Bazinga, and they're at 3 total stars. We have 1 attack for Tampa Nitrostella, and they're at 3 stars. So that is huge. If we have another triple for Tampa Nitrostella, they're going to take just a double star count of 6-3, and that is going to be incredibly difficult to make a comeback from. But you're never out until the war is over. But at that point, you know that Bazinga is going to have to say, hey, did we have a risky plan? Because we will have to do it. We have to go all out for triples if they want a chance.
Yeah, I mean, this is making it really tough for them to try and turn around, but it's the base building. I mean, what I am massively impressed with by Tampa Nitrostella is the base building that's come through to hold back Badzinger. They're a well-known name. They fought through the World Championships, actually took down Strut in day 1, knocked them out of day 1, who were the reigning world champs. So this is incredible to see what Tampa Nitrostella is doing against a team like Badzinger, who has this reputation. Diego, though, in with the Lalo, Queen charging her way through to try and set the course and path, but we still need to get to that town hall. We've got the opening in the wall. The question is, do we course along the Queen, wrap her around, or do we send in the King to come in for this? There's nothing to really protect him, so it would need the power of this Queen to ultimately try and work through.
Yeah, that Queen's eventually now taking out this defendant King with ease under that Rage and Headhunter. But notice that wall break. Look at that. Gonna open up the compartment for this Eagle so that the Queen can step through here. But that Sweeper was annoying, but he doesn't have to worry about getting pushed back anymore, as these healers gonna keep that Queen alive. Eagle locked onto the King. So this Queen is nice and healthy as he continues to path through. But notice that Town Hall looks to be on the complete opposite side at this point, unless he decides to send that Lalo straight over it.
Yeah, he's going to have to send the Lalo over it. So he's lined it up, comes in, which means we're going to have an early Warden ability pop to keep those loons safely through. It's looking nice so far. Queen's still going strong on this one, which is going to help out with the back-end scatter shot. There's only 1 multi to worry about. We do have the single, of course, that the Queen needs to force her ability to try and get through, but we might see her die out if he does not drop that invisibility spell. But the Royal Champ's got this under control, working along with the King for that back-end. Oh, my goodness. We even have the Stone Slammer. This is absolutely dominated.
Look at this with another Rage and haste to use. The Road Champion cleared that scatter shot as she's making her way over towards the back and multi. Her ability has gone off, and the healers are trying to make their way over to her, but she is going to go down. Here comes that haste spell for the balloons, and the Stone Slammer finally just opens up with that final Rage spell, and a Dragon Rider coming out to secure this. The only big question now is time. Does he have enough to clear the rest of these buildings? 20 seconds left. They will eventually make their way over to that gold storage. And yes, it's going to be another 3-star for now Diego of Tampa Empire. Tampa Nitrostella taking it. And they are at a huge advantage. It's going to be 6-3 now in this war.
This is a dominating performance here from SG Tristella. Definitely one of those teams that we wanted to keep an eye on. And, you know, we were talking about some of the rankings. SG Tristella was a team that ranked 3rd, just under Strut. But Badzinger was right below them in number 4th position. So they had 29 wins, but 11 losses. They were still high up there, and they were placed just above MSE Sports, who we saw with a phenomenal performance. Like we said, that 99.9999999% overall average destruction. They were so close to pulling in that perfect war. So it's really crazy to see how these teams are faring actually against each other mixed up. But this does not end anything. There is the lower bracket, of course, but we still need to see that power coming through. I think the biggest thing for Badzinger right now is to get their heads in the game, knowing that they're going to have to fight through the lower bracket to try and get their way back in here, because once we get another winner, we know it's Tribe Gaming who's already moving on into the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Challenge season. We now know MS Esports is going to join them. We're waiting to find out, and it's looking like SG Tristella, Tomp, and I will join them. But then there's that one last spot for all these teams to have to battle it out. It is going to be a bloodbath, I think.
It is. They're going to be battling it out, especially in that lower bracket. So if you lose this match, you're not out of it just yet. You still have your chance lower bracket, which we have a lot more matches to come there. And MS Esports, they're completely done. They don't play anymore today, so they can sit back, relax, just like Tribe Gaming has done, as the Tribe earned that spot from being in first place, as they are sitting back watching these teams compete and take on each other to try to join. Here we go into the next attack we've got for Pull of Bedzinger, and he's coming in with the lightning spells to help take down the Inferno Tower there. And it's going to be the Zap Lalo with a handful more spells, including a skeleton spell.
So that skeleton spell can help with some distraction. We often see this used to give a little bit more power to the heroes when they're coming into a heavy damage item, or there are additional heroes in the way, just to give that power that's needed. The log launcher coming in to open up the core of the base. Typically when we come in with this approach, what we do see are Yetis coming out to take on these centralized Infernos once they break their way through. But we are splitting this up in opposite directions. We see that the Ice Golem is down for the Royal Champion in that scattershot compartment, so she can get even more value on her own as well.
Yeah, trying to get that value over there. I'm assuming there's going to be ground skeletons. Double ground skeleton pops in front of the scattershot as he's continuing this push in towards the core with archers, headhunters, and super minions coming out. But that Royal Champion does not look like she can clear the value over there, as she gets stopped in her tracks by the defending skeleton traps. What a brilliant way to use that. But watch out, this Hound's going to path over the scattershot circles, which means that it'll re-target and hit these balloons as they are pathing right on by. And this Hound's going to go and get taken out right next to this town hall now.
Yeah, and he only had one of them. He has 14 loons to try and get through. Queen's in the core of the base, but we need to get through the town hall, spare that warden ability to keep the loons nice and safe. He doesn't have a haste to actually sweep his way out, but needs to force his freeze down to hold off the Giga Inferno. And the Hound pops really early, can help out with some cleanup, but we wanted it coming across, cutting through that last final air defense at 9 o'clock. Can the Queen help out with her ability? Just need the loons to help carry on as well.
Yeah, that Eagle Artillery is getting locked down by the Queen, and down it goes. Man, I wonder if that was a little base building error there, not allowing, putting the wall a little bit more inside to stop that Queen from reaching over it and get that Eagle, because that was some fantastic value. But now the question is, can this Queen help clean up the rest of the space? Does have her ability. We got a headhunter off to the far left. We only got 40 seconds, though. I don't think we have enough time, because we have to get through 2 different layers of walls. So 1 additional now for this Queen to eventually make it over to the Wizard Tower.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate, because the Warden, the Electro Owl, the miners had it under control. Had the Queen been in that juncture where the Eagle was, knocked that open, she would have had access to everything. But he's got her ability. He can force this through, try and get her going, get those archers working along and get the power. 17 seconds should be enough time with that ability going. But the archers flee.
Come on.
Does it give it?
Come on.
9
come on.
seconds?
Queen. Go. He's got enough, right? 5 seconds.
Yes,
the Queen should be able to take out the
surely.
Wizard Tower. And it was low health too. And yes, finally, Bedzinger is coming away with the 3-star. Oh, wow. What a close attack that was. But they needed the triple, and they got it there.
Yeah, and it looks like we have our next attack actually already going through. So we've got to catch up on this. Tomp and Nitrocell is ready to go. They want to make their claim here, get going in action, and I guess put the nail in the coffin, because they've got such a big lead right now. It's really difficult for them to try and, I would say, throw this war at this point. That would be what they would have to do. But it's nice to see that first 3-star coming in for Bedzinger, because it was much needed for the team.
Yeah, Bedzinger finally getting that triple. And here we go with the next attack from Tomp and I, Tristella Hawk with that Queen charging into the Town Hall, taking it down. And we've got a poison. Wait, is that a poison spell being used by the enemy Queen there? The King does secure the scatter shot. He does have 1 more poison for the Hound, but no, the Queen goes down. Well, at least she did grab the Town Hall.
Yeah, so he's going to have to be careful about any ground troops. So the Royal Champ's already been expended, but it's those archers, and it is very low health, so he might as well leave it there for now and let the air do its job. Stone Slammer in a beautiful position because we do have the multis to worry about, but we need the force to come actually into it. We need those drag riders pushing them into the multi section as the loons work their way through.
Yeah, with that Stone Slammer just now opening up, we have 2 Inferno Towers straight in the core of the base, but the problem is, both these Dragon Riders finding each a sinking air mine. That could have not gone any worse there. But the Dragon Riders are teaming up and taking out the other Inferno. No way. Those Dragon Riders, how are they that strong?
And they actually absorbed the red air bombs as well. So the loons can come through. Can they get the single? The Wizard Tower and that X-Bow down. We've got the Warden still alive, but barely. And the Royal Champ. Oh, the defending Royal Champ, though, knocking everything out of the way. So this is the first defense to actually come through for Badzinger. They've been waiting for this, but percent is so high that, again, there's almost no way for recovery for them.
Unfortunate. We're going to have a defense here. Hawk did not get that, but that is what Badzinger needed. Dima's base is stepping up to the plate and stopping Hawk. They're going to have to hope that happens exactly like that for the rest of the attacks. They need them to keep failing and not getting 3 stars, but I mean, that 1 star is devastating because it also lowered the average destruction percentage. So they're going to have to win this one off of just stars alone. But they're so far back that we have a 2-star lead with the same amount of attacks being used in this matchup. And it's going to come down to what Badzinger can plan and hopefully defend, because Dima's base was the first one to stop Tampa Nitrostella.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's proud to have that. I mean, this is something that actually has to give them a little bit more hope, even if they wind up in that lower bracket, which at this point we're kind of assuming, but this is where you need the motivation to come in. They picked up the 3-star. They're getting the defenses so they can turn it around. Maybe it was shaking off the nerves of the competition, especially not knowing what to expect from this SG Tristella Tompanai team. So now that they're getting into the groove of it, they've accepted it, and it seems like they're getting a little bit more comfortable and confident with what they're doing. But the question is, what are we going to see next from them? Can they pull in those 3 stars? And, you know, will maybe someone have forgotten about the match today or be asleep? I mean, you know, sometimes we've heard players fall asleep. You know.
I'm sure they won't here, as they know the significance of everything on the line, right? Because you gotta win this, and then you gotta get to the challenge phase. Then you gotta win that, and then eventually make it to the finals phase in the bracket, where then you win that, then you take on the winner of North America, and then you finally can get that golden ticket. Like, there is so many different stages that you have to get through, so you have to stay focused, and you have to show up for every single one of the matches part of the team. And we've got Dima, who just held on defense and now coming to try to provide the offense. And look at that, he's got 2 super barbarians to use to help set a bit of a funnel.
Love it. We don't always get to see it a lot, but it does provide a nice, quick, easy funnel to get your queen on course. So queen is going to charge her way through. That queen, low health, but gets the rage on those healers just in time, so she doesn't force through that ability. And why don't we want to force through that ability? Because that queen needs to go the distance, get inside the core of the base, get deeper where we have all the heavy hitting items. But I do notice that we have a blimp, so I'm curious to see if this is going to come into play for the for the town hall.
Yeah, with that queen charging to the scatter, we got the king taking on the enemy king, and the king wins. Now he goes through the eagle finds a bomb, a giant. Wait, is that a triple giant bomb compartment right there, which he is able to survive and make his way through?
It looks like it. Now the queen's hung up, but we see the blimp actually come in, the Yeti blimp, to clear out the 3 o'clock compartment, and we still have 2 super wall breaks left. There is no way is he going to charge that queen up to the town hall. Surely he's just going to force her towards the core, get her deeper inside, because I mean, I can't imagine. No way. No way. Carbon, do you think he's really going to charge his queen through and then Lalo from the scatter shot?
I think at this point, anything is possible with what they can do. There's the next super wall break. Keep our eye on it. Does it open up all the way to the core and pass? Yes, it does.
But the queen's going for a walk. Does he have an invisibility spell to drop? Wait, she's coming back in.
Coming back.
But the Lalo's surrounding.
He had to freeze up the single target Inferno as it locked down to the Queen. But the healers are getting hit by the multi and doing quite a bit of damage. And another freeze is being used onto the Town Hall. Haste, ward ability, and he clips and grabs the Lava Hound with the Ward of Eternal Tome. So that was perfectly timed.
Ooh, Royal Champ in that invisibility spell, using her ability coming through. Queen's a bit landlocked here, so it's up to the Loons to take care of the cleanup on the back end, but she's got her ability, so she can force her way through some of the walls, just beating on the wrong one for cleanup. We still got one Super Vibe to help with the outside edge of the base as the Loons are distracting the defenses, so that guy is going to do some work for this with 42 seconds left to go. Dima coming in for Badzinger with another triple, just building up that hype and momentum as they get ready for their second match of the day. This, of course, is their fourth attack of the match, so they've got one more to go, and it's really, unless we were to see some incredible, massive defense coming in against Tampa Nitrostella, I think we still have to assume that Tampa is going to get the win.
Yeah, we have another triple coming from Dima. So he held the defense and brought the 3-star. So great job. Almost the MVP on the Bazinger side of the match. But Tampa Nitrostella have more attacks to come in. And we're seeing right here, that's 4 attacks for Bazinger. And they do have that 1-star. It's like 1, 2, and 3. Look at that from the match so far. But wow, incredible that we're seeing kind of starting to get a little bit close, but Tampa Nitrostella could really put this one in if they come away with a triple. And we're going to see Exorcist with the dragons. Yes, kind of mainly dragons with the 2 dragon riders. So it's kind of the drag bat to use in the. I haven't seen really all too much lately.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a few of them here, and I've seen a couple of like the Hydra bat attacks coming in. What we have to keep an eye on is what remains on the splash on the back end of the base. But Kira's actually doing some great work coming along towards that Town Hall. We've got the King on the outside edge forcing the Queen in, but he's got to be mindful of the single targeting Inferno that is surrounding. Ice Golem doesn't quite make its way there, but does help with the surrounding. Drops the invisibility spell to keep that Queen alive so he can get her through and save that ability.
Yes.
She is full health to take this on. This is looking nice, Carbon.
This Queen is somehow making it all the way to this Town Hall with some Dragon Riders. Now pathing in towards the topside Scattershot and that defending Royal Champion, which will be going down to the Dragon eventually. But the Queen, come on, pops ability, locks out of the Town Hall, spins in the Tornado Trap, but Town Hall goes down.
Yeah, Town Hall down is exactly what he needed from the Queen. The bats are going to be here for cleanup on the back end. We have the Royal Champ who's not yet dropped on the board. The one thing that we want to do is keep those bats as far away from the dragons and drag riders typically as possible so they don't cross paths and pick up any potential traps along the way. Drops it in for the Eagle. The pathing is leading into the center for the Hydra portion of this. We do have the Royal Champ that can actually distract some of the splash damage like the Wizard Tower coming in and the Scatter Shot, which spares the freezes to help hold this off. Drops him, launches that Seeking Shield, gets a couple of shots, but the bats are still going to suffer nonetheless through this Wizard Tower.
Yes.
But you know what? Wow.
Those bats just clutched up so much stuff of this base on the left side and just flew around and made it look so easy. As the dragons flew in, and he just took advantage of what the base gave him, as the base didn't have really much splash damage to the left. He was like, hey, you know, if I sent dragons down the top side, I could take down the splash and just have bats clear the rest. And it worked perfectly.
Yeah, holy bats, Batman.
Yes.
That was beautiful coming in from Stana, keeping those 3 stars coming through. They're definitely doing an amazing job so far. This is a stunning team combination that we're getting to see here through the Snapdragon Pro series. And if you want to add your comments and your thoughts, make sure to get onto Twitter and do hashtag Snapdragon Pro series. Let us know your thoughts about these matches. Yeah. Which was your most favorite attack to watch? What's been the most exciting part so far? And who you expect to see coming in with the win? We obviously know 2 of our teams. Potentially 3 of our teams, I guess we can say right now. But for that final spot, as we still have to battle on, curious to know your thoughts. So get it in on Twitter and let us know.
And if we come in with a 3-star for Bazinger, that just means that Tampa Nitrostella will have to get a 2-star, and they win. They will join the likes of Tribe Gaming and MS Esports into the challenge phase, and that would push Bazinga to the lower bracket and have to face off. And only one team from the lower bracket can advance to join those 3 other teams, but we still have just a few attacks to come in, so we have to wait. We're going to see these final hits here, but a 2-star from Tempenite Stella, they would lock it up. But man, it's been unfortunate from that very first attack that started off with that 1-star. But here we go with Hugo coming in now on the attack. This is the 5th one, as the Blizzard is going to try to grab this value with the invisibility, the Rage, wanting to grab the Scatter, the Royal Champion, the Grand Warden Altar. Let's hope these Super Wizards take that pathing and grab this value. Oh, where are they going?
They are making it. They've got it. They got the Grand
What?
Warden down, but the multi still stands here. They got the Scatter Shot down and do get the CC lure, at least some of it, with the Super Minions.
Yeah, well, these Super Minions now can get poisoned. He's got a Baby Dragon, so that'll be able to help take it down. Decides to use the Queen now. Super Minions will get a shot or 2 off. It doesn't matter because the Queen can get healed back up by the Unicorn at this point. As the Baby Dragon's going to be going down to the Archer Tower. We got the Ice Golem down, and it looks like he wants to path his Queen and his heroes towards the Town Hall, towards the bottom side.
Yeah, so that Baby Dragon trying to help, and is it enough with that storage there? Queen's got enough meat to grab onto, but drops the Archer just to ensure and also save some time in the end. Start that off from the beginning, less to worry about. But the Ice Golem helping to freeze, keep that Queen moving along, and we've got the 1 Super Wall Breaker to give that Queen access all the way down and around to the Town Hall. The one thing for this Lalo that we still do have to worry about is that multi-targeting Inferno and the potential traps along the way.
Yeah, and as this Queen's going to path her way in, can she make it to the Town Hall? We got the King to help protect, but he's not waiting. He's starting to Lalo now straight in towards the Eagle Artillery, as the Royal Champion is going to be responsible for grabbing the multi-target Inferno. And there's the invisibility on the Queen as she was getting hit. The Lassie's going down, but the Lalo is coming down over the Eagle and to the right side as well with the Warden. Pop's ability to protect it all, but get ready. The King's ability goes off, needs to take out this Town Hall. The Queen's ability at the Town Hall is secured.
Oh, and so is that multi with the Royal Champ cutting her way through, but they still have to worry about the single and the sweeper inside the base. Again, so centralized zones, the damage zones that we talk about that could potentially have the traps, need something to carry it through. Loons aren't affected by the single, but it's the traps surrounding that could pose a threat. He's got a lot of them though, so it should be, with the split, more than enough to carry it through with a 3-star. Hugo, ooh, look at those traps galore coming in, but they still managed to take down that final defense and clear out the structure. And I might add, with a little swag to boot.
Just a little bit, you know?
Just 2 freezes there.
Yeah.
That's all.
Just 2 freezes the swag here to grab these storages and add another 3-star to the board, but that's only going to put them to the 12 stars. So that means a 2-star for Tempenite Stella, and they will win this war. So if we didn't have that 1-star from the very beginning of the match, then they would be at 13. Then things would start to really get interesting because they would either have the 3-star or get a higher percent too to raise the percentage to win it. So all we know now is a 50% 2-star and Tempenite Stella advance. I'm sure that if they had a little risky of a plan, they would switch it up to go to something that's a lot safer, like blimping the Town Hall and then sending dragons in for percentage. But unless you just have a plan to have your Queen charge to the Town Hall, you should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, you got to play the safe 2-star at this point. You know, there's just no 2 ways about it. And I know they had that almost near 1-star that was recovered, so we'll have to wait and see what happens with it. So we're waiting patiently for the attack to come in and also to get Carbon Finn back in our spaceship. We've lost Carbon. We have lost Carbon. We've lost Carbon Finn. He's floating out in space somewhere. He will eventually return. But in the meantime, we've got our first attack. Our final attack coming in from Tempenite Tristella, and that is from Almualin. Strong attacker of the Tempenite team, and going in with the Queen Charge Lalo. Let's see what he has in store for us. We've got this easy access open Town Hall on the outside edge, but we've got the Flame Flinger to help kick this off. I think this is the first Flame Flinger we're actually seeing today, Carbon.
Yeah, that Flame Flinger can hopefully try to get the value, but that is very surprising that the Flame Flinger was this is the first time, right? I would expect that it would be used a lot more, but that's not the case here, as they've been using log launchers. We've been even seeing a wall wrecker being used before a flame flinger. That is just, I'm just scratching my head on that one there.
I wonder if it's because, as we saw earlier today, the baits that might be in store, MSE Sports was projecting Strut to have a flame flinger in one of their attacks, which they did not, but that could be a possibility here. So we've got the charge straight through, leaving the town hall open to the back end of the base. Wouldn't be the first time we see the Lalo coming straight in for that town hall, but we don't have a lot of loons to actually get the job done. 20 loons, and we still need to use some Coco loons to keep this queen moving along. King and Royal Champ on the outside to ensure that the queen keeps her path.
Yeah, as this queen's going to charge her way into the double Inferno Towers. We have the Flame Flinger still going, but it looks like it's going to be open up. It's taking its time, but the king is now towards the top side, and the super wall break does open. Look at this. The queen can reach both of these Inferno Towers straight into the core, and we have the balloon from the top side as the king's ability goes off to clear that area. Well, this queen is looking really good to grab 2 Infernos and continue her charge.
And I like the Yetis coming out of that flame flinger to come in for the scatter shot. King's already cleared it out, moving along that 3 o'clock side of the base. This cleanup is looking nice. It's all about the Lalo getting into that town hall position, working it along, clipping that warden ability to help out the queen. But she's in a good spot with her ability intact, which is going to help out towards the back end of this space.
Yeah, as he's freezing up this town hall here, as these balloons with the rage over, the warden can pop his ability, and yes, the ability goes off, and we have the town hall going down. Look at all these balloons just spinning around. Red air bombs, but the town hall poison could be a problem.
He's able to maybe just get out in time. Oh, yes.
Oh.
And look at all those loons coming in. Queen's landlocked, so the loons are all about the cleanup. Al-Mualin coming in with that final 3-star, throwing down a 14 to 12-star war. And they are the next to advance on into the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Challenge season, joining the likes of MSE Sports and Tribe Gaming. But for Bad Zinger, this does mean that they will have to face off in the lower bracket, and that is where we will be going to next to find out our final winner in the mix-up.
Congratulations to Tampa and Nitrostella, as they are the victorious, and they put up 14 stars, and we saw 14 stars in the very first matchup, and that's what you need in order to be able to be advancing at this stage of the competition. They did just that. So it seems like if you want to defeat some of these teams, you have to put up perfect wars.
Absolutely. These perfect wars need to come in, or 14-star wars, or 14.9999999 star wars in order to get the wins coming through. It's anyone's matchup, but not many people seem to be able to get quite that close, at least. We'll see. But we will be going to a short break. We'll see you back for the lower bracket.
By Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Want to sign up for the next Snapdragon Pro Series Clash of Clans ladder? Here's how. Go to snapdragonproseries.com. Scroll down to Our Games. Remember to click on the Europe and MENA region and click on Clash of Clans. Next, scroll down to Ladders and click on the Sign Up button for Clash of Clans Season 1 Ladder 2. Once on the tournament page, read through the requirements for participating in the tournament. Make sure that your Town Hall level is exactly 14 and that your clan war log is set to public. Also, make sure that you and your participating clanmates fulfill the age and residency requirements for the tournament. Next, register for an ESL Play account and tag your Clash of Clans player tag game ID if you haven't done so. Create a team, with the team name being your clan name, and add your clanmates. You can invite your teammates using two ways: by sending the invite link on the Team Admin Center, by clicking on Invite New Member and inputting the email address tagged to their ESL Play account. With at least 5 members in the team, you are ready to sign up for the ladder. Click on Select Team on the right side of the tournament page, then choose a team and select the team you created. And you're done! Please remember to read through the schedules and rules to know when to play your matches, as well as what and what not to do. And with that, welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, the era of everyone.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fire through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional work and devotion. We put in this time, look. You won't stop.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is the Mobile Open Finals, and we have finally found out 3 of the 4 teams that will be advancing on into the challenge season. But we still have 1 more to go, which means we go into the lower bracket. So why don't we take a quick look at that bracket and see what we have in store.
Yes, this bracket is turning out to be an absolutely power. It's going to be incredible to see with now MSC Sports and Tampa Nitrostella advancing to the next phase. They're going to join Tribe Gaming as they were the first place in the ladder. And now we have the lower bracket. And only one of these teams, one of these 6 teams, will be able to then join the 3 that are already there. And look at that. Time to Play, Repotted Game, Activity, Affiliate Esports, and Strut. Man, it's going to be incredible. And it's going to be a battle down in the lower bracket.
It really is. Excited to see some of these lower bracket matches from the quarterfinals that get to play out first. But before we do that, we had an incredible match that we saw coming in from SG Tristella Tompanai, which is that new team. And we have Danny on the line to talk to us a little bit more about that. Now, Danny, congratulations to you guys. For Badzinger. You guys have to fight your way through into that lower bracket. What does this mean for you fighting against a team from SG Tristella? And were you expecting the kind of defenses that they brought into the mix?
No, I really didn't expect us to defend that well, but like in the end, everything worked out nicely. So we got the win. That's all that matters. So we are happy.
And when you're in this daily competition and when you're thinking about planning, is there like certain attacks that you have a go-to? I know you don't want to give your attack strategies away, but playing on a base, you don't have too much time. How do you take that into account if it's so much pressure? And is there a certain attack strategy that you have a go-to, or is there like any attack strategy out of the table that you talk with your team in this kind of format?
I see. Well, I think everyone is kind of versatile enough to be able to do any attack. So I think like mainly we are turning against like queen charges because I think that's the strongest in the game right now. And yeah, basically we also focus on Sui Lalo attacks. And yeah, that would be our strongest point, I guess.
Yeah, and I'm seeing in chat, and I've got to ask this because they're looking at those legs there. They want to know what is leg day for you? How often are you doing leg day? That's the big question in chat.
I do leg day very often, every day. Every day is a leg day.
Every day, I'm sure. Try to carry and help your team to victory. It's incredible in the performance that you guys do, and congratulations, be able to get that end to advance on.
Thank
you. Is there any final words that you have to say for the remaining teams that are in it, or even the opponents that you'll be facing coming up to the next stage?
I wish everyone good luck, and I want to give a shout out to my friend Almu. La vida... Oh, sorry. Johnny, la gente está muy loca.
Well, we want to thank you so much for joining us today, and good luck moving forward, and we'll catch you guys soon. So we're getting ready to head into our next matchup. Carbon, have a good one, Danny. I think I've got to work more on those leg days as well. Maybe it makes you a little bit stronger. You never know. But Carbon, we've got these incredible matchups coming. We're looking at the lower bracket where we have this first matchup already coming in with Time to Plague. This is kind of a mashup of some players from previous teams with really strong. We've got Demo, iPro, ND, Elliot, and Neza all working together in this. So they've been doing a lot of great work through the tournament. And for Time to Plague, just to give you a little bit of a standing where they were ranked number 6, 30 wins and 12 losses.
Oh, that is going to be awesome to see. And like you mentioned, how these teams, or these players, I should say, have been part of different teams in the past and all coming together at this stage. And it's incredible to see that they've made it to this stage of the competition and that they're taking on. But their opponent is an all-German team, and that's going to be Repotted Gaming with General X, Mech, Timtastic, Largo, and Giannis. And Repotted might be one of those teams that I would say could definitely go all the way. Yeah, they did lose in their first matchup, and they're in this lower bracket, but they are a team that can take down anyone at any time. So I know every single team that takes them on is scared because it's such a strong team. They could put up perfect wars just like that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Repotted Gaming. They were one of the youngest teams coming into the mix last year, and they made it to Worlds. They were doing some phenomenal work. A very, very strong team indeed. And they're one that you should not underestimate. The fact that they're in the lower bracket does not speak to where they stand. But equally, the same goes for Time to Plague. I think this is going to be a nicely paired up war, but I'm curious to see what is going to come in defensively. I think RPG, Repotted Gaming, tends to have really strong defenses, so we shall see. And again, we want to give a quick shout out again to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, our sponsor here. For the Snapdragon Pro Series that we get to see all this incredible action coming in from. And because we're looking for our 4 teams does not mean it's over. We're going to see more coming through. We've got another ladder phase starting off in just a couple of days, and you can find your team's way in and out to try and make your way and get into one of those final 8 teams for the European MENA area of this, and also for North America. But we should be getting ready to get into the action. My question to you, Carbon, is maybe not prediction, but what do you think we're going to see star-wise from these 2 teams?
I think it's going to be probably a 14-13 war, right? And we've been seeing the 14-star performances have been winning it, but I think that's what it's going to be. I think one team will get the 14 to keep up that streak, and the other one will just fall a little bit short for a 13. It could easily be a 15 to 14, but usually when it comes down to trying to get that perfect war, all the pressure really comes down to that last attacker. And I've seen many times where it's been perfect through the 4 attacks and then falls short on that very last attack. And it's just unfortunate that they don't get it. But still, I think this is going to be a fantastic war. I think this one will be coming down to the final attack. But if you guys were curious, we have all day long, we're going to have stuff. We have the earlier now which is the Europe and MENA, and then later we're going to have North America. That's going to be a whole different. We won't be covering it on this stream, but that's going to be going later. You guys will be able to continue to watch and see more of all of those North America teams play at it, because at the end of the day, once they play through all the different competitions over the next month or so, then they will come together and they will take on each other. North America first, the Europe and MENA division, and then the golden ticket will be given away to that winner. So it's going to be an absolutely just a juggernaut of just these matches. Can't wait to see what's going to happen, especially in this next one, which I think 14-13 sounds pretty good. What about you? What do you think?
I think 14-13 sounds pretty reasonable. We've seen RPG hitting around those marks. For which team we would see it for, that I think is difficult to guess, like who would be hitting it, but I think that's a reasonable estimation for it. You know, and you mentioned these teams coming together. I think that's the exciting part about the Snapdragon Pro Series, is that we have so many different phases to it, but ultimately it's going to be the regional players, the regional winners that have to battle it out for that golden ticket. So we not only have the $60,000 in prize pool for each of those regions, but we're going to get to see them facing off against each other for that final chance. So this is yet another one of the ways to get into the World Championships. And you mentioned it. This is going to go on for the next couple of months. So we'll be going through into July. So there is plenty of opportunity to get your teams into it. And if you want to tell us what you think of the war so far, make sure to get over onto Twitter and type in your thoughts and add in hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series, so we can maybe read one of your comments or questions even on air.
Yeah, we would love to be able to do that, because I know all of you guys that are watching in the chat have tons of things to say. So you got to get over and send those tweets so we can go ahead and read them and react to them, right? So be sure to do that. We would love to be able to do that here on the stream, as we are getting ready for the very first attack of Repotted. Largo 99 coming in with that Queen Charge, and it's like, I was going to say a mini Lalo, but no, he's got a handful of Dragon Riders. So it's the Queen Charge Dragon Riders, finds a Tornado Trap, but the angle that he sent it, he should be fine for these sneaky goblins to take that Town Hall down.
Should be okay for that, for sure. And there we go. Goes down nice, neat, and easy. And Queen can take on the Hound. very simply and actually work her way. What I love about this space is look at that open pathing next to the archer tower. Queen's going to force her way along. We've got the pathing moving in. Just need to set the king on course to force her way into that compartment by taking on the multi-section. Or actually, you can take on the scatter shot and use that royal champ to force in. So we'll see which way he goes. But all of this to get the value inside this base, which is absolutely stunning, and we're seeing more and more of in these open type layouts.
And there was a spring trap on the outside, sprung the ice golem, so that means that king can't get as much value as you hope for. Moving in towards the scatter shot, including a Tesla farm that's really going to stall this king up here with the eagle artillery shots. There's a freeze. Will this king be able to secure that enemy queen, because the World Champion is not getting that multi, which is supposed to protect these healers?
Yeah, this is going to hurt a little bit. We do have an invisibility spell and might need to drop it for the healers if the Royal Champ doesn't come in. She's forced her ability, drops it for her, but she's going away for the Battle Builder Hut. So waste that invisibility, and the healers get tarnished. So drops a freeze to give the Royal Champion the opportunity. But is it enough? She's hanging on low health. 1, 2 more shots, and she gets it done. And the queen takes out the core.
And now the queen is under rage, no more ability, but these headhunters are going to move off to the enemy Royal Champion. The Dragon Riders pulling some seeking air mines. They're going down to the air defense in the far left. And this queen, there's way too much, and it looks like these Dragon Riders are going to fall short. He didn't freeze up that eagle there, which unfortunately is going to get off another round of artillery shots. The Warden does grab it, but this queen has a lot more to get through, including that scatter shot to the back, and the Warden's trying to grab the Dark Elixir drill. He grabs it, now working on the Wizard Tower, but just won't get past the Archer Tower here.
Absolutely not, you know, and it was nice to have the split, but even timing wouldn't be enough to get this done. With no queen ability, you can see how powerful that scatter shot is, trying to take her down, even just working through those healers. But she is going to pick up a little bit more value. It's not going to be, actually, maybe he can get it close to that 90. No, I was going to say 90%, but too much damage coming in, unfortunately. And for Potted Gaming, that gives a nice lead to time to play. Having the 2-star advantage coming into this as the opponent, as a team, the second team to come in, does actually take a little bit of pressure off your shoulders, especially if it's not within that 90% range.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is can your teammates step up for where you fell short? That's what we need to see. But hey, 2-star is good. 1-star's not good at all, which we saw in the previous war where Betzinger got the 1-star to start off that whole war there. But we've got a 2-star. Tried to get a little bit more percentage, but it was just fell short. It really ran out of steam with those Dragon Riders as they pulled a bunch of traps, and the queen wasn't able to finish off the back end. But now we have demo of time to play coming in with that Warden Walk, and decided to bring in some super bowlers in the mix as the Town Hall is all the way in the core. And, you know, these bases, if something goes wrong, the Town Hall doesn't go down.
That's true. So you have to have some sort of backup plan for it, you know, worrying about it. But the biggest thing when you're coming in through these bases is that poison bomb that you have to worry about, trying to get past, get through with the super bowlers. We are seeing more and more of these ring style bases with players using super bowlers to go about it. But you need this Warden in an area to actually clear off the pathing. And you need to do this within like 2 minutes. Like, you have to be at the 2-minute mark, otherwise you're wasting some time here.
Yeah, you'll be wasting quite a bit of time as he's investing about 50 seconds so far in this raid as the queen lures the Warden back over. And that's the brilliant thing about using a Warden Rock, right? If you do a queen and she walks the wrong way, you can't bring her back. She goes and has a mind of her own. But the Warden will then reroute and come back to help wherever the large amount of troops are. So coming over to now support these super bowlers, supporting the queen, pathing the way straight in, trying to get to the Town Hall as the jump spell is being utilized. And this king is going to come on the left to try to force that funnel, but he hasn't dealt with this Clan Castle and already now invests that Warden Eternal Tome to protect him as they're going into the middle.
Yeah, we would have wanted that coming deeper inside the base, past the Town Hall Poison Bomb, especially with the healers having to contend with both of those multi-targeting Infernos. King split up just a little bit too far to get it, but the bowlers will actually circumvent, and the queen... is she going to go through the poison bomb and lose out? He doesn't have a rage to rage up those healers, but if she can stay as long as she can to go for that multi, she could potentially work her way through. It's just sometimes that ability is not quite enough to carry it along, and this time it is not. But we've got the Royal Champion. We've got some Super Bowlers still alive. It's just defending our seed now that we are worrying about, and the single.
Single goes down with the final shot of the Royal Champion. And the Queen is still up, stayed alive with these healers, luckily transferred off to her. The one Super Bowler off to the right side looks to be going down to the cannon, but we got an opening in the wall, so the Queen can step through here, walk to the left, and walk out of this base. But, you know, the Queen, she's probably going to want to go through a wall and not take the opening to the left side of here. Let's see. Only a few more buildings, but we still have a Valkyrie to help assist, and we've got it. Demo coming in for a 3-star, and there it is. Indeed, the Queen is going for the wall, but it is a 3-star. Very nice job from Demo, taking down that ring base with the Super Bowlers.
I think it's the phrase goes, it ain't over till the fat lady sings, but it ain't over till that archer sings. And you can hear her helping out in the end, picking up that 3-star. Beautiful recovery from Demo there. Great way to kick off the war, especially with the 2-star advantage. So this puts him in a really nice position. But let's take a quick look at the board. That 83% is what you worry about the most. If you're not hitting in the 90%, you know you're at a disadvantage. So for RPG, they're going to have to rely on their defenses, which we've seen in the past coming in strong.
Yeah, the defense is going to be the storyline here. Can they stand, or will the bases get taken down? Because in the current meta, it's all about offense, where offense really is coming in getting 14-star wars, 15-star wars, the perfect wars. But recent, I've seen over the last, this weekend, has been some 10-star wars from some teams that haven't been able to produce. So the question is, can we see now if Repotted can bring it back? But that's the question, is they fell short in the first attack. It's time to now get a triple in your net in order to have a chance and stay in it.
Definitely is. And, you know, we were talking about the ladder stats for Time to Plague earlier, but for Repotted Gaming in comparison, they were ninth. They were in ninth position, so they just snuck in there with a 21 win, 10 loss. So they won. They lost half of those matches that they actually won. But we've got General X coming in. He's known for his E-Drag attacks, but coming in this time with the Hydra and coming in strong with this Blizz.
Yeah, that Blizzard grabbing the Town Hall and plenty of buildings around it, and that's what you want. You want to be able to get the value with your Blizzard, which includes the Town Hall and everything else. And the Tornado Trap must have been on the other side by that single target Inferno, so he was able to get the Town Hall. Because if there's a Tornado Trap, usually what happens is it spins those Super Wizards around straight into that Town Hall, and then they don't have a chance. But we have the Dragon Riders coming in straight towards the Scatter Shot. Get ready for a Warden and Eternal Tome to protect them with the Rage. And we're waiting. Yes, look at that Warden ability. Protect the Dragon through a Seeking Air Mine, which will be huge to keep it alive through the back end.
Absolutely. Also keeps those loons sailing through, typically ahead to also pick up any potential traps and take down those defenses, giving those drags and drag riders more ability and health to get through the core of the base, which is the ultimate point of it. We've got the King and Queen from the flanking side. King just about to go down, but he's got his ability, so we'll get a little regenerative boost. It's a Queen that will no longer stand, cuts through that core, and we still have the Royal Champion to come into the mix.
He accidentally dropped the freeze off to the right side, but he still has another 2 freezes and an invisibility with plenty of dragons alive. Royal Champion's going to make her way through, and this is going to be swagged. He doesn't need it. Royal Champion ability still to use to skip across. Beautiful hit here from General X.
Absolutely stunning. Royal Champ holding on to that ability here. Full health just about. Now, if he's worried about time, which sometimes you should be, I would definitely make sure you're using everything that you have. We have actually seen wars come very close to being tied up, not just on perfect wars, but actually on percentage. So that is something to keep in consideration. It never hurts to use those items that you have left over rather than swagging them. But a nice clean run. See if it's going to be enough to put them back on the board against Time to Plague. But for Time to Plague, they do have that advantage. So it does put them in a nice spot. And I feel like it always boosts the team's morale to start off that way.
Yeah, it really does. And we're going to have to see if Time to Plague can at least get an 84, right? If they get a triple, that's fantastic. But if they fail, it must be above the 83, and they will have the lead. They'll have the percentage advantage, and that's what is important here when it's coming down to the wire Because we've seen many wars that are tied. If it's 14-14, 13-13, whatever it may be, and it comes down to percentage. And sometimes it may come down to average attack duration. That is the final tiebreaker if it's tied after everything. And those are just nail biters. You really never know until like the producers they're watching in the stats, and that's the only way to figure out. It's not like you can see right off the screen of what that may be. So it's always going to come down to the end. That's what we love to see, usually with these teams at this type of the competition.
Yeah, so we are in a nice spot to keep this nice and close. The question is, where are we going to be star count wise? You predicted 14-13. I know there's some viewers out there that would rather see the lower scoring wars, 12-13. That's what they're waiting for. But, you know, these EU teams definitely dominate for EU MENA. You know, we see some of like the greatest Lalo attackers around for sure.
Really? Yeah.
But we've seen also some interesting attacks coming in as well. But again, it was Top and Nitrostella that I think I was most interested to see coming into the mix with that lineup. And they had a phenomenal performance. But let's see. We're back in it. Neza's kicking off for Time to Plague here with more Super Bowler action with these ring-style bases. This is what they seem to think is going to be the key to the meta.
Yeah, with Warden starting off to grab that funnel, we're seeing another Super Bowler attack. Time to Plague. We saw Demo come in with it, and it worked. But now can Neza come in with the same attack here of the Super Bowlers, trying to get the value straight in towards the Town Hall. But the biggest thing that always scares me is look at all of that open space around the Town Hall. I just think that every single space in there is just filled with giant bombs, small bombs, tornado traps, and it's just going to be a nightmare to step through.
It is a risky approach, but this time we've got the Flameflinger coming in to actually help set off the funnel, take out a huge chunk of the base, and help force through the core. Now, this Warden taking his time coming through. When we talk about the Smash style attacks, the Super Bowler Smash is probably the fastest of them to come through as compared to obviously Super Witches or the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash. They do work a lot faster and they tend to have longer life and health. So there is a lot more forgiveness in the style attack, which is why we do see it a lot more. But coming through nicely, again, we want to hang on to that Warden ability, clipping through into the core, keeping those healers safe, keeping everything through the Poison Bomb. The Flameflinger is doing a good job funneling this up.
Yeah, as the path pushes straight to the Town Hall, there's the one ability. Look at it. All the traps are right in the middle, but we got a triple Ice Golem. That's going to slow him down tremendously in the core.
Oh, that is some good thinking on the defensive side. And it's almost holding them, I think, in that Poison Bomb. Queen looks like she's just out of range. She's got the rage down to try and keep those healers, keeping her alive and strong. Hold on, Warden's still hanging in. Queen's still in there with her ability, which is going to help out. Flameflinger is yet to actually open up. And the Queen surrounding the outskirts. We still have that Royal Champion who's now coming in fresh and clean with the invisibility. Carbon, this is looking solid to me.
Yeah, with that Queen continuing her path through, we're getting towards the backside with that multi-target in front. But look at that, the Flameflinger is actually still up. It hasn't even opened on the far right side.
The question is, what are we going to have come out? Do we have Yetis? Do we have Valks? Do we have Hogs? What do we have to come in for the assist? Yetis typically we see, but it's a slew of the Valks for the fast cleanup with 32 seconds left to go. Not a bad shout out. Launches that Royal Champ seeking shield to ensure that he gets this done in time. Again, maybe if it comes down to a time factor, you never want to risk it, but we've got some swag with the poison and of course with that invisibility spell. Those two items not needed to actually carry it through and wouldn't make a difference necessarily in the time factor, though you could have used the poison to help out with those ice golems in the CC.
Yeah, I could have, but hey, it worked. We got it, and that's the strength of the Super Bowlers. A perfectly timed Warden ability to protect it through the core, to path their way through. Great job there, and we're seeing the scores. Look at that. Just the one fail from Repotted is the difference maker with that 83%. So that is on the lower percentage side. So that could be a huge problem going in towards the final portion of the war.
Yeah, that's asking to see an 82% defense to come through for them to try and take the lead, or to have two defenses potentially come through. That's the taller order to ask. Well, I think either way, those are both tall orders to ask for from the caliber of players that we have on all fronts. I mean, all of these teams that have made it through into the top 9, including Tribe, who we don't get to see today because they had that easy pass, have definitely shown why they belong here, offensively and defensively. We've seen some great recoveries and we've seen some creative attacks, but most importantly, we've seen triples just rolling through, and that's what we want to see more action of. Let's see what Repotted Gaming can do. We have Mahoka in with the hybrid. We haven't seen a lot of it. We've seen a little bit of the hybrid coming through. So let's see if he's able to overcome this base with this choice of option. The Queen obviously going for that Town Hall because we typically, unless we're risky like Hugo, I think I've seen Hugo do this, we typically do not want to go through the Town Hall with our hybrid.
Yeah, you don't want to. That you will take on so much damage, and that Town Hall poison is devastating. But he's looking to charge this Queen straight into the Town Hall. Poison is used on these super minis to help take him down. The Queen is taking a little awkward path here, but she's on the corner wall, which means that she should step into the Town Hall next after clearing these outside buildings. But remember, you want to use the King and Siege Barracks kind of on the opposite side where the Queen is, so you can send your hybrid right in between the Queen and the other funneling troops of the King and Siege Barracks.
Yeah, Queen doing a perfect job here. We've got the Hog coming in to try and lure. We want to lure more of that CC coming out, so the Queen's not taking on too much as she works her way through. Also need to be mindful of that poison bomb, like the Loons coming in, taking on the Archer Tower here. Ooh, Rocket Loons come out fast, and he frees it perfectly. Oh, keeping that Queen alive.
Yeah, that was close, but he's dropping the hybrid even before the King. Finally, there's the King and Siege Barracks, but surprisingly that he dropped them a little bit later. Typically, you get that King down a little bit earlier so that the funnel is set, but the heal is down, but Rockaloon never ended up going down, so that's going to cause a little bit of problems to these miners here.
That really is. He needs the Royal Champ in to try and knock it out and stay behind it, but this Royal Champ, where is she? I'm looking for her on the board. Looks like she's on the outskirts alongside with the King, so she's not going to take it down. Needs to keep everything focused and moving along. We still have one heal left to go for the back end, so it's up to it's up to the Queen to try and keep going strong, but she dies out, and this heal not in the position we wanted to see it.
No, unfortunately, we do have a heal left in the core of this base by the Inferno Towers. That Raw Champion's going to get locked down by the multi, but she can stay alive through here. Finally, that Rockaloon's no longer in sight, so that's not going to deal any more damage. But the Scattershot, Multi, and Back-End Expo are going to be way too much. Royal Champ has her ability, but Ground Skeletons are even popping. And down the troops go.
This is not what Repotted Gaming needed. They needed to get the 3-star and try and hold on a defense. Time to Plague, definitely flexing their base ability skills on this one. And again, we see the percentage coming even lower. 74% right now. The Headhunter will pick up just a little bit more value, but we're with the Teslas there, we're going to sit at 70. Actually, just out of range of that, we'll sit around the 78% range. So this is going to be a tough one for them, Carbon.
This is going to be another low percent for Repotted. How unfortunate. 78%. The other fail from them was an 83%. So that means Time to Plague is going to be at a huge advantage when it comes to the percentage side of this game. Yeah, they also have the 3-stars that have been coming in. So it's almost turning out to be one-sided so far. Remember, this is the lower bracket. So if you lose this, you are now officially eliminated. Only one team from the lower bracket will be able to join the other 3, which are Tribe Gaming, MS Esports, and then the other team, that one which was not Bazinger, and Tompanai Tristella,
yeah,
who advanced.
Yeah, Tompanai Tristella, like I feel like they came out of nowhere having that team combination, which is probably throwing a lot of people off on this. But the other thing that the team that wins this matchup has to know is they're going to be facing off against Strut. And in the next lower bracket, they're going to face off against Badzinger. Now, Badzinger didn't have the performance that they were hoping for, but Strut did have a very strong performance against MS Esports. Just didn't go as near perfect as MS did, which was absolutely insane. But we do have ND coming in. Time to Plague, looking to flex a little bit more and coming in with the Zapquake to start clearing out the core of the base. We've got the Baby Drag on the outside edge, also forcing the pathing, and more Super Bowlers. They're going the ground approach with this into the centralized Town Hall bases.
Yeah, I haven't seen a Zap Super Bowler in quite some time, because when you use the Lightning, that means you're investing a lot of spells without the Rage. And typically the Rage spells really helps you to kind of get that value with those Super Bowlers to continue the path through. But this air defense didn't go down. So notice that air defense in the corner, that on the more towards the 9 o'clock space, can cause the troops to walk left and not go in towards the core where that town hall is. So let's see, the Rage is down with the jump straight away to give him access towards the town hall compartment. But the Ice Golems are easing up, slowing him down, but waiting to use that Warden ability probably after he pops the King ability.
Absolutely, especially getting closer and closer to that town hall position. We want to keep those healers safe and sound through. We don't have any loons to actually take the lead for the trap, so we need to make sure that they survive towards that back end. Hogs coming out of that siege barracks is perfect to keep in line with the outlying defenses. And yes, indeed, there is that Warden ability keeping them safe through that town hall. Poison bomb with the Rage intact. And the Super Bowlers fizzle out, but it's the Queen and the healers that need to survive through this.
But the Super Bowlers got their value, right? The Queen pops her ability. She needs to step in, and that Grand Warden altar is getting repaired. And that's a big problem. That Grand Warden altar was almost going to go down to the Super Bowlers, but those builders, remember, after the balance change, got a buff in terms of repair speed, so which can make a huge difference. But we have only a few buildings left with the Raw Champion ability, and he's got it.
Yeah, those barbs that are trying to help out, triggering all those traps, but time's not an issue for this one because the Royal Jam can jump over those walls, get to that final storage, and make this an easy push. Even the Queen, you know what? I was gonna say I don't expect her to beat through a wall, but you know what? Queen's gonna do what a Queen's gonna do.
Queen, just walk to the left side, Queen. Why? Why do you have to do this? You don't have to go through a wall. Okay, you know, can we please ask Supercell and Clash of Clans to please come out with a wall breaker skin? Because we have a minor Queen already. It would just be perfect. And I'm sure many people would love to get that gold pass there. But it's just... The minor Queen is great if she could only actually use the minor ability of going under walls, but the Queen just loves to go for walls, and sometimes she thinks it's faster than just walking around, but it's not, Queen. What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, my faith now in the Queen down the drain. But we can see that there is a bit of a struggle for Repotted Gaming in the storyline now for them. Time to Plague with the 3 after 3 after 3 and holding 2 defenses keeps them with quite a massive lead. At this point, Time to Plague would need to be Time to Throw afterwards in order for Repotted Gaming to try and turn this one around. But Repotted Gaming would need to go in with those 3 stars. So we'll have to wait and see what comes up next for Repotted Gaming with their attacks. And we are talking about a team that has done phenomenally well. They are a younger team, but we've seen them pretty focused. Surprising to see their game is not as on point as I'm used to seeing. However, I think it speaks loads to Time to Plague's defenses.
Yeah, their defenses have been the storyline here. Really stalling up Repotted Gaming. Remember, you lose, you're out. So the pressure is coming down to these final attacks, and can Mech step up for Repotted, looking to charge this Queen straight into the Town Hall, as we do have Ice Hounds, and we love to call it, as Mac has said, the Snow Lobe. Kind of trying to have these Ice Hounds freeze up around the base, and like the multis, which is only actually 1, since we do have 2 single target Infernos, 1 behind the Town Hall and 1 in the core of the space.
Yeah, I do love the Snolo name. Definitely a beautiful coin there by Mac. Queen doing her job, working her way around, and there's no real big use for her other than taking on this Town Hall when we come in with the Sui. We do want to try and pick up some of the smaller troops and structures, but we're able to use that Royal Champ to actually try and take down the Hound, but it's not going to be quite enough there. So we've set up the pathing. We've got a lot of value out of these Ice Hounds with the freeze radius when you time this right. And this is something Mech is known for, is his Lalo. The position of the Stone Slimer is key for the multi-targeting Inferno and working into the core of the base, trying to soak up and absorb any traps along the way. And there you have it. Soaking up a couple of those red air bombs.
Yeah, and what I think people also forget about the Ice Hounds is that the Ice Hound, whenever it hits the building and like the air defense, it slows it down by just attacking it. Plus, every one of the Ice Pups do a little bit of a freeze effect of slowing things down. So if it got locked onto an enemy Queen or World Champion, they would get slowed down, which is absolutely incredible. And look at that, the Ward ability protected that Dragon Rider through the core and stay alive through that Seeking Air Mine, which was brilliant from Mech.
Wow, absolutely stunning there, and soaking up some of those red arrow bombs, but the Loons have this under control, so no issues. But it does actually, well, no, it's not going to matter because the minions are already on the storage inside the base. We will need to see a little bit of backtracking from the Loons, but 45 seconds is more than enough time to get through the storages, get this job done. Rapata doing what they need to do, get those 3 stars on the board, but Carbon, can they bring the defenses against Time to Plague? It looks like they've had enough of getting knocked back with the 2 stars, but those defenses need to ride home for them.
Yeah, this is actually going to tie the war up on stars, but they're going to be down on the attack. So that is where Time to Plague has got a huge advantage right now, being the 9-9, and it's just they've been coming in with the 3 stars after 3 stars. So Repotted is hoping to come in with a defense. As you can see, Time to Plague is perfect so far. They're 3 for 3 with that 9 stars, so they're looking to keep that going. And if they keep tripling, they're not going to be stopped. And if I'm thinking about this, RPG, we have Repotted. If they triple again, that would put them to 13. And then if we have another triple from Time to Plague, that would be 14 if they came with a 2-star then on one of the final 2 attacks. So 14-13 is not looking too far off.
No, it's definitely not. And that was your prediction in this matchup, though we weren't sure which side we would see it from because Repotted Gaming, we have seen great defenses from in the past, but Time to Plague seems to have their number in store.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if Repotted Gaming has learned any lessons from watching them in other leagues and find the right combination, because if they're able to get 2 really low starring defenses or a 1-star in the mix there, 1-star to 2-star, they could potentially do this. And we have seen 1-stars today. We even saw like amazing recovery from a 1-star as well. So it's not unheard of that we could potentially see this. That just means Time to Plague needs to not be too overconfident.
Yeah, well, Time to Plague, just keep doing what you're doing. Stay focused and remember, plan out every single tile and have a backup plan. If something goes wrong, make sure at all costs you're able to still find a way to take that town hall down. But when you find bases like this, that can be scary because if one thing goes wrong, you lose your queen, then it could actually be really hard to try to save a town hall since it's all the way isolated in the core of a base.
Yeah, that definitely is something you do not want to happen. And this is why we usually have those backup plans coming in. We do have the Flame Flinger selected right now to help with the combination of forcing the heroes through. Now, again, 21 loons isn't a lot of loons when you consider you still need some Coco loons to push your way through, keep those healers nice and safe. So we are going to use it for the outside edge, but it does rely a lot on these heroes coming into the mix. And he's yet to actually drop his siege machine. He is waiting a long time if he's using that flame flinger. So I wonder if we are going to see a switch up here.
Yeah, will the queen continue to stay alive? Take out the enemy queen, but what do we have left? We have the scatter shot, ground expo. We don't have a jump spell, but there's the super wall break, which goes, and yes, it's going to open up towards the town hall, but we do have a single target in front of behind the scatter shot, which could be a problem as this hound is now starting to lalo, pulling a red air bomb. Queen, you got to step into the town hall. Here we go.
Yeah, she's going for the multi, the air sweeper combination, but she'll get it from either side here. Just needs to keep her going strong. He's got the ability, rages up those healers to keep her alive. We've got some traps along the way, but holding on to that warden ability as they cross path with the Giga Inferno. Knowing that he might cross through that poison bomb depending on the timing of the queen. Is it enough to save them? He's got a rage he can drop. Might want to use it for the loons, but they're out of harm's way. Stone Slimer coming in from the 3 o'clock end is going to take off some heat, eliminate that pressure, and there is so much time and spell support left over for this attack. iPro is absolutely demolishing this base.
Look at that. That queen getting incredible value, and when you can have your queen take out the town hall, it opens up for anything. And iPro taking this base down for time to play and keeping their triple streak alive. And they are trying to stay perfect. Can they do it? We'll just have to see. I'm not trying to jinx them because, you know, if I jinx them, they would be at 14, which would be my prediction. But I'm just saying, they have one more attack to try to go perfect. Can they do it?
They do have one more attack to try and go perfect for sure. And the way they're going, I suspect to see coming quite close. Maybe even as close as we saw MS Esports earlier today.
Yes.
Where it looked like it was a triple. It looked like it was a triple, that it was put as a triple on the board.
Right.
But it was just a sliver left over here. So at this point, I mean, we're looking at Repotted Gaming, that 2-star on the board. Yeah. 2 stars on the board, I should say. And even a 1-star at this point, I don't think would be enough to save them unless it was like extremely low scoring to try and turn this one around for themselves. But we'll see. They need to start off with the 3-star though, get that 13 prediction in for you. And I know as much as you want to see the 14-star prediction, a 15-star war, perfect war is always fun to see how strong some of these players are, because the EU MENA does boast some of the most amazing players around in the tournaments. And of course, later today, we'll also get to see the amazing players coming in from North America. And this isn't just it. I mean, we're looking for our 4 champions through this. We have one more to go in this lower bracket. We know the first 3. But we're going to do this again. We're going to have another ladder phase. We're going to have another open finals again to look for 4 more for each of the regions. Now, finishing it off, we've got Timtastic for Repotted Gaming. He is strong in his Lalos. He's always been one of the most creative Lalo attackers for me for such a long time, watching him over the past couple of years. Sends in the Sneaky Goblins for the Town Hall. I think he's actually the first person I saw do a Sneaky Goblin Town Hall takedown.
Well, that's it. Sneaky Goblin Town takedown is one of the strongest to help take it down. But then you always ask yourself, you're like, well, I just invested a whole blimp for the Town Hall. Was it worth it? Well, when you don't have to worry about the Town Hall going down later in the attack and you don't have to deal with the Town Hall poison, then the answer is yes. And once you're able to take that down, you can focus on other parts of the raid and then get so much value with your heroes because they don't have to deal with the Town Hall Giga Poison and that bomb, which does so much damage.
Absolutely. Now we do have the Queen working herself right behind that King who's taking on all of that incoming damage. Royal Champ also working alongside. So we are looking to just extend the power of our heroes together. We know how powerful these hero pets are, and that does cause a lot of these players to actually want to use Sui Dives coming in for their Lalo positions, and you can get a huge amount of value, especially if you're bringing invisibility spells. But we've got 3 of them. One down now for this Royal Champion to cut her across. I mean, he is coming in with a deep dive to clear through this base. Second one coming down for that multi. But can she make her way to get into the final multi-targeting Inferno? Not with the King and Queen there, surely.
And he's not using that final. Oh, wait, he is. He is using the final invis for the RC at the bottom side. So that means, can she get the multi? Come on, RC. Come on. Ooh. Yes. The bottom multi goes down. So that is huge. So you don't have to deal with a multi and splash down at the bottom, as now the Lalo is kicking off over the Queen. But we only have under 1 minute left as these balloons are raged up to try to take that enemy Queen down, as headhunters are coming through to try to take her down.
Ooh, nice timing on that ability from the Warden. You can see carries them through that multi that remained on the board. And yes, we have to worry about the Wizard Tower, but we've got some back-end support from these loons to try and distract. That is exactly what you want to do with the Wizard Towers, with the air defenses. Comes in with a nice clean sweep. Timtastic with 28 seconds left to go. Still has some cleanup. Defenses are all but down with this Archer Tower. And it looks like, ooh, we got some traps popping up, Garvin. But I was just about to say, it looks like he's got the job done. Finishing it off
the CC
with the 3
in the middle.
stars.
Should be going down. 10 seconds. The minions are coming around, and Timtastic is putting up a 13-star war for Repotted. So now that comes down to time to play. If they get a 3-star, they go perfect. But if they don't, and they get a 2-star, they will win the war, right, off a 2. But then my prediction will be correct at 14-13. I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, and I think, is it Elliot that we have left to attack
think
for
so.
time to plague. And I can't imagine seeing Elliot come in with anything risky that would cost them like a 1-star attack. This is where, you just need to go for the 2-star. So you have some sort of 2-star backup plan. Even though you want to go for the 3 and go for the perfect war, you just make sure you have something to take that town hall down, ensure you get the 50% mark, nothing that's going to completely fizzle out. What we haven't seen is any real baiting coming in from Rapata Gaming, and I think that's been their biggest problem. Not enough to, clearly hold them back as they've gone 4 for 4 in their attacks. But the question that still remains is, will it be a perfect war? You can type it in chat. You can let us know over on Twitter by using hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. Let us know your thoughts about these wars and any comments on your favorite attacks, and we'd love to read them out loud. I already saw a post about leg day.
Oh, it's Ari, actually.
Oh.
Ari's the one that's coming in. Ooh. Not Elliot here. Ooh. Okay. All right. Ari it is. Well, can Ari come in for the perfect war for time to plague? Pressure's on, and Ari is choosing the Super Dragons with a Stone Slammer to try, and he uses the ward ability super early.
Oh, that ward ability super early does carry them through all the incoming damage where we have the traps, but we still need to get through that town hall. He's got the Stone Slammer to ensure that the super drags go through the core of the base, but they also need to bypass it. Drops a rage, and I think he's relying. It's that picture. I always talk to Ari about this. It's the power of those duck lips. He wins any duck lip contest, and that's what he's relying on with these super drags to work him through. But look at how much of split down from the bottom side of the base, out of the way of the poison. It's all about the spread when you work this through, and the hero supporting on the back end, and that is exactly what he's done to try and ensure the 3-star here. But he's got the Queen ability, and he's got the Royal Champ that's yet to be dropped on the board.
Yeah, as this World Champion is going to try to go through, but we still have a lot left here. And with a freeze, a poison, is he going to be able to get it done for a perfect war, or will he fall short for the 2? They've already locked in the win. The victory is for time to play here. Now it's the question of, will he go perfect, or will they fall short here?
Yeah, so drops in that Royal Champion, has the freeze to help hold off, but drops a poison spell to delay the defending Queen. Queen still working along with the super drags. Royal Champ, he wants to leave her just to the edge of her health before dropping that ability, but Skelly's dropped up, and that's going to slow it down and potentially keep this. I'm going to say, keep it from...
Wait, it's so low, though. Sticky Air Mine, Tornado. We got some Teslas to go health. We got 3 Teslas and 2 Wizard Towers with under a minute left. Is it going to be enough with the Warden helping? Oh, can Ari go perfect?
Unicorn trying to keep that Queen alive through the Teslas. This has the time to get it done. It's about the power. Super Drag taking the lead, covering the Warden, the Queen. And Ari is going to come in with that perfect war. He's not...
Wait.
Queen surely has this, surely.
Yeah, Queen can't fall here. And yes, Ari does indeed get it for the perfect war for time to play again. GG to them, which now eliminates RPG. Rapata Gaming is going to be going down. They have been eliminated here from the competition, and my prediction was close. I was thinking it was going to be 14-13, but it was a 15-13 performance there. What a great job from them, and they didn't mess up one time, and they got all triples. But that's not going to be easy because their next opponent is going to be Strut.
Oh, yeah.
And that is just, that's going to be difficult.
I don't know. If I were Strut looking at that, I'd be a little bit worried. We'll see how Strut counters with their defenses. Strut is known definitely for their offense and defensive side. But as you can see here, so is Time to Plague, and they just pulled in a perfect war. So
they did.
They're riding off the high. They could come in with the advantage, but we still have another matchup to actually take a look at in the lower bracket from those quarterfinals. But I think before that, we are going to take a short break.
We're gonna take a break.
We're thinking about it.
Either, I mean, we might. We'll have to wait. We'll get the cue, but the big thing is just thinking about the teams that are gonna be coming in here within the lower bracket. So once we get the cue to go to a break, we'll go that, because the next match that will be coming in is in the lower bracket. And that's the thing, when you think about, if you lose these, you are completely eliminated. You have to play in the next stage, in the next open, to get to that finals, to then qualify to where Tribe Gaming, MS Esports, and Tompanite, Tristella have already done. And then only one team from down here, so either Strut or either Bazinga, who's going to be waiting the opponent of the next one, or it's like who just won, have chances, plus the next matchup that we're going to see. So that's, yeah, it's unfortunate if you lose. That means you have to play all those matches again to try to make it through, as the other teams don't have to do that. And it's just incredible just to see this. But let's go. We're getting word that we're going to be now going to a break. So we'll be right back after this short break now.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello, my name is Luca. My nickname is Mask. Everybody knows me like that. And I play for Strut, former Alternate Attacks. Okay, so my in-game name is actually pretty old. Like, I was actually very young, was 13 years old or so, and I really knew very little English. Not like now, it's too much, but yeah. And it was a really, like, I wanted for sure like something, some name that would be in English. And as I said, I didn't know many words about English in English, and it was a really simple one. Also, I love superheroes, and something a lot of them had in common was like the mask. And yeah, it was short and simple, so I just went for it, and I really liked it, and I'm happy about it, so I've never changed it. First of all, I want to say that we had a lot of fun, and we were obviously not too happy because we arrived second, which is this close to being already qualified, but still we had a lot of fun, and we are very happy about our result, like arriving second, which is like the highest seed for this stage of the tournament. Is still very good, and yeah, hopefully we can make it to the next stage. Tribe Gaming is for sure, first of all, a very, very solid team, and we also know them quite well. We are friends with them, but also when it's about playing against them, there's a lot of competitions between us, because we can probably say that we are two of the most successful teams in Europe, at least. And yeah, there's a lot of competition between us, and yeah, unfortunately in the ladder they beat us 4 times out of 4. Yeah, it's really looking bad for the numbers for us, and that's what cost us the first place. So yeah, we definitely want to and take our revenge in the tournament. Okay, so this stage of the tournament also is going to be very, very hard, and the expectations is that every match is going to be very tough. We would love to get the win in the first match, hopefully against Reported Gaming, because that would be very good for our momentum for sure. And also losing that first match, it makes it very harder to qualify, because then you are forced to never lose and win a lot of matches back to back, which is never easy, especially in this meta. So yeah, it's going to be very hard, and I think that first match is going to be the deciding one, maybe. Yeah, Reported Gaming is definitely a very, very strong clan team. There are a lot of young guys that are playing it a lot, so they're definitely super motivated, and it's never an easy opponent to face. We played them recently a couple times, and we actually won them those times. But it's never easy, and yeah, it will be a very very hard match, and we have to give our best to beat them. It's really hard for us to name a specific clan who is the most hard to beat. But considering also the past, I would say maybe Badzinger. We lost to them twice during the ladder, and I find their bases really to attack. And also, somehow they are able to always give their best against, because maybe there's a bit of rivalry between us. And yeah, they're probably the team that I would not want to face in a fight for the third last spot.
Welcome back. We are at the, we're getting ready to set up for the next come through in the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals. And with this, we have the second matchup from the quarterfinals. So we're looking to see who's going to be facing off. Why don't we actually take a look at the bracket and see what we have in store? Because we already know that Strat will be facing off against who we just saw last.
Time to play.
RP Yeah, time to plague. But if we take a look at the bracket, we can see what we have up next. So activity.
Oh, it looks like Strat's below.
Oh, this got switched up here. So Badzinger having to face off against Time to Plague. Strut will face off against the winner of this next matchup. We've got Activity, who's going to face off against Axio and Aphelion Esports. So this is going to be a great matchup from the quarterfinals. So we're still in that lower bracket phase, finding out who Strut will have to face off again. So maybe Strut not feeling as much pressure after seeing what we had coming through.
Yeah, I initially thought Strut was going to be taking on Time to Play, which would have been an absolutely crazy match because Strut put up a 14-star war and still lost. Yeah, you lose putting up 14 stars. You just think about that. And I think it was Yo-Yo that fell 5% short in that, where MS Esports then won on percentage. And when that happens, it's just, you have to pick yourself back up as a clan and as a team. And I'm sure Strut can do that, but it's gonna be a fight down the lower bracket.
It definitely is. And, you know, with only one spot left to go, this is where you really have to dig deep, try hard to get into that final spot. We already know that our three teams advancing on are obviously Tribe Gaming, who made their way through as number one in the open ladder. But now it's the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals where we find our final three teams. And MS Esports claimed their victory. We have Tompanite Stella. I have to remember that combination of name,
right?
But
it's like,
it's his final team that we're looking for, and these teams are fighting it out hard, especially from what we saw from Time to Plague. So as we get lined up for the next series, we know the bracket now, but let's take a look at the activity lineup.
Yes, let's do that indeed. Have the Activity Axio lineup, and they're all from Italy. Yes, we have coming in here to try to take them down. Like, it's gonna be Activity Activity E here first, Aphelion. But these teams of Milano, we have Necredo, we have Keko coming in, Zarin and Best. And will they be the best team in this matchup? I guess we'll have to wait to see.
We will have to wait to see. You know, the Italian teams we've been seeing have been coming in quite strong, and you know, we had that all German team, but maybe it's the mixed teams that seem to be coming in with the higher scoring wars. I'm surprised though that we aren't seeing our RVNT in the mix, because it's another strong Italian team. But we do have Aphelion Esports playing, and we have an actually all German team, though I think Gabriel, it may be, I know that he's part German, but I think he's also part Mexican, if I'm not mistaken. But for the Aphelion Esports team, this is a new lineup. And we've got Camille, Gandalf, Gabriel, Muffin, who you might know from Penta, and Mark. So this is a pretty dominating team, Carbon. I'm curious your thoughts between the two teams, who you would expect to see having the advantage.
Oh man, I mean, if I had to pick one, and this would be very difficult, but from the players that I've seen on Aphelion, I might lean on that side, as I've seen a lot of them a lot more in terms of the competitive scene, and they've been playing all over. Granted, the other players that are on Activity E are super good, super talented as well, but this one really could go up in the air. And for me, it's always like Activity, or I would say Affiliate Esports, seems to always have like a different lineup of players every year. It's constantly evolving, constantly changing, and we're gonna have to see how this roster of players being put together can come together and try to get those triples. But we're starting off with Milano coming in with Activity E, and he is looking to bring in the Snola with the Ice Hound that's coming through, but the defending Lava Hound is now being lured over to the Queen, but the Queen's gone. As long as he pulls his Hound into the corner of the base, he doesn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, very true. He wants to keep any of the ground items as far away, but also those minions and pups from targeting it. So we start off with the Stone Slimer, which actually is taking on the heat and damage coming in from that scatter shot, which gives a little bit more pass for the Loons. Early pop of that Ice Hound, and it gives a little bit more of an advantage covering up the Eagle as they work their way through. And as you pointed out, so those little tiny snow pups that actually do a lot of great work in holding off the defenses as Loons try and work their way across.
Yeah, with now the freezes straight into the core. We have balloons at the top side, but the Dragon Rider's up there, so should be able to clear the scatter. Does just that. Warden Billy protects these balloons as he passes around to take out that multi-target Inferno. We do have a single target Inferno that is standing on the backside. The Hound is being lured over to the bottom side, pulling red air bombs. The Owl is still up, but he's got a lot of balloons here, unless he finds the red air bomb farm, which it looks like it might be. Oh, air bombs are popping up. Uh-oh.
Oh, this is going to be a bit tough, but the single he's contending with drops the freeze down on the splash damage of that Wizard Tower, but it doesn't hold long enough to get those Loons in. And of course, they go for the Expo. Oh, so he's not going to have necessarily enough to finish this off. We know that Warden is very slow moving in getting things done. So even if he had enough health, which he's got some, it wouldn't be enough time to actually get this done. And oof, the pups already coming after him, and that slows it down even more, unfortunately.
This is going to be into the 90% range here as the Warden and the Owl are trying to take that out, as the Owl just gets taken down. Up to the bottom side, other Ice Pup and Lava, or the Minion, I should say, is on the King, and they won't get anything after that, and it's going to finish at a... Oh, no, there is an Archer, a solo Archer at the bottom, which grabs 93%, which will help. Remember, every single building matters, and that one building right there could be the difference if we have a fail that will come in from Aphelion, who gets a 92, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Absolutely. We could keep this close, but we'll wait and see. You know, you're talking about the alternating teams and the evolution of them, and that's actually the name. That's the tagline of Aphelion themselves, and we have seen quite a bit of a change up in their lineup, but the same for Activity as well. Activity used to be kind of like an all Belgian French team. So we have seen some switch ups this year. It seems like each year there's always some changes that come through. And I hear some battle calls. So I think we're getting ready to head. Yeah, I hear the sound of clanking swords. So I think we're ready to go into that next attack, and we'll see where Aphelion stands. It's Gandalf to kick this one off with Lalo, and this is going to be a mighty powerful one because we've got 3 Hounds, we've got the heal. Now let's see how we're going to use these heroes with the 2 Skelly spells that we have in store as well.
Yeah, with Gandalf pushing his King in towards that multi, but these ground skeletons are going to be really annoying, and these Teslas actually prevent this King from running in, and he might just stay on the outside, and looks like he's running through. Oh, and the Tornado Trap is actually pulling the Barbarians back in, which is a giant bomb, takes him out, and the King gets taken out. At least doesn't have to deal with the Tornado Trap later in the attack.
No, but can he get his way towards that Eagle? Take down the multi-targeting Inferno is the bigger question. That's not quite a lot of value out of the King. We've got the Rocket Loons coming out, but they target the Royal Champion. Doesn't... Ooh, that freeze was slightly delayed, but Royal Champion survives without popping the ability. Queen is reserving her ability to get through to the multi to take on the Eagle as well, and nicely placed poison to hold off those minions. Look at this. Royal Champ gets just about as much as you can hope for and reserves that invisibility to ensure that the Queen can get some big value here.
Yeah, that's huge as the Queen secures the Eagle, and also the incredible use of that invisibility spell for that Queen to take advantage and now path her way through. She got her value, and now the last to solve. Remember, the Tornado Trap was already pulled, so he doesn't have to worry about these balloons to get spun around the Town Hall as the King pulled it earlier in the tech. He does have the Stone Slammer still to use and a heal spell. So let's go ahead and use a Rage over this Town Hall so that the balloons can path through it and move on to the rest of the base.
Yeah, this is beautiful timing of the Tome carrying through, and the Stone Slammer is actually going to provide so much more reinforcement and power, along with the freeze to hold off that scatter shot. Loons are just over top, but look at this. The Royal defending RC was chasing that Stone Slammer, which is actually giving a little reprieve to the Loons. They do die out, but still have some backup coming in. We've got the Dragon, we've got the Loons coming in. Is it enough to carry it along?
Ooh.
We talked about that 93%.
Yeah.
Is that going to come into play? Because there's still a multi in the core to worry about now.
Yeah, that multi in the middle, probably red air bomb sitting there, but the Raw Champion is defending this base. The mark that he needs to hit is at 93. Can he do that? And or until at least tie and keep the percentage there. 94 will take the lead. But we got the minions. They're grabbing a bunch of buildings on the outside. 87, 88, 89, 90. I don't know about higher than that because he only has 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is not going to be enough. These minions can't burn their way through fast enough, and the Dragon is going for... Wait, he's not going for the Royal Champion. But 90%, so they sit 3 buildings behind. Defense is coming in strong in this matchup as well. Yep. And we'll have to see which team can try and carry through. Now, when you're 3 buildings away, I mean, you do have an advantage, but it doesn't mean that the war is over, because it's so easy to try and turn this around. You just need to get one more defense to try and carry your way through. And even if you wind up having each team getting a defense, that's where you could see it switch up very quickly depending on what that percentage is. So this is still pretty close knit. No perfect war this round, but maybe we could still see 14 to 13 star range within this war.
We definitely could, but the thing is that's different about this war is this is the first time we're not seeing a 3-star to lead off for a team. So back-to-back fails of 2 stars. So that means that this one will, at this rate, could be a lower scoring war. But it doesn't matter if it's a lower scoring war. All you have to do is outscore and do better than your opponent, right? Because the wars don't carry over. So all you have to focus on is who you're playing at the moment. And if your opponent is doing bad, you can get away with a little bit more mistakes and still win the war to try to do better in the next round. But we have the next tech with that Queen Charge Lalo, and he does have that log launcher. So it's been a bit since we've seen a log launcher. If he decides to use it with that Queen to path her way through these walls and ended up taking out all this value, including the Town Hall, if the Queen paths that way.
Yeah, and what's interesting about this combination, which we do often see, is that Queen Charge Log Launcher combination, is what comes out of the Log Launcher. We do typically see a combination of either Ice Golems or Loons and Healers to help get through, especially if we're worried about any possible traps or multi-targeting Infernos, which we do have in the way. Ice Golems can easily help freeze over any incoming damage from singles, but that single's far enough away that I wouldn't worry about it. So I do expect to see some Healers coming in through the mix.
Yeah, the Healers are keeping that Queen up here. That balloon flies all the way through and doesn't pull any traps. So these Healers should be safe through this area. The Queen needs to step in for this multi. Actually, never mind. The Raw Champion decides to step in for the multi to keep the Queen going as the Sweeper finally goes down. RC ability goes off. Rage that Queen up. Stays just out of range of the single target Inferno. But that launcher says, you know what? I can take it down for you. You don't have to use any spells to protect that Queen.
Ooh, no Healers coming in. Those Loons taking the lead, and the Drag Rider to go for the Town Hall, starting to target it. We've got the Queen ability reserved, and the trap, the Tornado Trap, is actually triggered, so this is going to help out the Queen quite a bit. Drops the invisibility spell to help her through that Warden Tower, which does pack a nasty punch. Rages it up at the same time and keeps that ability going strong as the Lalo paths in for the Scattershot position.
Yeah, as these Loons are coming to the top side towards that scatter with the World Champion trying to defend the Warden ability. Goes off to protect the Headhunters, but he has to path these Loons into the multi. Only one is doing it just so far. They're going to be going to the top side. The Queen lost her Healers, and he has to backtrack to that core multi here.
Yeah, backtracking is never a great thing, especially when your Loons are already fizzling out, but he does have a Queen ability, so she can work her way through if the Loons stay on the outside edge, but that means with the defense, they're going to they're going to have to forge their way through, where the queen needs to hurry her booty up. But Carbon, you know what? He's got 2 freezes. He's got 2 freezes to hold this off. I mean, it's the traps that you worry about the most. We're already seeing a red air bomb pop up. Queen's going to die out here. She's going for the storage. Sneaky Goblin's going for it as well. So freezes that are going to carry this through. And Necrotito, I'm just calling him Necro. Necro coming in with the 3-star. So we've got a little motivation coming in through this. This is going to help them out quite a bit. They're going to keep their at least 3 building advantage. But is it going to be enough in the wars, in the battles to come? Because they still have more attacks to roll through, and you never know when someone's going to slip up. That easily could have turned into a slip up there.
It easily could have, but they converted with the triple, and that's what they need. Can we have an answer from Filion of what we just saw from Activity E? Because that was a beautiful attack as the queen got an incredible value, moving her way through with that log launcher. And that log launcher was able to take out the Inferno Tower by itself with the logs just skipping through. So it was a great charge. Perfect job of taking that value down and actually grabbing that multi-target Inferno into the core. But now Aphelion is going to be getting ready for their next attack, because the winner of this match is indeed going to be taking on Strut in the next round.
Yeah, this is putting pressure on the teams to actually perform, considering what we saw Strut do against MS, even though MS was absolutely dominating. They should still be fearful about having to face off against them. So let's see. We have Camille coming in now with the hero dive for the Lalo. We've got 3 hounds, 23 loons to really pull through with this. And we've got 2 invisibility spells. So we really want to deep dive in with our heroes and picking up, especially since we've got that multi in the core of the base.
Yeah, the multi and the single behind the town hall, my guess would be their tornado trap by that single target Inferno. Even though both sweepers are pointing in that direction, as the queen ability goes off, will secure the town hall right here, and some ground skeletons are going to slow her down, and that's all she's really going to get.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Would have been nice to see a little bit more, but it's the Royal Champ who needs to get the single down here. She is not staying on target, unfortunately, and she's already burned through the abilities, so that multi stands. And this Lalo's going to have a tough push. Again, we saw that multi-stand in the core of the base in Necro's attack, but we'll have to see if Camille can actually recover from this one.
Yeah, he still has the Stone Slammer that he could send in for the Air Expo over on the far right, but he decides to delay the Stone Slammer so it flies for the multi, but it doesn't. It goes for the Air Expo as the Lalo is trying to path over this Eagle Artillery, but the Stone Slammer finds the Seeking Hair Mine, and it's going to be open up pretty quick, but my guess is there's going to be a Tornado Trap waiting for it once the balloons come out.
Yeah, they're going to have to wait and see with this one. We've got some loons clipping
no,
through, but
there
there's
it
a
is.
Tornado Trap, but they are absorbing all of the red air bombs through that at least. So if he has anything remaining, as I say that, you can see the damage coming into that pack of loons. This is a problem. They're going down fast, and there is no way Camille can turn this one around, and the percentage is going to be even lower, pushing them further back and away from activity.
Yeah, that's going to be another 2-star, and not only a 2-star, but lower percentage. And that's going to be very difficult now, as they're going to be down by a star. They're going to also be down by percent in this war, in the lower bracket, because if you lose this, you are out of it. As the Warren's trying to get a little bit more, the air defense goes down. The Baby Dragon secures the multi-target Inferno in the core. We do have 2 Archer Towers, but it is actually doing not too bad on percent. You know, it's raising it up a little bit. 89. It looks like it was only going to be like a mid-70, but you get the 90.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I feel like that deserves being called the reverse jinx, at least for the percentage factor, to turn that back into a 90%. So Camille able to recover, but is it going to be enough? They were already down on the count on percentage. Not too far down with this one, but they still need to hold a bigger defense now in order to try and keep back activity, who definitely seem to be coming in strong. We've seen the recovery process, the way they are able to turn around those attacks. That's what they have to worry about.
Yeah, we're seeing the scoreboard here of 290%. And then the one fail that came in from Activity was a 93. So they have the percentage advantage even with after these first 2 set attacks from both teams. So the winner of this, taking on Strut. This performance here with the 2 stars, definitely won't be enough to take down Strut. You're going to have to be getting a lot more triples, but that's okay because you're just focused on this. You win this match, you can then focus on that and turn it around and still get 14 stars because we know these teams are definitely capable of doing it. It's just if one of your players has an off attack, that can really affect the rest of the attacks in your team. And we'll have to see this next one, which is coming from Keko, who is going in with the Queen Charge Lalo and deciding to bring one Dragon Rider in the mix and an invisibility probably to help that Queen Charge.
What I really like about this path in Carbon is he's taking advantage of this long line open path, but he is going to have to try and direct it where we have the scatter shot here to ensure that the Queen stays on the inline edge. We do have the Royal Champ as well that can provide this power, so bringing her in, but she's met with the Tesla farm, which means she's not going to get the full value here. King is going in for that multi, so he's going to be very careful. He does have the invisibility spell, but if there's any skellies here, this could hold it off even more. These Teslas have done a nasty job. And launches that Seeking Shield, gets a regenerative health. This is where we need the invisibility spell drop fast.
Yes.
And that gives her what she needs.
Queen.
Just
wow, come on. Expo goes down, which is less firepower onto the Queen here. But his World Champion went down as this Queen continues her charge in. Pulls out the CC, but he can't reach that multi-turret Inferno. The King takes out the bomb tower towards the top side. But this Queen's going to be slowed down by the Lava Hound. Eventually popping and trying to drop a minion for the pups. But the minion goes to the bottom as he's now starting the Lalo and wants the Lalo over this Town Hall.
Yeah, so drops in the Stone Slammer on that inline edge. What it's doing is helping to force the Air Sweeper to focus directly onto the Stone Slammer rather than the Loons working into the Town Hall. Queen's kind of sneaking her way around, and I suspect we might actually see her beating into a wall, which she loves to do, going for that multi, which would be perfect for Keko on this one. The timing of this ability is incredible. Keeping the Stone Slammer and those Loons safe through the power of the multi-targeting Inferno, but Queen does not beat through the walls like we expected, so the Stone Slammer needs to open. Oh my goodness, where did those Loons go, Carbon?
Yeah, those are gone as he does freeze up the enemy World Champion. The Queen's ability was forced, but we have way too many defenses. No healers to keep this Queen up. We did open a little bit of the walls leading towards the back section, but the Unicorn's gone, so the Queen's health cannot go up. The cannon is taking her down, and we've got ourselves a defense, unless this Valkyrie somehow is perfectly timed to distract and protect this Queen. Wait a second, Valkyrie, can you do it? Come on, Valk, run, wait. Oh, no, it's a spring trap. That could have changed everything.
Perfectly placed spring trap. Oh, trying to send in the Sneaky Gob to pick up the percentage, which Activity already had in the bag. They just needed to hit that, 93%? They still, they would have been, I think, fine, or 90% would have put them perfectly fine in this to actually tie up. So Keko, with the 96, keeps them alive on percentage. It does keep the war in their favor because of the triple that they pulled in, but I don't know. It's looking tough right now for Aphelion, I would say.
I really wonder if that spring trap wasn't there, would that have actually been a triple because of the timing? I don't know how many shots it takes for a scatter shot to take out a Valkyrie, but if it was more than one, that would have distracted maybe the protect the Queen long enough to take out the scatter, and then depending on the health of that Wizard Tower, could have almost worked and tripled the base. So that spring trap was the MVP right there, and we're seeing the percentage. Out of these, 5 attacks, there's only been 1 triple? Yeah. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, that's it. And that's going to be a hard go for both of these teams, like you've mentioned, going up against Strut in this next match. There's, after this, we have 3 matches left to determine who's going to be that final team to join Tribe Gaming, MS Esports, and Tompanai Tristella. And I hear the battle call coming in again, Carvin. Do you hear it?
I do indeed.
We've got the Muffin Man himself. Now, I've done a poll to find out what kind of muffin he is. I asked, is he blueberry muffin? Is he a stud muffin? But the poll came in that he's a blueberry muffin. So, blueberry muffin. No, they did not vote stud muffin, unfortunately. But let's see what he can do for his team with the Super Bowler attacks.
He's going to be the triple muffin getting the 3 stars here. Can he do it for Aphelion? Because that's what they need. They need the 3 stars. They keep... Oh, Queen ability. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Yes, the queen keeps her ability, which is critical, especially charging a base like this where there's so much damage in the core of the base, and you need the queen ability to basically bail you out. And the queen set this up as the warden's going to eventually get dropped down, which I don't see him yet. The super bowlers need to get pushed in with this queen. These lava pups that are super annoying. The rage, and there's the ability. That's going to hurt.
Oh, that does hurt. That ability is typically reserved as you get through the back end of the base, particularly since we have the Town Hall to worry about. So Muffin's in a tough position here. A Warden ability as well, already kicked off early. A lot of this, Warden ability is still intact, which is a good thing. It's that Queen ability that we do worry about. Delayed Warden, though, needs to come into play. If you can get those loons clipped into the ability, get those healers spared, get the bowlers, get the Queen. Wait, we are losing out on a lot. But the healers, stay safe. Town Hall needs to go down, but this queen has unfortunately gone down, so it's up to the super bowlers to take it on, and they're struggling.
Yeah, they are trying, but that queen not going in, but the warden securing the Town Hall. But the problem is percentage is low, and there's way too much left on this base, and it's just not going Aphelions' way.
It definitely is not. I mean, they've been looking to try and find the advantage. They have found some defensive front line for them, but this could have tied them up again on stars trying to get through. But unfortunately, the percentage is just where they're losing out. And I mean, we could have another miraculous turnaround where percentage goes higher, which is what we have seen. But it relies on this Royal Champ, and she is taking on quite a bit of heat. At least the healers right now are distracting the single targeting Inferno, which allows her to delay that ability and the freeze to hold off the Expo. But I'm surprised. This was a hasty drop, because he could have tried to get the scatter shot in it as well.
Yeah, that scatter shot is just takes down that Royal Champion. We still have the defending Royal Champion. And with some wizards to the bottom side, with the Valkyrie as well. 20 seconds left, and it's yet another fail for Aphelion. And they just can't convert it. It's just not their day here in this lower bracket.
It is not. This is a very tough go. They would need some mighty defenses coming in these last attacks remaining in order to turn this one around. So for Activity, they are sitting fairly pretty, but still knowing that they are fated to potentially match off against Strut, which might put them in a little bit of a nervous position. But we can see the stats here. You know, it's tied up, 3 attacks in for each, but the 1-star lead and massive percent lead for Activity.
Yeah, a massive percent lead as well. But we have a quote that we're going to take a look at here that is coming in from Activity, and it says, "We worked very hard in preparation, so we're going to give our best today. To our fans, just one word, vamonos." Very nice. That's what they say. They are ready to go. Let's go. Make sure you guys are cheering them on. And again, Activity is looking really good in this match, and if they keep up the pace as they are looking right now, they could definitely be taking on Strut in the next round, as this is the 4th attack, and this is going to be that Zap Queen charge, Lalo, here.
Yeah, this is something that I do love to see that we don't often get to see. But when you see that 6-1 combination, what we're typically going for is a combination of that single targeting Inferno and Expo behind the Town Hall to alleviate the pressure coming into the Town Hall position, giving a little bit more value for your Queen charge without having to worry about the single, especially when there's a lot of incoming damage like that Warden Tower and the CC troops. So Queen getting low on health here. He's got to watch that. We see these players really pushing the limits of where the Queen goes, but he knows that it's enough with the defenses going down quickly and trying to hold on to those rages as long as he can. As long as he doesn't force that ability too early, he'll be in a perfectly fine position.
Yeah, this Queen is pathing her way straight towards the Town Hall. Beautiful funneling to get that Queen into here. Are the healers in range of the Town Hall? Oh, it is, unfortunately, which forces to have to use that freeze spell. Drops a balloon to try to test for Signera Mines. Oh, pulls one. That's very nice.
Yeah, we picked up one before, a little bit further over to the west side of the base, and that one was beautiful. So now the queen, actually, this is such a great position. When you have the CC lined up exactly where it is, it gives the queen the time to actually take down the CC while the poison bomb dies. So you don't run the risk of the queen or the healers going through. But he is going to have to drop another rage to keep those healers alive, drop some minions, but forces the queen ability, which isn't necessarily ideal because we still want to bring her along the side of the scatter shot where she's going to take on some heavy damage.
Oh, queen. Oh, there's the tornado trap, which luckily the queen's not stepping into. So she can move her way around as the king royal champ comes to the left side, trying to clear the scatter shot. RC's ability has been forced. We have the Eagle Artillery on the bottom side of this base, which is going to deal so much damage. And the queen looks like she's going to go down.
Yeah, we don't have the ability to carry her through for that multi, for the air sweeper to help out with this Lalo. Oof, and there are the rest of those Sams. So
Yeah.
Lalo coming in from the scatter shot position. We come in from the side because we're going to use an early warden ability to clip through, take those headhunters in with it, and take down that defending queen. Stone Slammer is going to try and work its way along, force the Lalo through, and get quickly into the Eagle, but it's going to need to do more than that because we've got two back-end multis to worry about and the pressure of that air sweeper that did not go down.
Yeah, that Eagle Artillery has locked onto a clump of these moves. No more warden ability is going to be a problem because that multi in the middle, which actually might be able to pat the looms there, but that sweeper is slowly pushing that back. The Eagle finally goes down, but this is time. Only 25 seconds left in the raid. These balloons are going down. The warden's going to try to take down the multi, but we have two multis left up. And it looks like we got a defense here for Aphelion. Going to stop Activity E. And it's going to be an 85%. So things are getting interesting because this is a 2-star, puts them at 9. If Aphelion triple their next attack, they'll be tied on star of 9-9. And things are going to be getting really interesting, especially going to the final set of attacks. But Activity E will have the percentage advantage going into that. So the pressure is now mounting.
Yeah, this is a good step for Aphelion to try and pick it back up. This is the hope that they needed to say, okay, now it's 3 stars. 3 stars or bust for us to get in. They have 2 more attacks left to go. We can see the stats here. The 87, 96, 93 for Activity do keep them in that advantage point. But, if they can hold on to another strong defense and triple through, they could potentially do this, Carbon. We've seen stranger things happen. You don't have to win on percent. You just have to win on stars. So we will see. Speaking of stars, I got to say, I love our little spaceship. Makes me think of Star Wars flying through.
Yeah.
So we've got Gabrielle, former player for Dark Unicorns, joining the Aphelion Esports team and working along with the Queen Charge Snowlow.
Ooh, can this queen get the value into the core of this base as he did clear that single target Inferno, finding a Spring Trap, which is going to do much, but the queen's going to have to eventually take out the CC and the Lava Hound, and it's going to take him quite a bit of time to eventually get through this Hound.
Yeah. So while this wastes away the time factor, we still have to be patient. We can do a little cleanup along the outskirts. You can see just from the northern side of the base, we've got some archers actually pinging away, or baby dragon, sorry, to start taking care of the funneling and the cleanup. Because when you're doing something so time consuming, you want to make sure that you have other action going on to help out at the same time. And that funneling is a huge process in order to work your way in. And that sets the lineup for the king to work to the outer side where he can get the air defense taken down and try and force the queen in path to get to the center of the base. We actually have a jump to lead her through and in, but king looks like he wants to overstep his boundaries. So rages up that queen, and the king is now back on course, and queen is ready to go in.
Queen might walk. No!
No!
That king, he should have popped the king ability to force the queen back in. Okay.
He still has the jump, though. He still has the jump.
He does. But that
if he
king's
can get
over
enough
the
cleanup.
Look at the queen. The enemy queen stepped into that tiny one small compartment. What are the odds? Queen steps in there, which forced the king to try to beat through the wall, then drops the jump. But the queen's not No. Don't tell me the queen's not going to the core. She's not.
No, the royal champ's trying to come in to take these on. Lalo going, drops the invisibility spell finally to get the queen inside. She still has 2 rages, has her ability, Carbon. I think she's got it, but he's got to keep his eye on the prize. Queen, get that ability going. Oh my
Queen,
goodness, cutting
come on.
it so close.
She doesn't want to step in for the town hall. She keeps going around. Queen, go into the middle. Where are you
There we
going?
go.
Finally.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
You know what? I got the perfect Drake emote for this queen in the town hall.
Wow.
Loon coming in. Queen still going, but she doesn't have enough health to take out the scatter shot, and we still have the multi to worry about. Queen was meant to get a lot of value out of this, and the Loons are going to have to rely on the Rage and Freeze combination. Needs to freeze up the Air Sweeper and the scatter shot, but I think he just wants to rage through it. Is it the best choice? Oh, that multi is going to wreak some havoc. Warden's got a lot of power to do, but Carbon, only 15 seconds left anyway. Aphelion have lost their opportunity to try and turn this one around, though percent is high, and it was almost a nice recovery. That queen was playing games.
Yeah, indeed there. And it's going to come down to the final set of attacks. There's only one left for each. That's a 95% 2-star. Great try from Aphelion, but they needed the 3-star to tie up on stars in this war. And this war has just been a storyline of 2 stars coming in, especially for Aphelion. It's not their day, but they still have a chance. We're taking a look at this, and it's 9-8. We would say that's a very low scoring war. So if we have a low percentage that comes in from activity, then we see Aphelion having a chance with a triple. But it is going to be very difficult because just get a higher percent 2-star from activity, they could take it and they could win.
I think it was Cam Wow in chat who said that he wanted to see one of those lower scoring wars in one of these matches, 11-12. And you know what, Cam Wow, you might be able to see that. If you want to get your comments to us to read in chat, make sure to go over to Twitter, use !Snapdragon Pro Series, and we just might read out your comments, or if you're here in chat as well. So we've got Best coming in for activity with their final attack. The 3-star obviously secures, but where are we coming in with towards this town hall? We've got we've got the Flame Flinger combination in Carbon. Something that we've seen, interestingly enough, which I don't know that we'll see here, is the use of the Flame Flinger and the Warden to actually work together to pick off the town hall quickly.
Oh, well.
But no.
Nope. Decides to use that P.E.K.K.A off to the left to pull that Warden over there and let that Flame Flinger try to take down this town hall. Some balloons onto the cannon to help take that down, to help one with funneling and also protect the healers through the air defense as the Super Witches are down to push straight into the scatter shot. And now the Flame Flinger's looking healthy to take the town hall down.
Yeah, this is looking perfect. Did get that mortar down. You always have to be mindful of the mortar and the Expos in the way, but there are ways around it with those mortars in particular, which the Warden did help out on. But we've got this jump leading access for the Super Witches to come in. This is looking nice so far with the pathing. Up on the northern side of the base, we should have the King helping to set up that funnel and force his way through into the Eagle compartment, making sure that we have a straight line through the center of the base, and we easily have that jump coming out through the backside.
Yeah, that Queen is going to make her way into the core with that single target Inferno locking onto the Queen here. There's the freeze! And able to keep that Queen up. The healers are transferring off. There's the second jump spell to the backside of the space, as now the Royal Champion's trying to make her way through the top, and a few balloons trying to pick off the Arch Towers, and there is a arm off to the backside of this base. The Flame Flinger is still going, but that single target Inferno is going to rip through a lot of these troops, and he's losing the Super Witches, and the healers are gone.
Oh, Warden's down, and Queen having to force through her ability. What do we have coming out? We've got the Loons coming out of the Flame Flinger along with the Drag Rider, but that's not going to be enough to clear this up. Royal Champ giving it her all, but with the back end, Tesla Farm, this does throw things for a loop. And I got to say, what's unfortunate in this is that we are seeing another defense coming in for activity, and it is looking somewhat low scoring. So, I mean, would it have been enough with the Yak still up, the Drag Rider ready to go down, the Headhunter trying to do some work? I mean, this could have been that tied war that Aphelion was trying so hard to bring back through.
Yeah, that's the thing, is the percentage, though. Did they get enough is the question. Because if they have 84%, then we're going to have to see, will we see if Aphelion get a triple? Can they win? Is the question that we're going to have to ask, because that's what it comes down to. Whether the triple from Aphelion, that will be an all tied up on stars, and then it'll come down to the percentage game. And to think that you could win on 11 stars, that is very surprising. You would have thought that if I told you before this war that if you got 11, that's almost a guaranteed loss at this stage of the competition.
Yeah, I'm taking it like we got the 93, 96, 87, 84, but then we've got, oh my goodness, all those 90s, two 90s, and 84, and a 95 for Aphelion. So this is going to be a close call on this one.
Really will.
For sure. This is going to make it, this is going to make it like one building, well, a couple building difference, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is incredibly close with the percentage here going into this final attack. So Aphelion trying to get this triple here, and then we'll receive word is if it will be enough, because will the 3-star be able to raise the percentage enough to overtake Activity and advance? Because the winner of this match is going to take on Strut in the lower bracket, and whoever loses is eliminated.
Yeah. So we've got Mark finishing it off for Aphelion, waiting to see what the difference maker is going to be, if it's going to be a difference maker for the 3-star. But we've got the Super Bowler Smash. Now, this is one that typically is a very powerful attack. We've seen it a lot in the ring style bases, but the way that he's pathing this up is looking to go the typical way that we know, sectioning off the funnel and coming in from the opposite side of the town hall.
As the Warden is going to take his time into this air defense, we didn't take out the top mortar here. And the Super Bowlers, I mean, at this point, I think he might just, wants to come in from the opposite side of the space, as he knows that he's got a triple. All or nothing. So he's taking all the risk, because a 1-star doesn't matter. 2-star doesn't matter. It's got to be a triple.
It definitely needs to be a triple. We have the Ice Golem coming in, providing that lead for the Super Bowlers, for the Queen, helping to protect. The Eagle fires away. It does target on the Super Bowler, which isn't too bad. It's not a huge club. Ice Golem freezes up that radius over top for some of the incoming damage. But we've got the King. We've got the Siege Barracks working along that outside edge to ensure that we get the force into the core of the base, and that is what is most important. But a little bit of a stray line we could have with those Battle Builder huts rather than going in the core. We'll have to wait and see which way this pulls.
Well, the Super Bowlers, the Queen goes the wrong way. The Super Bowlers are trying to clear a little bit of the CC, and the multi, the healers are going to the Super Bowlers here. So the Queen, she said, nope, I want to go to the bottom side of the space, as the Super Bowlers are now making their way through the core. He does have a handful more of spells that he could use, because the Town Hall just activated.
Yeah, with the Town Hall activating, that does give the threat now of the Giga Inferno picking away, and the Queen's already burned through the ability. Royal Champ still not actually on the board. She's not flashing yet, so we have her to come. I like the use of the Valks coming out of the Siege Barracks to help out with the cleanup. Working along with the King is absolutely phenomenal, but they don't want the 1-star. This is the problem. He's got the freeze to hold off the single. Coming in for the Town Hall. Can he actually claim this 3-star? Oh my goodness. Royal Champ holding on by a thread, and the Super Bowlers coming in. But I think regardless of what happens,
RC ability goes off, yes!
Wow.
Mark gets the triple for Aphelion right there when they needed it. But is it enough? Is it enough percentage? And do they get the win? I don't know. I think they might have lost by a building. Wait a second.
Yep.
We're going to have to come back. We're going to have to look at the final percent, because it's going to be down to this. You win, you move on to take on Strut. You are out of the competition. And we're going to have to receive word of what the final percentage is here, because I don't know. I couldn't see in terms, because you know that when you triple, you can add the 20% with it being 5 attacks. But the way it shows on our screen, it's not adding 20%, as it's adding slowly over time. But wow, what an attack to come out with the Super Bowlers from the opposite side of the base to get that 3-star when they definitely needed it. But let's take a look at the percentage here, as we're seeing 92 for Activity and a 91 for Aphelion. So Aphelion, unfortunately, couldn't win it with a 3-star, but that means the previous attacks that they had, if they were just a little bit more, would have won it.
Yeah, that makes it really difficult of a loss for Aphelion, but it's not the end of the road for them completely, because the second ladder phase for Snapdragon Pro Open Ladder Series will be coming up in just a couple of days. So they have another chance to try and get in, because we are looking this time around for the top 4 teams, but then we'll be looking for another 4 teams to join the mix as well. So we'll hopefully see them again But for now, we're going to hop into a short break before we head into our next matchup.
Is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello, I'm Kingsman. I am the captain of MS Esport. I'm 21 years old and my job in real life is a community manager. This ladder was really hard because we were near to didn't get the qualification. We get it a few hours between the end of the tournament, and it was really hard because the meta is complicated. There is no big difference in terms of level between a big team and a classic team at the moment, so it's really hard. Our most memorable match was against Inquisition on the last day, because if we lost against them, we didn't get the qualification, and we won, so we get it. As always, the best clan in the world, in my opinion, is Strut Esport, and especially this year because they recruit a tryhard. Yes, we are confident. We made something to beat them. I think there is a lot of strong clan, but team like Reported and Tribe Gaming are really strong, and especially Reported, because we lost a lot of time against them this year. So I would say this true team with Strut. I think Tribe Gaming have come a long way, because they were really good and they finished first easily. They played often, really often, so I think they deserve this first place. For sure, we want to win this first match. Time to Plug is a really good team, and we prepared this match really good because it can be a trap match for us. It's a game not to be taken lightly, because we can quickly lose it. I think the players that are on the center of the team are Sente, Eriam and me, because we are the oldest one, because Napshua and Elek begin in esport recently, and we have more experience than them, so we manage them and we try to say them, to tell them some advice to improve them.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We've got the Open Finals and heading closer and closer to find out who our last winner is going to be, advancing on, but we still have 3 more rounds to go. I'm Lady B and joined by Carbon Finn. Carbon Finn, how are you feeling about this?
Oh, I am feeling fantastic. I know these next matches to come are gonna be even more epic. We've had the perfect war that came in from Time to Play. We've had Strut, who put up 14, and now we're in the lower bracket. So Benzinger versus Time to Plague. I mean, from what Benzinger did earlier, it might just be one-sided if that's what happens again. And the favorite teams would definitely right now at the moment are Time to Plague and Strut. But remember, the players have talked about any given war, anything can happen. So just put whatever happened, even if it was good, even if it was like your best war you've ever had, put it in the rearview mirror and now only focus on this matchup now.
Yeah, you know, you have to keep your head in the game with this. Badzinger was not on point from what we know them for, but Time to Plague definitely showcased their prowess, their power offensively and defensively. I mean, we had that 15-star war from them. Defensively, they've been holding on strong. But what I do want to highlight again is the ladder phase that led them here. During the the SBS open ladder that we had, Time to Play placed 6th and Badzinger placed 4th. So if you're looking overall the way that they played, you would think automatically that Badzinger would have that advantage over. But from what we've seen today, I guess it's, you know, any given Sunday. You don't know what's going to happen. And you also don't know who you're facing off against. So especially once you get into this lower bracket. So do they have the right base builds for these teams? Do they have, you know, have they predicted correctly in where they thought they were going to be at this point? But either way, the pressure is on and is definitely surmounting. So let's take a quick look at the teams and the rosters. So for Time to Plague, we have Demo, iPro, ND, Neza, and we have Ari. That was the unexpected player that popped in and managed to bring home that perfect war. So this is a very dominating team. But talk us through who we have on the Badzinger side, Carbon.
Yeah, we'll bring up the Badzingers lineup here, but the very surprising thing was the perfect war that they came in. So can Badzinger and these players here of Dima, Afonso, Rupert, Pol, and Hugo Stiglitz come in and answer? Because what happened in the first time or war earlier for Badzinger was Rupert started it off and he got the 1-star. He tried to come in with a queen charge hog rider attack, but he lost the queen and then wasn't able to take that town hall down, and that was devastating for Badzinger. And that was basically a momentum killer. That was what stopped them in their tracks, and it was very difficult to try to make a comeback. And then they got pushed to that lower bracket, and they are waiting here now. And they're trying to win this war. If they do, they'll then have to play one more. So the focus is now you win 2 wars, you're in. Only one of these final 4 remaining teams can then join the 3 teams who have already made it, which are Tribe Gaming, MS Esports, and Tampanai Estrella.
Yeah, and you know, these teams are powering through, of course, by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. We want to give a huge thanks for this amazing series that we have going on. 4-portion tournament that is going over twice over, and not only for Europe and MENA, but also for North America. That's going to be following up after this as well. So a lot of action for these teams, and I think, you know, like you said, it's you either win or you're out. I think I used the Heidi Klum quote the other day.
True.
You in or you out, and that's about it at this point. You're in the lower bracket. No more chances after this. We did start off with a double elimination, but the pressure is on, and these teams need to bring it. So for a team like Badzinger, you know, what do you expect to see from them? They've had a lot of roster changes, and I think that's kind of the difficult part that they're dealing with, at least from my perspective. But what do you think they need to bring against Time to Play, Carbon?
I think they gotta maybe switch up their attack order, right? So maybe Rupert attacks a little bit later, maybe gets a little bit more time to plan, because what you need is you need to have one of your best players to triple. I'm not saying that Rupert isn't. I'm saying it's just, will that previous attack of the 1-star be something that affects him? Will that be playing in his mind over and over again and making him even more nervous to say, okay, I can't get a 1-star. I can't get a 1-star. And does that cause you to accidentally drop the troop in a wrong spot? Maybe is it shaking your hand? Because that's the one thing we can't see right now going on is, you know, the nerves are starting to kick in, right? Because you lose this match, you are out of it, and you have to play through the open all the way again and try to qualify, and you have to go through the same bracket phase. So that's the question. And, you know, it's a little bit more comforting being at home, not being in an in-person event, right? But eventually they'll be trying to make their way to, maybe, who knows, if they get a golden ticket, if that's in person. We never know. We'll have to keep our eye on what the rest of this year entails, but I can't wait to see what these next set of attacks are going to come in with, or even the next wars, because it's really coming down to only one team is going to be advancing to that next phase.
Yeah, well, the ultimate goal of the Snapdragon Pro Series is to bring mobile to LAN once we get into the later stages, which will be absolutely incredible. I know the players have been waiting for it. But you brought up a good point about, you know, switching up the roster lineup. And the last time I actually remember seeing that was from Queen Walkers, surprisingly enough, and it made a big difference. So we'll see if that's what they do. Time to play. Kicking this one off, though, with Neza coming in with those Super Drags. Now, Super Drags, again, we've talked about the nerf. What we want to do here is eliminate the Town Hall position, take down a big threat to the Dragons, even though we see players go about it different ways. We want to eliminate that Poison Bomb and start setting up the funnel and lining it up so we can use the heroes on the outside edge. Get those sneaky gobs in, gets them through the invisibility spell so they're nice, safe, and sound. And now we can start setting up the funnel that's needed for the Super Drags and work the heroes along the outside edge.
Yeah, the only problem is when you send a blimp with sneakies, you tend not to want to have to use spells with it. So that's something he wasn't planning to do, as now he doesn't have it for later in the raid. As the Super Dragons are down, they're going to pass straight over the Royal Champion and the Eagle Artillery, hopefully taking it down pretty quick, as the Queen is going to make her way towards the bottom side.
Yeah, so Queen does need to be somewhat protected because you want your heroes for the back end of the base. The King is supposed to be the meat. He's the meat shield. He provides the tank for the Queen, and also the Dragons as well, working along the outside. But what we're not getting is the push into the core of the base. These Super Drags are meant to work through the core. This is why we set up these funnels this way, while the heroes work around the outside edges, especially when you have bases that have these open compartments to reach through. So he is likely going to have to reserve this Royal Champion to cut her way through and take on that multi and single in the core of the base. But the King and Queen are not getting the value they needed, and Queen is already about to die out. So this is looking like Badzinger might be able to come in with a recovery unless he plays his cards right with his Royal Champ and that final freeze.
Man, this Queen got so much value when she was initially getting hit early on and still was able to clear that bottom compartment, but we still have a lot left in the space. He needs to use the freeze spell perfectly to protect the RC, which he uses so there's a poise used to maybe on potential ground skeletons that might pop up. But he's got an RC ability, which is forced. Hits some of these Tassos. The Arch Tower is going to go down, but there's going to be too much. We're going to have a defense. So that perfect war that Time to Plague had in the previous war, not here today, because that Royal Champion is not going to be able to get that single, and it's going to be a defense.
Yeah, this is exactly what Badzinger was hoping to start off with. I think we'll see if they're able to change the lineup for themselves, but at least for that first attacker coming in, you know, this puts a little bit less pressure on. Percentage is high, but knowing that you have the defensive start does make such a huge difference for them. Wizard going to pick up a little bit more value with the storages as there are no defenses surrounding, but we have to wait and see how much damage is on that Dark Elixir storage, because that is the highest hit point structure within the storages there. Oh, and he's totally getting it because it's already been taken down mostly. So 95% is where Time to Plague leave it off. And honestly, that's not a bad start considering it's a 2-star.
Yeah, not a bad start here with a 95%. And you're going to have to see if Badzinger could keep that up, right? They had the 1-star to start. Is Rupert going to be the first attacker here for Badzinger, which he was in the previous war, which resulted in the 1-star? And you hate to see those 1-stars coming in, as we're seeing the screen right now with the 95% too. The winner of this will then move on to try to face the winner of the other match in the lower bracket, because if you lose the lower bracket, you are eliminated of the competition. And down there, we're going to have Activity E taking on Strut. So, I mean, there is one team that a lot of people are probably favoring over all the others, which being Strut. But if Strut has a off war, they could be eliminated.
They could. You know, and I think Strut needs to play it safe for themselves because we talk about teams that get covered so much. Strut, Queenwalkers, that puts them at a huge disadvantage because other teams are able to learn their style of play, learn to adjust to their style of base building as well. So we'll see what happens in that next matchup. But for now, we've got Pole, who needs to come in with a 3-star to try and lead his team through. So let's see what he can do with the Super Bowler Smash again, coming in with this ring style base, which we're seeing more and more of.
Yeah, that ring style base can be very interesting, right? You can have absolutely smashing attacks where you completely gut a core, or you can have an attack that walks and 1-stars. So it's a mix between the two. Usually it's a 3 or it's a lower percentage 2 to 1-star. So that's the advantage of a ring base, is you just hope that the opponent doesn't set the funnel properly or falls into your trap. That could be a Tesla farm, which it looks like he was able to clear with that flame flinger, as now the king is going to grab the scatter shot and pathing these super bowlers, try to get them with the jump into the core.
Yep, trying to get them funneled through, and it's working along. That flame flinger, though, taking quite a bit of time with the cleanup. We'll see what it houses, but I'm worried about that eagle and the placement of the jump right now because the eagle's not... Wait, there we go. Pops that king ability, which is exactly what he needed to do in order to get the force inside the core of the base. We have the warden ability reserved coming in. This is going to help spare the healers as well through the multi-section, but also everything coming through that poison bomb. Oh, and also... The super minions coming right out of that CC has a poison drop down and the jump to lead to the outside of the base.
Looking to hopefully keep these super bowlers alive with these healers. They are pretty low health. There's another rage being used. The jump spell is going to give him access to the backside as Yetis are over on the far left, which are actually kind of tanking this Royal Champion with her ability still intact. His queen abilities are going to have to go off. There it is. Multi goes down. Sweeper as well. And then she's going to target onto the bomb tower before trying to take out the single target Inferno. But we do have a defending king still up.
Ooh, we do, and that could be problematic. Queen does not have her ability. Royal Champ does, but she's contending with the Warden Tower, which is actually targeting onto that Queen. Who actually dies out. The Headhunter, though, has the healers on it to take down the king, which is going to help the Royal Champion. She does have her ability intact. 40 seconds left to go. Baby Drag doing as much as he can do, but it's going to be up to the Yetis and those Yetimites to carry this one along. He's hanging on to that ability as long as possible, but no spell support, Carbon.
Yes, the RC's ability skips, takes out the back and Archer Tower, and no cleanup for these buildings. So the Royal Champ needs to clean this all up. The minions on the top side, and there's just not enough time here. So he's getting a little bit more percentage, 91, 92. Remember, he needs a 95 to tie it up. The minion won't get it. The Warren's helping, 94, 95.
Can
he
you
might
get the
just
96?
get a 96, yes.
Ooh.
There it is, 96
Wow.
and a 97.
97, oh my
Yes.
goodness. Okay, this is what they needed to try and get back in this. It's not the triple, but it's the percent advantage. And that is enough to give them a confidence boost. Now, we talked about, you don't know who you're going to face. What bases are you bringing?
Yeah.
And that's the problem. But it seems that both teams have brought the right bases today to hold off against each other.
Yeah.
But who can pick up the first triple and keep this going, and who can keep defending is going to be the biggest question.
Yeah, great job there as we're seeing the stats on the screen with a 95 to a 97 with the advantage now being to Bezinger, and that's what they're happy about. They didn't have the advantage at all in the previous war. Time to Play had it, so are they going to be able to then say, hey, let's go and take a deep breath and let's try to turn this one around and start bringing in the 3-stars and hope that their defenses are going to hold? Because some of these bases with those anti-2-stars are getting smashed by the Super Bowlers, which these players are figuring out. And we're having a Super Witch attack coming in now. Ooh. And that is coming in from Ari, the Lightning, the Zap Super Witch, which, remember, it can be a problem when it comes down to time. So you got to get your Super Witches down with just above 2 minutes left, maybe 2 minutes, 15 seconds, because if you don't, you're going to time fail the base more than likely. But it looks like he wall breaks in. King's down, and there goes. With 2.5 minutes left, Super Wishes are down, so that is looking good on time.
It is, and I think the use of the Zapquake really does help this instead of using the Warden. So he brings in the Warden and Queen together, which speeds it up. But we've got the Log Launcher to actually open up the pathing through the core of the base, and we do bring in an extra jump. This is kind of a safety net if you don't make your way opening up the Town Hall, but it can also connect to the adjoining compartments where we have like the scatter shots that we want to get to, though we do, I see a little bit of movement and pulling to the opposite side of the base and openings in the walls, which could be really problematic with these super witches walking. Log Launcher still on course, but nothing else is Carbon.
Ari, that multi-target Inferno is going to be hitting them. The healers have transferred off the Queen, and his Queen ability has gone off, and then she's going to go down.
Uh-oh.
Not going to be able to get the Town Hall from this point of view, so... Oh, that's going to be a problem, losing these healers. Ari, how are you going to get that Town Hall?
And the wasted Ice Golems, unfortunately, through that as well. But Super Witches are still wrapping their way through. He's got time, but does he have the ability to turn this around? This could be a massive defense. We've got the Royal Champion, but we need to pick up that Town Hall.
Yeah.
She needs to get in there. He's got a freeze and a rage and her ability to try and carry that through. And he's waiting to see what kind of percent he can pick up before he drops this Royal Champ down, knowing that she is the saving grace here. But there's a ground bow. While it's distracted, I would try and get her in there now. Get going, Ari. Go.
Oh, no. Why are you not dropping the RC? The Ground Expo was distracted. That was your opportunity to do it.
Yeah, and the Warden now going to get taken down by the single. Like, this was a perfect opportunity to bring it in.
What? He drops her from the top side.
Wait, what? What is Ari?
Okay. All right, well, let's see what he's going to do here. He's going to drop a Rage for this Royal Champ as the healer comes across. He wants to target onto that Ground Expo first, it looks like. He does have a freeze. Okay, it looks like he might just be able to get it.
Oh,
there's
giant
the freeze.
The healer's
the healer's actually under rage to keep the RC up.
Wow.
What?
Okay. 200 IQ from Ari. We were doubting, and Ari knew exactly what to do to save the 2-star.
Whoa.
Not able to get the percentage where he wants to, but man, like Ari coming in clutch with the moves that we just would not have expected. That was a save.
I would have dropped the World Champion more where that cannon is, but there might have been traps that could have been ready for the World Champion there, and that's why you potentially dropped the World Champ from the other side so that she wouldn't get stalled up or get hit by some of the bombs. So that paid off, and that shows you how Ari's able to adapt on the fly. And that's what a lot of players at home don't realize, is that these players can try and change up the plan in order to save that 2-star, and that is critical. Or even they change up the plan on the fly to get the triple, and that's where all the players you think about is like, do these pro players plan the attack exactly how it works for the 3-star? I would say like more than 90% of the planned attacks from these pro players don't go exactly how they want. It's like one thing goes wrong, or they have to use the spells in a different location, but then they're like, oh, you know, it still worked. It's all about reacting on the fly to get the triple.
It is, and this just in, the Snapdragon Pro Series is officially following Ari now on Twitter just because of that save. So kudos to Ari. That was a 200 IQ move there. Very nice, nicely well done. But this puts a huge disadvantage on their shoulders because of the percentage. Even though it was a great save, the percent is not where they want to be. So let's see the follow-up coming in now from, Hugo Stiglitz. Now, this is the man, the myth, the Hugo. We've known him for quite some time, and he is an incredible attacker, very versatile. Coming in, though, with the Blizz. Look at that deep dive coming in for that Town Hall, centralized area. Very nice. Can he get the Eagle down as well and clean this up to give a little bit more power to the heroes?
Yeah, with that blimp landing there, we have taken the Town Hall down, but the problem is, notice what else. Did he take anything other than a Town Hall with a few buildings on each side? Yes, one behind it.
Sweepers, yeah.
Yeah, the sweepers, but the question is that going to be enough, right? We have all the Inferno Towers, the Queen, the scatter shot still up, but his plan is to use his heroes for this section over here. So let's see if he's able to get it. If he does, that's fantastic, but if he doesn't, that's going to make it super difficult to continue this Lalo, as I've learned myself that just because you Blizzard a Town Hall doesn't mean it's going to work for a 3-star. You have to get more value than just that.
You definitely do. Let's see where he can power along through. Queen working right behind that king, which is perfect. We want to get the multis down for the Lalo positions. Gets a CC lure as well. And as long as the queen isn't taking on too much damage, she'll be in a good spot. Pops that ability, though, to carry her way through and starts off the Lalo while everything is being tanked for, which is very smart because it takes off some of the pressure and gives more power for this Royal Champ to come along, especially under that invisibility spell, which saves her ability.
Yeah, and the Warden ability protected 2 Hounds. So they get able to stay alive even longer for this Lalo through the back end where that Eagle Artillery, and that's just going to keep providing fire, locking onto the Hound, moving through, and the Splash is doing a little bit of damage to the balloons with the haste coming through. 1 haste left. Always pulling some red air bombs in the core with these minions with the RC ability spin force, but can he have enough as that final haste spell is down?
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Hugo Stiglitz, known as an excellent Lalo attacker. He's also known for his queen charges, which we didn't get to see. But Loons with a perfect spread out. 45 seconds left to go. We've got the cleanup with the minions. We do have the defending king up, though, which could be a little bit troublesome, as we know he is like the best air defense in the world.
Right.
As long as he gets a split, the king's distracted over to the side, the Loons split into the CC here, they will be fine. They will be fine to get this done.
Oh, the balloons do
Let's
go
go
there.
Yep.
Yes,
And he's got it.
20 seconds. And they will take it down, and it is a 3-star for Bazanger. Beautiful job for Stiglitz coming in, and that gives a big advantage to them. So, really, I'm surprised. Time to Play came off a perfect war in their last one, and now they have failed both of their attacks and are down against Bazanger. So that's going to be a real trouble point here for them. Can they make this comeback? Because not only that, they're down also on percentage. Look at that 77% 2-star in, and that is very unfortunate.
It really is, especially with the recovery that Ari brought in with that. That makes it a bit tough for them. It's a tough pill to swallow. And Badzinger already had the advantage with that 97% 2-star.
Yep.
It's triple following up from Hugo. I think it was a smart move on, just keeping him in that position. Because when you know you have the advantage, you want to try and follow up with one of your strongest players. So that's exactly what they did. Looking really good for them. But they need to keep the momentum going. This can switch up in any direction at any time. Uh-oh. We've got it. Coming in. I wonder if we can zoom in for the Skelly Belly Jelly Donut.
Can he get it? Come on, CC. It goes down. Beautiful job. So that is fantastic. Doesn't have a poison spell, which means that he doesn't need it, right? He won't need it for the clan castle, and he can just get some incredible hero value as long as he keeps them alive, protected through these defenses, and decides to invest in more Skellies to provide that distraction for his heroes.
Yeah. Now, he did take down that multi that's going to help out quite a bit for the Lalo portion. King, you can see, already has a carved path leading into that scattershot position. The Skellies are distracting to give him a little bit more opportunity to work through, but this is a lovely position for the Queen. With the opening in that Town Hall, she won't be able to quite make it past to take on the single, but we've got the Royal Champ to dive her way through and try and help out with some of these in-line defenses. And I wonder if she'll be able to make it as far as getting to that air sweeper, but has to force that queen ability to ensure the Town Hall goes down. And it looks like we already used the invisibility spell.
Yeah, Town Hall's been secured as the Royal Champion comes into the Grand Warden altar, and now going to move that Lalo towards the Eagle Artillery as tassels seem to have going to be popping up in this area. The Hound's down to tank and protect the Stone Slammer, so that could take out these Teslas and then move into the multi. They'll continue this, but that multi-target Inferno is going to lock on these loons, going to get ready for the Warden Eternal Tome, which can protect the balloons and the Hound. No, he doesn't protect the Hound, so that's going to try to fly across, pull the traps through the space.
But it is picking up all those traps along the way and taking the distraction for that scatter shot temporarily, which was perfect. Giving the swarm of loons surrounding that scatter shot the opportunity to sneak their way in. And this is the best approach. When you have any splash items like this, the Wizard Tower, the scatter shots, having your loons not clumped up together, but actually surrounding from different areas. So a lot of times you'll see some extra loons held off for a little distraction as well to help with this. The split is going to be perfect with the Wizard Tower to redirect them and focus. But we've got the backup of that Drag Rider. So this is a done deal for Demo. 45 seconds left to go. If that Drag Rider survives, it'll be a lot of help coming in, but that single's not going to be an issue for those loons for sure.
Yeah, Dragon Rider will be able to help grab the rest of this with those balloons protecting We got the minions around. They're toward the right side, so that side will get cleaned up. The Warren is full health with the Owl as well. There's a red air bomb. There's another red air bomb, but the Dragon Rider Warden will be enough. And we got an answer from Demo. GG. Great job with the Skelly Donut. And it goes down. Look at that. Beautiful.
Wow. You can see the defenses that are coming in. Like, the thought that's in there to try and protect, because how close it gets to time really does make a difference. But Demo handled it very, very well. I know that there were a lot of people out there thinking that was going to be a defense, especially as the traps were starting to crop up. But as we can see here, Time to Plague dropping the 3-star. This is what they needed, but they need to see defenses following, and some strong ones at that. Because of the 77%, they're likely going to need to see 2 additional defenses coming in while they pull in 2 more 3-stars on the board.
Yeah, they're going to have to keep the 3-stars rolling, but can Badzinger keep bringing their 3-stars? Because Hugo came in with a beautiful attack for the last one. Yeah, they did fail with a 97 to start, but they have the lead. The average destruction percentage also is on their side, and they win this, they'll take on the winner of the next match, which is going to be versus Strut and Activity E. And they know that either one of those opponents is going to be very difficult and going to give them a run for their money. So between these, the final set of attacks here, we got about, what, 2 from each side? So still, or at least 3 from Time to Plague, but still, it's going to be a handful more. So anything can happen with this next one. I'm going to guess probably some sort of Lalo, as that's been the meta. No, more Super Bowlers. Okay, it's really a lot of Super Bowlers coming in. Okay.
I feel like this is, this is a meta. People are feeling more comfortable with this rather than the Super Dragons. This has kind of replaced it, though. I'm surprised because we saw some new meta coming in. I think it was from Clash Masters that it was being used, and that was the super. That was the Yetis with the Super Wizard combination and bats. And I've not seen anyone embracing it since we saw that from Indonesia, which was absolutely incredible. But Ano going for, which I'm going to call kind of like, this is the basic style attack now. This is the most common attack strategy I think we've seen so far, other than Lalo, the Super Bowler Smash. But,
wow. They wanted to have that blimp secure the Inferno Towers, which he was able to grab. There's the Tornado Trap, so that blimp actually just barely, barely missed that Tornado Trap, which would have caused a lot of issues. But hey, that goes down. It still has the Queen ability intact.
The Queen ability is the most important thing, as we know, because we want to be able to use it towards the back end of the base, especially when we're leaving that Town Hall towards the middle and back end. This time, continuing to go with those ring bases, those centralized core Town Hall bases, and working through. So we've got the lineup here. King forcing the push into the center of the base by working along the 6 to 3 o'clock edge. And we've got the jump to lead right into that Town Hall. That's all we need to get into, because the Super Bowlers can reach around everything else.
Yeah, this should be able to provide a pathing in, maybe, unless this King's got to burn his ability. There's the freeze. Super Bowlers, come on, take that jump. Move their way to the Town Hall. A few do, but the others are walking. Warren's got his Eternal Tome to protect them. Another rage comes down. The ability goes off. Town Hall's been secured. And we do have an Ice Golem even going to freeze up this area.
Oh, that Ice Golem's going to be perfect for the Scatter Shot, but it's a Poison Bomb and the Eagle combination wiping out the Super Bowlers. But the Queen bypasses the Poison Bomb. Healers, are they in the Poison spell? Nope, it dies out. So the Queen is going to survive. Royal Champ still here with her ability intact. Needs to launch that Seeking Shield, get the regenerative boost. Oh, but holds it off by dropping the invisibility. Hold up. He's going full in, but there's only 34 seconds left to go and a lot of storages.
But he does have 2 wizards. They can help with cleanup. And the RC takes down the Archer Tower, then the air defense, but we have Archer Tower up as well. Not too much cleanup over on the right side, as there is 1 elixir storage. It's going to be a big problem. The Royal Champ stays alive. That's going to help tremendously. This is looking like time might be an issue. Hurry up. That's a full health elixir storage. No, they won't get that. It's a 99%.
And that is going to be the defense that Time to Plague, 1 of 2 defenses that Time to Plague was hoping to see come in. Ano really keeping that one close. But this just means Badzinger need to stay on point with those 3 stars. Any slip up here and perfection coming in from Time to Plague could cost them.
Yeah, it could switch up this whole war here. They can make the comeback as if they're looking for defenses. So let's look at the stats here, and we're noticing it is all tied up on stars. But the percentage is the difference maker. 98 to a 90. That's a big difference, as in the one fail of a 77. So the 95 is not too bad, but the 77 is really holding Time to Plague back, and that's going to be a problem. They're going to have to pretty much win off of stars at this point, or hope that their opponent, Benzinger, get a low percent 2-star, but, you know, they would love to get a 1-star defense.
I'm sure they would. You know, it's been crazy to see those actually coming through today, and just only shouts out to what these base builders are bringing to the table. Now, we do have ND, a seasoned pro and former world champion, coming in with the Snolo. Again, one of my favorite terms now to continue to use. But we do have the log launcher, which means we have the ice golem as well. We're going to do a deep dive push coming in to really help clear out the center of the base. But we have the town hall to worry about, so it means we're going to Snolo. We're going to Snolo through this town hall?
Yeah. I mean, he wants that log launcher to open up to the core, and that means that if you don't take out the town hall with this, you have to take out the town hall with that Lalo. And it can be really strong, but also could backfire and result in a 1-star for potentially ND here. But this is opening up to the core. The Queen's ability hasn't been forced. She's going to be hitting this Hound. And the King beats through the wall, finds a Giant Bomb. The scatter shot, he wants to go down, uses an invisibility spell, which it looks like he will. And Rocket Loot comes out, and look at all those sinking. What? That must have been 4 sinking Airmines he pulled.
Yeah, and the Yeti is actually going to, the Yetis, I should say, and Yetimites are really going to benefit from this, clearing out this compartment. Taking on the Air Sweeper and the single would be very nice, because that's clearing out some of the pathing for the Loons. We want to keep them focused in the Town Hall, pushing towards that multi-targeting Inferno. This Yeti coming in a little bit slow, but the Yetimites getting in just in, not enough time, because we've got the Battle Builder. Tornado Trap, holding off these Loons, but the haste should force them out quick enough to save.
Yeah, moving around. There's the freeze onto the multi-target Inferno. The balloons are pathing their way through. Oh, come on, get through that multi. It's going to be, yes, he's got enough balloons. He's got under a minute. That single turn. Oh, no, red air bobs. Come on, come on. The Hound will pop, pull more red air bobs, but he should have enough.
He's got enough carbon. 46 seconds. We've got to get down. Nice split to the storages. We've got the minions up top. Ice Pups also working up top. This is almost done. He's got the 3-star, so he's got what he needs to try and put some pressure on Badzinger to have to perform. Badzinger does have a little bit of that lead there with the percentage, but they need to perform with those 3 stars continuing through. Man, they are keeping this one close. It's been exciting to see the turnaround from a team that just had a 15-star war against a team that had a 1-star start. This is where you can't necessarily take what happens in each war to heart. So we've got the 10 stars on the board for Time to Plague. Another 3-star in for Badzinger will tie them up on stars, but give the percent needed. And that's basically what they need to keep doing. And that is a lot of pressure.
It is indeed. And at this point, if there's 3 stars coming in for all the rest of the attacks, that just means it's going to go back and forth. And then Badzinger would win at the end of the day if they triple out. That's what they know. They will have the advantage on percentage. So they're focused on that. They're not worrying about or even probably looking at what their opponents are doing. They just want to focus on, okay, we get the 3 stars, we're good to go, we advance, and we wait the winner of Strut and Activity in the lower bracket. And then if you win that, you then make it to the challenge challenge series, and you don't have to play in the open ladder anymore for the next phase, which we'll try to repeat this whole process to get the next set of teams.
Yeah, it's a 2-phase series in order to get the 8 teams for this region. Each region will have 8 teams battling it out to get ultimately to 4 and then get our final teams, regional winners that battle it out for the golden ticket. So this is a long process that these teams have, but there are multiple opportunities to do it. And I think the best thing about what we're seeing in the Snapdragon Pro Series Open quarterfinals is the opportunity to have the double elimination process. It gives just a little bit more ease into it, but it's also nice to see that the teams in those upper brackets are rewarded. So you go through the quarterfinals, you get through the semifinals, you win those, and you are in. So that is very well deserved by SG Tristella and MS Esports. So waiting to see through this lower bracket, really hard fought. Who's actually going to get the win on this one? Dima coming in. We have more Super Witch action, of course, bringing in the Zapquake combination, which again does speed up the process of this. And while he's getting the Warden going to speed up what's going on, drops the Zapquake at the same time. This does save on a lot of pressure that you have with Super Witches that are known to be notoriously slow.
Yeah, time. He's even mixing in some regular witches in with these super witches. And Dima drops them now with about 40 seconds into the attack. And that's looking good in terms of time. But we've seen an issue where Ari came in with super witches and he had to use the World Champion just to save the 2-star. Let's see if he can get this pathing. And no, he's going to use the Blimp to go in for the core Town Hall.
Ooh, Blimp coming in for that Town Hall. It's a long line drive, but pops that Warden ability. Ooh, it's getting pushed back. Is it going to stay on course? All these drops coming through, but the Warden ability clips it long enough to get over top. And we've got those sneaky goblins to take it out. You can hear them laughing away as they go for the storage, but those ice golems coming in mighty fast. But Town Hall's already taken down, so this is safe to go.
Yeah, Town Hall going down, so now he just has to worry about walking around this ring base. Now the Super Witch is in, taking out the scatter shot, so that, oh, never mind. Super Witch says, I'm going to stop. I'm going to be like a queen. I'm going to go for the scatter. I'm going to go for a wall. I'm going to go for a scatter. I'm going to go for a wall. It doesn't know what it wants to do. Look at that Super Witch just going back and forth.
And just not a team player right there, unfortunately, for Dima, but fortunately for Dima, he's got a lot of time on the clock. He's got the Queen ability, the Royal Champ ability, a freeze, and 2 loons to come in. So he has what he needs, and with this ring-style base, it works to his advantage to clear everything up, especially with the open compartments to get this done, Carbon. So Dima coming in with a 3-star is going to tie this up on stars and keep them with that % advantage.
There it is. Beautiful attack. And you think about Super Witches. There was 45 seconds left in the attack. You never think about Super Witches having plenty of time, and usually it comes down to the final second, or if not, time failing. And Dima does it beautifully, having that Blimp secure the Town Hall and said, you know, I don't head my troops into the middle of this base. I could just have the Blimp grab the Town Hall. Everything else is reachable, so let me just do that and let them walk around.
Yeah, absolutely. And that worked out perfectly well for them. We've got the stat boards up again, so you can see they are just so far ahead right now that time to play would need the defense coming in from Badzinger. They need to pick up the 3-star at very least. So let's see what happens with the final attacks coming in, keeping it mighty close, which is exactly what we wanted to see. And I feel like this is the underdog story for Badzinger, which I don't think I would ever imagine saying, because they're not an underdog team. It's just their no. It's just that first 1-star that came in that kind of kept them down. But man, have they come back. So iPro wanting to throw down the 3-star, putting that pressure on and bringing us through with the Queen Charge Lalo.
Yeah, we talk about them being an underdog only because Hugo Stiglick said that. He said that he believes his team is the underdog going into competition like this. He's acknowledged that teams like Strut and Tribe have just performed better than they have in these types of competitions, but it doesn't mean that Bazinger doesn't have a chance. They just have to step up their game and hope that they can do better in the situations like this, in these types of events, and hopefully turn it around, where iPro is now forcing that Queen ability, and that's going to really hurt, so he won't have it for later in this raid.
Yeah. So we get the Yeti Blimp coming in, and that does clear out this compartment, helping the Queen. But as you mentioned, the ability is really needed, especially with dealing with that CC and having to continue on her push. But we still have to get to that Town Hall. Looks like we're making the position to Lalo through it as the King comes down for the scatter shot. But the Queen needing to work her way up towards that multi-targeting position. We can also use the Royal Champ to really line up and help. with the pathing, and that's exactly what we have going on, working behind the king to get through. But the Tesla's going to hold off. Nice freeze, though, to hold that at bay, and brings in the Headhunter to assist for the defending heroes in this compartment.
Yeah, as that king clears that scatter, that area down there, the queen's going to continue her pathing. I think the wall is open. It's just kind of like a little visual glitch for the queen. Yeah. Let me see. It looks like a queen, though, makes her invisible. And she is stepping through as the Lalo is going to go for this town hall. So, yeah, the wall was indeed open over there and freezes that town hall. Wow. And with the warded ability, though, come on, Rage, beautiful. Warded ability goes off. Single target Inferno is hitting that RC. Oh. That's going to hurt. So some of the balloons have to backtrack.
Oh, she almost got that down. So these loons, if she didn't pick up all those traps along the way, we saw a couple pop up. With her not taking that down, these loons could suffer, but it seems like the traps were already picked up. They're fine. Loon's coming through with a rage while the queen's distracting the scatter shot, which is perfect. He's got a haste he can use. Loons are starting to thin out considerably, so he's got to drop it, but they don't go in it. This is going to hurt. iPro might not be able to recover this one. 31 seconds left, and there's still cleanup that needs to come through.
Yeah.
Oh, Loons are struggling. 26 seconds. Look at those sneaky gobs go with the healers on them to get to the storage in time.
Wow. Time. They're going to run across the balloons. They're trying to follow these skellies. Doesn't even know what it wants to do.
No. 12 seconds left. Can the sneaky goblin even get into the storage? The skellies are going for them. They're going to stop this. He won't be able to get that storage down.
No way.
Oh.
A 99.
Wow.
Oh, that is devastating because a triple would have completely changed this, forcing Benzinger to have to get a 3-star. But now Benzinger don't have to triple. They just get that 2-star higher percentage, and they will be victorious and knocking out Time to Plague. So this is interesting. Coming in with the final attack here. It's going to be a percentage game.
It is. And, you know, to speak to what you had mentioned about Hugo saying that they were the underdogs where, you know, we feel Badzinger isn't. It's because of this new roster lineup. You know, they have a new roster lineup, which you come into a tournament like this, and it's not easy, even though Tompa and Tristella made it look so easy. It's not necessarily easy to have that kind of jive. So they've done exceptionally well through this. So we do have, we actually have a kind of reversal of what we expected to see coming in this now with Badzinger in the potential winning position. So let's see if Alfonso can finish off strong for the team. I know he'd love to get a 3-star and get that 1-star claim over. Time to Plague.
Yeah, with that blimp making it through that tornado trap, lands. There's the invisibility Rage trying to clear near this. Oh yes, he does grab the town hall. And then gonna eventually lock onto the ice golem, which they're gonna get slowed down. But this warden is actually still alive right here.
So warden can help out, taking on, along with the electro owl, actually taking on some of the additional surrounding structures. And that freeze actually held off the poison bomb slightly, so the warden didn't lose too much power. And that's gonna lead to an easier push coming in with this snow low. But the king and queen first continuing to section off the path. You can see those skellies drop to help distract the scatter shot, but also taking some damage already from the eagle.
Yeah, with this tanking here from the Golem and King, Queen should be able to continue path towards the enemy royal champion. Those skellies were providing that distraction. Has one additionally skeleton to use as the RC is coming in towards the air defense area, and the Lalo is now starting on the right side. Remember, no warden since he was already used with that blimp. So this Ice Hound will freeze this area up, and these pups are looking like they're going to be slowing that queen down, but the headhunters both get sprung. Ooh. Oh, that's going to hurt.
He's got the freeze to try and hold off the defending queen, but look at this. The queen's coming through with the king. She's got her ability intact to help out. So this is still in a good position. Freezes up that back end Inferno as the loons come along to take down the multi. They are clumped up, and there's a lot of traps. We've got the skellies to worry about, but the queen's trying to beat her way through the walls, but this has got it done. He's got the time. 1:02 left. King working on the northern side of the base to take care of cleanup there with the queen's ability. Even if she gets distracted with this, she's got the number done here. And that means Badzinger finish off with this 13-star war after a huge turnaround. They had such a difficult performance is how I'll put it from the start. That just motivated them to come through and have to face off in those finals. But we don't know who they're going to face off against yet. That's the biggest question we have.
That is true. Congratulations there to Bazinger. They will be taking the victory and moving on to the final stage in the lower bracket. And like you mentioned, they are going to be waiting on the winner of between Activity and Strut, who will be coming in the next match. We have 2 more matches here today to find out who's going to win in the finals in the lower bracket. But we're looking at the final stat sheet here where it says 12-13. And that's what it was. They had some solid defenses for Bazinger, who held the time to play to the 12 stars after they just got a perfect war in their last war, which was very impressive.
Absolutely incredible to see. So kudos to the underdogs at Bazinger as they patiently wait to see who they will be facing off against. That is our biggest question. So we're going to be seeing, remind me, Carbon Strut facing off against
Activity E.
Ooh, so
Yes.
I'm curious to know your thoughts before we go into breaking everything. Curious to know your thoughts on who should be more nervous in this one.
I would say definitely Activity E. I would say Strut is heavily favored going into this, especially from my side. I believe the viewers think this as well. But that doesn't mean that Activity can't win, right? They could definitely come in. They just have to put up 14 or even a perfect war, because that just seems like what Strut is always doing in their wars nowadays. And it's just, they are a previous world champion, right? So they are going to try to keep up that pace. And I could feel that they really wanted to get that first golden ticket. So they're going to put all their effort into getting this golden ticket now to try to make it to Worlds. But we're going to be getting ready for that next matchup. So don't get anywhere. We're going to be taking a short break, and we'll be right back.
Monster Energy, and DHL. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. I'm Glitter, and I'll be your host throughout the entire exciting journey of this tournament. And get this, the action is already underway. That's right, Clash of Clans has already kicked off, so let's dive into all the actions with the storylines and the results, starting with North America. The big story in North America is huge roster shakeups, starting with last season's champions, Space Station Gaming. They've changed their name to War and Glory, and they made some roster moves, but the majority of the squad has stuck together. Agent 33, Garrett, Nick, and Rigo Torres are still united alongside a few players from Space Station's sister team, Train Station. We caught up with their manager, Hold My Beer, to tell us about the new group.
Well, as you can see, I have a Space Station emblem on my shirt. War and Glory was the Space Station team from 2021, and the players decided they didn't want to go as competitive as they had last year and put the amount of time into it as we've all gotten older and have more responsibilities. But we still love the game, so we decided to stay together as War and Glory and just do some select events here and there, and we're really looking forward to the Mobile Open. So for last year's roster, we lost Lexnos. He went over to Chasmet Gaming, but we still have Nick, Goreticus, Agent, and Rigo back from last year's Championship Mobile Open team. I would say that Chasmet Gaming, which is where Lexnos is, and us are I would say the two front runners, but there's some very good competition in the ladder this year. There's 5 or 6 teams that easily on any given day could win this thing all together. Well, I would say, and I'll put this one direct to not just Chasmac, but Lexnos. Met him last year, great guy. Really looking forward to seeing him compete in the Mobile Open this year. But some know, some maybe don't. Lexnos has 4 Mobile Open championships. Nick on War and Glory also has 4 Mobile Open championships. one of them will be the first player in Mobile Open history to have 5 Mobile Open championships this year if either Chazmak or War Glory are fortunate enough to win the event. So best of luck over there to Chazmak and everyone else out there, but I would love to see Nick get that number 5 this year.
Very respectful words from Mark, but definitely fighting words for Lexno. So let's talk about his new team then. 2021 finalists Volume 0 were signed by Chazmak Gaming, and they made some roster moves. Ryan and Loch Ness Monster are out, and they're being replaced by Rainberry and former Space Station All-Star Lexnos. Let's see how their first week of action went. Lexnos, who you'll remember could become the first ever 5-time champion, had an impressive debut with his new squad, scoring multiple 3-star attacks to help propel Chazmak to near the top of the leaderboards. So far throughout this tournament, 71% of Lexnos' attacks have actually been 3 stars. Another player on Chazmak, Peivu, got off to a hot start, securing multiple 3-star victories in their first night of action. Defenders from Ocean Oasis Omega, Slept Through War, and Crash Esports were all helpless against the onslaught. And the big roster changes don't stop there. Another former finalist, Lost Meta Gaming, has disbanded because Huss and Mr. Happy Store have entered a soft retirement from competitive play in favor of a more casual approach to the game. Halo Blade and Stamus stuck together though, and they started...
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Open Finals. We are getting down to the finals, but not quite there yet. I'm Lady B, of course, joined by none other than Carbon Finn. How are you doing, Carbon Finn, so far through this day?
I'm doing fantastic. We've had some incredible matches. From the very buzzer beater, the last second, to some crazy ones. I can't wait to see what these final 2 matches are going to be as we take a look at this bracket. And we notice the teams over on the far right, MS Esports and Tampanai Tristella, they won't play their match as they both advance to the next phase. They are all done. But we're at the bottom of this bracket, in the lower bracket down there, where it says Strut versus Activity E. They are going to face each other in this next match, and then the winner of this is going to go up against Bad Singer, and the winner of that then will join MS Esports. They'll join Tampanai Tristella and then Tribe Gaming, who's already waiting. They've been relaxing this whole day, watching these wars, watching these attacks come in. You definitely know they're taking some notes.
Oh, they certainly are. They're definitely sitting back, relaxing, and watching and enjoying the matches that we have, which are all, of course, courtesy of Snapdragon Elite Gaming, which is just created this incredible tournament for us. I mean, we've seen it through the latter phases. We're now in the open finals right now, and it's not going to be just this one time. We have another one starting up. The next open ladder series is kicking off in just a couple of days, so you still have time to get in for the Snapdragon Pro Series, which is just bringing some incredible action to the Clash scene. So looking at that bracket, we still have yet to determine. Very incredible what we saw from Bad Zinger. I am worried for any team that has to go up against them, the way they turned around their 2 wars. So that's going to be what's going to be most exciting. But with this war that we have coming up, we have, of course, Strut facing off against Activity. It is currently underway. We will be watching this partially replayed just for the audience convenience and the convenience of the clans in order to keep this on time. So just so you know, as we're going through, the war is still actively going, but we will be taking a look and hopping in as they are still finishing up their match. So we do not know where they stand at this point. But for Strut, we do have Boom, Yo-Yo, Mask, Tryhard, and Ass. This is the 2020 World Championship team that has kind of switched up here and there, as well as the name has, but they're known as the reigning 2020 champs. And talk us through who we have for Activity again.
Yeah, Activity E is going to be coming in at once. We'll show the graphic right about now after the Strut, so we can take a look again, all from Italy. Yeah, so it's basically, it's almost a full German team, granted with Asht over from Finland, coming in against an Italian team, Activity E, with Keiko, Best, Milano. We have Necro and Zyron. And the big question is, can this team keep pace with Strut? Can they put up a 14 or even the perfect war? That's what they need to do in this matchup. And that's the question that we've always been asking these teams. We've been seeing a 14. We saw a perfect war, which, surprisingly enough, the team that got the perfect war is out. right? They are gone. They got eliminated by Zinger, who is waiting now in the next match after this. So that's the beautiful thing. We have 2 more matches here today. And then it technically doesn't end, because then the North America is going to pick it up and then continue for the rest of the night.
Yeah, so for those of you who are waiting to see what happens in North America, you'll get to see it right after this with Clash with Eric, with Clash Bashing, and of course with none other than Glitter Explosion, who does that amazing recap video that has given us so much information. So we've got the war underway, ready to go, and I can't wait to see who's going to get the win on this one and have to face off against Bad Zinger Carbon. If you were to predict, what do you think the scoring is going to look like between these two teams?
I think Strut is going to get the perfect war, and Activity is going to get 13. That's going to be my prediction. And so, which means that if Activity wants to change that, if they want to, they're going to have to put up close to a perfect war, if not a perfect war, to compete with Strut. And I just think Strut is on a roll. Yeah, they got a 14-star in their last one, which pushed them down, and I think they have a good shot here.
They definitely do. So let's take a look in as the first attack comes through, coming in from Strut. I'm sorry, we have a quote here before we get into that first attack. We've got a quote from Mask of Strut. He says, "Fear in the air." And I think, considering that we have so much air coming through from teams like Strut, I think that's a great quote for them, and maybe that's what Activity is going to have to be prepared for. We'll see if they have the basis to try and hold them off.
Yeah, we'll have to see here as we're taking a look. And you do notice, again, just want to remind you, we have the replay because this war was going on at the same time as the previous one, only because we want to be able to continue and move in and not have like a 20-minute break going into the game 7, right? So that's for the convenience of everyone here, but we'll still be able to watch all these attacks here. And Milano of Activity is bringing this one in with that queen, trying to charge her in towards the town hall and luring out a little bit of that clan castle. And let's hope this queen can continue her path in to eventually take that town hall down.
Yeah, she's got the wall break in. The pathing has been lined up, and she's got everything she needs to move along to actually stay in line. King working from the opposite side to take on that scattershot position, but surrounded by Skellies and Teslas. So he needs the assist of that Royal Champion to help out as well, and the freeze to hold off the incoming damage to ensure that it does get cleared out. But this does limit the value of the Royal Champ in picking up that multi-targeting Inferno. Either one of them drops that invisibility spell, but she's already burned through her ability, which does set the back slightly for the Lalo.
Yeah, with now the Stone Slammer still to use. Gonna try to path the Stone Slammer into the multi and that Royal Champion. So probably gonna have a dragon come out of that to try to take her down, as the Lalo is now moving in towards this Eagle Artillery. And here comes the Clan Castle. Poison up these super minions. Out comes a dragon from the Stone Slammer, just like we said. And the Eagle should go down pretty quick with that Rage Spell assistance. We still have the enemy queen on the backside.
Yeah, that enemy queen on the backside going to be a bit problematic to worry about, as well as the multi that's in the core that is wreaking havoc. But all of those loons were clipped in the Warden ability, just not making their way through into the core in time. He does have 2 freezes he can use to try and hold it off, but trying to hold off that Wizard Tower on the back end seems to be his priority. But that seems to be a big mistake, as he undercalculated or miscalculated getting... Oh, wait, he does get it down, but wait, that's a swag freeze!
Oh! Look at that. The balloons are splitting. He's got the haste to move him around. Wow. And the Lava Hound, the archers on the left. And we got, the army camp to the bottom side. The minion is going to actually go down there. And there it is. And he swags the freeze. And it is a 3-star coming in for Milano of Activity. Great job to start this one off. And it was beautiful. That Lalo was able to fly through that base and finish it off. And that's a fantastic start.
I cannot believe that. What a clutch turnover, especially with the swag freeze in the core. I mean, I was waiting to see him drop that for the multi. He had the 2 of them to help with the Wizard Tower, with the multi, and dropped it too late and still was able to recover without standing up. But, man, Milanello off with an amazing start. So we have to wait and see how Strut will respond to that 3-star because,
Yep.
I mean, once the 3-star goes down, you're at a disadvantage if you're not dropping a 3-star as well. So Boom needs to pick up the pace, pick up the speed, get it going. And this is what he loves to do. Blizz Lalo, straight to that town hall.
Yeah, can he get this town hall? Ooh, giant bomb. Ground skeleton, there's the rage. Did pull out a rocket loon, super minion. Town hall's been secured. There is an earthquake behind the town hall, which pretty interesting. Curious of why he used the earthquake there. Was he trying to get a little bit, maybe grab that Air Expo over on the other side? I guess he wasn't able to take that down.
I believe for the single. To get to
Okay,
ensure the
got it.
to ensure that the single went down, just get
Okay.
that extra damage out of it. But gets a nice lure of the CC, gets both the minions and the rocket loons in the poison, keeping that queen safe through with just the unicorn alone to pick up this added value. So this really is a nice opener, and this is one of the attacks that Boom has been known for, but we have also seen him have some issues with as of earlier this year. Let's see if he's confident in what he's chosen to do, knowing that activity does pay attention to what Strut does.
Yeah, this king ability. Look at these spring traps launching those barbarians. Dropping some more skeletons on the left side to try to provide that distraction. As the queen's going to step in, she can actually reach the air defense, but he could also drop... Oh, I was going to say he could drop the royal champ to go for the air defense and then move to the middle multi. But at this rate, the RC's already down, so can't do that. We got the wizard on the bottom side. The queen is pathing her way through. No more wall breakers to use, and the RC can pop her ability to get some value, but can this queen step in for the eagle?
Got 2 invisibility spells, Carvin. 2 invisibility spells with the queen and her ability, the royal champ and her ability. Oh my goodness. The value he is getting in the opening of this. Gets that taken down, gets the multi down. This is a phenomenal Lalo push, but it's helped by the hero dive, which was superb.
Look at that. With one more invisibility, we've got the warden flying around, and we've got the minions to grab the remaining buildings, and the balloons will just overwhelm the defenses as the queen will finish off the rest. And this is a beautiful 3-star coming in from Boom, and the hound pops. And look at this. We got an invisibility to swag, and they'll move over to the army camp and finish that off. And it is a 3-star for Boom of Strut to answer activity. What an overwhelming attack.
Absolutely. That hero opener was absolutely incredible. Impressive to see. And it was really assisted, not just because of the heroes, but obviously the Blizz that started it off. So kudos to both sides picking up those 3-stars and leading us into one heck of a war. Axio activity not backing down against Strut. Let's take a look at the stats that we have. You can see 3-3. The teams are tied up. These are the types of wars that you want to see. You want to see the pressure building, and you also want to see the confidence in these teams, knowing that this is their last shot to try and make it into that final round and get the final slot going into the SPS challenge season.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing. Can they take advantage of it? Because if they don't make it, then they got to go through the whole open ladder again. You know they don't want to do that because that takes a lot of time and effort. Because you have to play almost over 30 matches, right, to be winning those and then qualify with enough points to get to this stage. And that's the biggest thing, right, is you want to avoid that if you have to. So win this war and the next one, and you are in.
Yeah, in the first ladder series that we had, 96 teams played, and out of that, 931 matches were played. And it's those top teams where you see the most amount of the matches being played around, I would say, 40 to 50 matches in order to stay in the top league. So, that's a lot of work. Yeah, that is a lot of work. So if you're willing to go into that work to try and get this golden ticket in the end, after the open ladder, after the open finals, after the challenge season, after the challenge finals, and then into that regional golden ticket qualifier, then you best get ready because in 2 days it's going to start up. But we should see what we have coming in from activity for their next attack.
Yeah, they'll be coming in next, and we have 3-stars from both sides. So they're going to have to answer with a 3-star of their own to keep pace because I was predicting. I think that Strut's going to get that perfect. It's going to be a 15-13 war. So you want to keep pace, you're going to have to get a perfect. I think that's what you have to do, Activity E. We'll have to see. And the attack's about to be underway. It's going to be coming in very soon. But when you're thinking about this, right, out of the teams that qualified, is there any team that you were surprised didn't make it to this stage here, Lady B?
To the stage in general, or like you know, it's tough because these are incredible teams that we have coming through. I would say Torla's been doing some great work. We've seen them moving their way up. Inquisition would be one, though. And Entropy was so close. That would be the other one, I would say, for sure. But we've got Best coming in for Activity. And coming in with the Super Witch approach again. We're seeing a lot of Super Witches today, surprisingly, Carbon. I am surprised that we're seeing so much of this.
Yeah, the Super Witches are about time, right? We have to keep our eye on that. We have the Rage being invested with that Warden. And that, oh no! The Warden ability goes off. And that's going to be a huge problem here for Best.
Oh, that is not what you want to see. That Warden ability needs to be clipped. And just as a reminder, if you're wondering why we're watching these replays, this war was being played actually at the same time as the previous war, just a little bit after. And that is for the convenience of the viewers, in order to make sure that we can get through these matches and get to this final, because these are long days, not only for your viewers, which we appreciate you being here, but also for the players. So with this Warden ability lost, we do have the Flame Flinger trying to pick up some steam, going for that scatter shot, but is it going to be enough? Typically, we see these Hogs taking the lead, helping out with Royal Champions, but that is not going to be the case here. He does keep those Witches going strong, but Carbon, he might lose out these healers in the core.
Yeah, those healers can get really hurt, but with no Warden assistance here, it's going to be a huge issue. Yeah, he got taken down well up behind even the King up there. So you can see him standing there as the Super Witches are going to say, you know, I'm going to ignore that jump, and we're going to have to go to the bottom side. And they just keep not going where he wants, as this jump is going to bring them to the Town Hall. But can he take it down?
That's going to be the biggest question here. We've got the double jump combination. He is going for the save on that Town Hall. Royal Champ already expended, launching that Seeking Shield, and this could be problematic. He has nothing to cover her with. We've got Elune Wizards. This is looking like a 1-star all day long, which is not what Best needs coming off of the 3-star, and knowing Strut have that 3-star on the board. This Royal Champ just avoiding everything, completely avoiding the Town Hall. The Witch is going for it, though, but it's not going to be enough.
No, that Town Hall is not going to go down. Town Hall is going to stay, take out that Super Witch, and we've got ourselves a 1-star. And putting up a 1-star against Strut is just, oh man, such an unfortunate feeling to do that, because that's going to put you in a giant hole against one of the best teams that has proven themselves over the last few years. And will Strut be able to take advantage of this? I think they will.
Yeah, Strut could take huge advantage of it, because a 1-star is, you know, we do talk about 1-stars being something that can be overcome, but against a team like Strut, it's not as easy. There are certain teams where you just do not want to get a 1-star against, and we saw that earlier today as well with Badzinger. But once they had the momentum going, they were fine. When you get those 1-stars, can be very, very difficult, and Strut may have their number now. So we'll have to wait and see for the next attack to come in, unless Activity has something up their sleeves.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing they can have up their sleeves is all triples, and hope that they also defend a 1-star against Strut. That's really what they're asking for. But now we have Mask, and remember his quote was fear in the air. Well, can he get the triple with the air attack? Coming in with that Queen Charge, Lalo using those Yetis to try to take out the single. And I wonder if the Yeti Mites will then jump over to that multi-target Inferno. Yes, come on. Those archers actually pulling the Yeti, and that was brilliant. He took out both those Infernos.
Wow, very nice. What I also like seeing more of is the use of these super bowlers the regular bowlers helping with the funneling. Since they've had the update, we see them a lot more with the Yeti blimps, but also good funneling tool to try and line up some of the position. Now, with what the Yeti has created, we've set up a nice path along for the queen. We do need to clean up just a little bit more, maybe to ensure that she goes inside this base and works along. So drops in. Ooh, the wall break in a perfect position here. And that's going to lead her along the line. Just might need to drop the king or Val to give just a little extra assist.
Yeah, with this queen going to path her way to the right as the king's going to make his way up all the way to the top side with the sneaky goblin going to continue to force this king up. Wait, no, he might go to the mortar now. And then I have no idea. He should go back to the can. Okay, he comes back to the outside as the queen's going to loop her way around this maze of walls to try to get to the town hall or just jump it.
Yeah, jump it. Jump it's a perfect option here. That's all that's needed to get inside. King and that Val helping to carry her through, which was definitely needed. We still have 3 rages to carry through this. And notice, only 17 loons. So, again, this is all about the heroes taking care of the major push coming inside where the majority of the damage is. That's where we have the scatter shots. Eagles reachable for the queen. The loons just have to take care of the outside edge and work around in this U shape with just 1 hound to actually lead through and soak up the traps. But the queen needs to get going, needs to get a rage down, pops the ability instead. And this could be tough. Oh, healers.
Look at that. With that warden ability, protecting these loons over the eagle, and the queen raises his queen up again to keep her going. Probably going to find all these red air bombs in the core. But this queen doesn't have ability, but he freezes, and this queen is just going to be able to clear the rest of this. If the healers, look at the healers, they're just barely hanging on.
Yeah, barely, but they're still there. And the queen still has some health left going up against that ground bow. Loons need to sweep their way in. Royal Champ doing what she can to help out. And she's got the reach and range as the minions surround and come through. This is going to be the 3-star follow-up for Strut, which is going to make it a very difficult turnaround for activity if they don't bring in some massive defenses.
Yeah, Strut is looking fantastic here with these triples coming in, and at this point, it's going to be really difficult to be slowing down Strut with what they've been doing. They've been looking so confident in their attacks as well. They've just been looking like it's overwhelming 3-stars. Not only is it like just dominating that, the defenses are also standing up to activity as we're taking a look at the scoreboard here. Back-to-back triples for Strut, and the 3-star that did come in for activity, but also that 1-star. It's funny to see that there's not a single 2-star in any of the attacks so far.
No 2-stars, but there is a 2-star gap between these two teams. And that is a big problem for activity. So they need to come in with the 3-stars. They need to try and hold some defenses and see if they can push back Strut for that chance to face off against Badzinger for the final spot into the SPS Challenge season. And we're only talking about 4 spots. There's actually 8 spots for EU MENA, and the same for North America. So like you mentioned before, we have the ladder phase that's going to go again in just a couple of days. So players can try their way to go through it, but who wants to go through all of that? All of that pressure again, 50 matches, if they can do it right now. So this is where they need to dig deep so they don't have to do it again. I know they will if they have to, but they don't want to. So we have Necro coming in with the Queen Charge Lalo. We've got the drop of the invisibility spell to actually help keep the Queen on charge, on focus to get into that Town Hall position. And that Loon, hopefully enough that the Tesla isn't going to pull her. Drops another Loon. Ooh, Queen's going. She's going for a walk.
Yeah,
and
Queen's
we've
going
got
left.
But we've got the blimp. Oh, we're clearing out the path. The blimp's going to save this and get this coming through. The plan all along, which we often actually do see, the Queen clearing out some of the storages around that area, taking on the defenses. And oh my goodness, this Yeti blimp coming in. Oh, just misses taking on the single. That's the value we wanted to see with it. It was looking so good, but unfortunately died out a little too fast.
Yeah, I wanted those Yetis to help take that single down, but it was the Tornado Trap that spun him around, and now that'll be an issue through this charge, right? As the single target Inferno can eventually pick off the Queen as she narrows in towards the core of this base, and she won't be able to reach that. But the ground skeletons are luring the Queen away from walking into the multi. Oh my goodness, everything is going wrong for Activity E.
Yeah, is he going to drop the freeze on the Expo and the multi to try and spare those healers? He's got the rage down, Royal Champ coming in, but he's lost all his healers.
Wow.
So that means he loses all the value of the Queen charge with this, where he could have used a simple freeze to hold those off instead. Unfortunately, Queen, she still does have her ability, but we're not going to get the full value. And I would say that jump, if it was placed just a little bit further up, could have gotten her into that multi-targeting Inferno to pick it off. Instead, she's going to have to try and beat through the wall, get there, and there's no spells to help out for anything. Not for the Loons, not for the Queen.
No spells at all, and that means they're going to be getting taken out real quick. Pops that warning ability, which protects the Queen a little bit, but she won't last much longer here. She has almost no health. The one healer can't really do much, as these balloons are going to be getting picked off, and it's just not going to be Activity's war here, and Strut are going to be looking comfortable to be trying to take this.
Yeah, this is giving Strut a huge lead in it. You can see 14 seconds left on this. There's not enough time, but also not enough power. That was really unfortunate, the way he lost out his Queen, also not getting the value from the Yeti blimp that he intended for. So Strut in a very solid position, depending on how they actually come through with their next attack. 82%, not the highest range you want to be in. It's not awful, but it's not necessarily when you're down.
Yeah.
Already 2 stars, not where you want to be. Because if Strut comes in with another 3-star, then that means we could, it could spell doom. Unless they're like, you know, me and you combining our Jinx powers together and, you know.
Don't say it.
We could combine our Jinx powers together and see if we have like the ultimate Jinx coming in. But we can see the stats over to the side. We do have the 3-star combination there. There's 6 stars, but Strut still has that extra attack to go in.
Yeah.
So
that's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
It's all tied up on stars, but Strut has one less attack used, which means that they are in a huge lead. And if they come in with another triple, that'll put it 9-6 overall and a 3-star differential. And that, at this point, is almost impossible to make a comeback. The only way you can hope for a comeback is a 0-star disconnect, but you never want to wish that on anybody. And I mean, it's happened. Very rarely it's happened, but when it does, it's just like very unfortunate. But I think Strut can definitely be walking away with this one, especially with a triple here. Even a 2-star, they'll be looking fantastic, because that 1-star is devastating. But Tryhard is looking to come in with his Blizzard Lalo, and the Tunnel's off to the right side. He starts off with that Lava Hound, which means that he's gonna, there's a sweeper that's gonna push the blimp, but he decides to invest that free so it doesn't get pushed back.
Yeah, we've got the Blizz coming in successfully. Loons coming in as well. We've got most of the CC lure coming out here, so doing what he needs to do. Try hard. I mean, they talked about air, fear in the air, and we're getting a lot of air coming through, which seems to be fearsome so far. So this has been a good start for Strut. Even a 2-star here doesn't put them in a bit of a predicament.
Yeah, with this poison spell down, helps get the Queen through this area, but he decides to say, hey, I'm going to drop the Warden with my Queen to path them through this base. So no Warden with the Lalo, as the Teslas do pop up towards this bottom side. So that will be a little issue that you have to face. But remember, if you can take out the Tesla farm with your heroes early, you don't have to deal with it with your Lalo later in the raid, that's even better, because that can allow you to have even more strength to push through with a Warden ability and King ability to work together, and it just gets some crazy value.
Yeah, it really does. This is working along very nicely. And this is why we talk about how, you know, how bulky these heroes are and how much value you can get out of them. But it's the pets. This is why we've been seeing some of the pets nerfed, like the Yak, previously, like the unicorn now. Little by little, we might see more. I don't know. As we see players like Tryhard absolutely dominating with the power.
Wow.
But we've taken on some of the heavy defenses, so we don't need the Warden to actually work with the Loons. They can just take care of the surround of the cleanup because there's, you know, the scatter shot in the back end, but you've got 2 freezes to hold it off. You have haste to throw them in for all that splash item, and the radius of the Wizard Tower and the scatter shot combination, you can get both within it.
What a brilliant value from his heroes. It was incredible. He took full advantage of what the base offered, of having open walls straight into the middle of the base. So all he did was use that and funneled both sides and sent his heroes for a charge into the core, popped a perfect Warden ability when the king used his ability to protect all the barbarians and everything, and it was a crushing triple. Now, Strut is up by 3 stars, 9-6, and that is going to be so difficult to make a comeback against.
Yeah, they need some sort of Jinx power. My Jinx crown, I will say, my Jinx crown and my Jinx sash are away. They're away. They're not here, so I don't know how powerful any jinxing will be. That could be up to you, Carbon, in order to jinx this match and turn it around for activity.
I'm not gonna take that crown. You have that, right? That was sent to you and you own it for the jinxing crown, and you have all that power. But I'm sure we'll find something to jinx at the end of the day, no matter what. I mean, it's not a real stream or a cast without it, right? We're gonna have to see the next activity coming in with their hit of the Queen charge, Lalo, and decides to bring in that log launcher. So can we see a log launcher getting the value across the base? And we've seen it before where Queen has decided not to follow in, but we've also seen an attack with this where the Queen's got incredible value because the log launcher opened up the whole core.
Yeah, so working her way around, we're setting up the funnel that we need to get in. Again, more air that we see. I think the most dominating attacks are the Lalo and the Super Bowler Smash. So Queen, oh, he's keeping her. Oh my goodness, just dived away, but goes into the Eagle compartment instead. He was not expecting this necessarily. So we're gonna have to change the course, but we do have a log launcher to actually cross over the path. And again, similar to what we saw that was used with Strut from Tryhard, will have the same value, but using the log launcher to actually open up the path for the heroes.
Yeah, this king is doing quite a bit of damage. Force that extra rage spell for this queen. And here comes the log launcher. I'm wondering, so that queen took a really interesting path. As she walked back up, coming down, she'll walk through the wall break and get her to the side, which now the log launcher is not going to open up this queen, but it's going to have Yetis probably come out to grab that middle multi-target Inferno as the queen is continually going to be wall breaking. But that king did not take that multi-target Inferno down on the left side. That's going to be a big problem.
It definitely is. Let's see if Zyron can actually turn this one around. Raging up those healers for the queen. She's back on track where she was supposed to be, but nothing's working together. That's the biggest problem. Yetis are typically sent into the core of the base with the king, with the queen, so they can work on either side, and the Yetis and Yeti Mites can take down the multis and the singles inside the base. Queen's got a lot of work to do here to try and turn this one, but I think it's going to be a tough go because only 18 loons to try and take care, and the queen is already a minute in. This makes it difficult. Minute Lalos are things that can happen, but you need to be well beyond this percent in order for it to.
Yeah, that's going to be a big problem as the Town Hall is standing, finds the Tornado Trap, just activates now, and he misses the Town Hall, so he's forced to drop an additional free spell. And there's not many loons that are actually going there, so he pops the ability. And wait, where's the Rotamp? Did he deploy her on the far left? I think he did. Does he even have enough balloons to take the Town Hall down? The Queen is coming back around, but don't tell me the Town Hall needs to go down. Come on, Warden, you can get it. Makes the Warden visible so that the Warden and minions can take... Yes! Just barely able to take that down and secures the 2-star as the Queen is trying to make her way through the core, but the World Champion just goes down.
Yeah, so he's able to save that 2-star. Can he get more out of this queen? 8 seconds left. Not enough to finish the job here. Of course, with the scatter shot, pinging away at her. The queen not going to be able to finish this one off. High percentage 2-star though, but it's the defenses that are coming through for Strut. Very strong against Activity.
Yeah.
And I think this is going to be a tough go for Activity now at this point to try and turn around. That massive lead that they started off with a 1-star we saw was also insurmountable originally for Badzinger. And it seems like it could be the case here for Activity as well.
Yeah, we look at the stats here and we're noticing that Activity has used one more attack than Strut and has one less star. So at that point, we know that the war is definitely going to be one-sided in Strut's favor here, as they just get the 2 stars out, and they'll be getting the 13, and they can take this victory. But we're gonna have to see the final set of attacks to see if an attack comes in at this point of, well, do you go with an attack that you love to do in terms of what you think will triple, or do you come in with an attack that you know, okay, let's just get the 2-star, we can get it, and then so your opponents don't necessarily think that you're going to be coming in, let's say, with Yeti Super Wiz or something like or something totally different that could essentially plan for them to change up the defending bases. We never know.
No, you never know. And that's the beauty of this, especially with the double elimination brackets, because you never know who you're going to be facing off against. And we've also seen a lot of teams kind of switching up this season, which makes it very exciting. We had heard it from Glitter Explosion for the North American side, but equally for the European side, we have seen a lot of clan changes as well. That's made it very interesting for this year, including the Tompanite Tristella team that I am absolutely loving that has made it through. But let's take a look. We've got Yo-Yo rocking up with the Queen charge. Lalo still fear from the air, as Mask quoted, working her way towards that town hall to take it on, already using the Yeti blimp to shape up that path and take down the single targeting Inferno.
Yeah, he had that blimp through there. I'm just curious, did he want that blimp to... He didn't use any rage, so there wouldn't be any way that the blimp could take the town hall down. So this queen is going to walk her way through this area, and it looks to be a Tesla farm down here, so that he'll take some time. Only 19 balloons and 1 hound. So he needs to drop a handful of loons to test for sinking air mines down here. So that means he might only actually have about like 16 balloons for the Lalo, or even 15 if he wants to invest a few more.
Yeah, so just a couple of people who are asking out there about this being a replay. We had to play the games almost simultaneously between the semifinals in order to ensure for the viewers and the players that it's not too long, that, you know, we have the time. But we don't know the results here yet. We're still waiting to see. The game was still being played as we started off, but watch this queen charge. Look at her easing her way around, working her way in, investing a lot of spells. But let's keep an eye on this one as she goes through the town hall. We've got the invisibility dropped. We've got the poison. Healers are getting mighty close. Queen is mighty close in there. And the healers looking like they're quite in line with this, but Airsweeper kind of pushing them back here.
Yeah, that queen is going to stay up over on the left side, going to be going for the Builder Huts eventually, as the Lalo is now starting from the right side, moving his way in. King's ability goes off. We have the King running up and around. The Hound over on the far right side does end up popping, and we've got that Warden to help protect these balloons, and the Headhunters get protected to help go over to the enemy Royal Champion.
Yeah, Queen's, wow, look at that Queen's reach, getting the scatter shot going down. We've got the Lalo kind of working its way in little by little, easing up. This Queen is getting huge value so far. There's a lot of traps coming in there. We saw the Sams, now we're seeing the red air mines. Loons trying to work their way through, but the Queen is still going strong in this one to clear out as much of the base as she possibly can.
Yeah, we noticed that the balloons are flying to the top side, and that Queen is actually attacking in a slow mode. Like, I feel like
yeah, she's still in the poison spell.
Yeah, she might have been like glitched into a poison spell or something. So I've never seen that before. That is very interesting. What?
And she still manages to survive this whole raid, only just forcing that ability, which is absolutely incredible.
Wow, so that's for a first. I didn't know that's even possible, that Queen steps into a poison, walks out, and then still has the poison effect for the whole rest of the attack. Well, you know, Supercell Clash of Clans are going to be looking at that and investigating to see if they will definitely fix that so it doesn't happen again. But we're seeing 3-star, 3-star, 3-star. And I was saying it was going to be a perfect war for Strut. And I said 13 for activity. The best they can get is going to be 11. It just definitely has not been their war here.
No, it has not. And, you know, speaking of that poison, I mean, that's something that could make or break a team. For Strut, you know, I'm sure they're very happy that it didn't make a difference. First one that we're actually seeing today. So hopefully just a fluke. But like you said, should be something looked into. And again, as a general reminder, because I see it popped up in the YouTube chat and a couple times over in the Twitch chat, just to remind you, this was played simultaneously just after the previous semifinal match, just to ensure that we have the speed coming through so we don't have a 20-minute break in between. But we don't know the results. We are going through this as it is live to us to see who's going to face off against Badzinger before we get into that match. And we have Keko coming in with the Hogs. We've got some Queen Charge Hog action. I'm excited to see this with the Wall Wrecker.
Yeah,
more Wall Wrecker.
Not a log launcher, but a wall wrecker. Because remember, when you drop the log launcher, it will slowly lose its health, but the wall wrecker won't. So it will stay healthy throughout the whole time. It looks like he wants that to eventually make its way towards that multi-target Inferno and help take that down. And luckily, he didn't get stuck on. He dropped it just perfectly so that it didn't get stuck onto that storage, and that will move its way into the multi, and then he can poison the super minions. Beautiful. And he phrases this area so he can try to... He breaks through the next wall. Whoa, look at that wall wrecker. Just keep going.
Just absolutely clearing this opening, bringing in the Yetis. And again, we talk about the use of the Yetis in the core of these bases, but they're spreading out and not going for that single targeting Inferno. Instead, going up towards a multi, which should be covered by the Hogs. You know, you've got the early push coming in. You can drop a heal coming into it, which he actually goes for the Warden ability. Hold up. Do we even have a heal for these Hogs? We don't.
No.
We don't have a heal for these Hogs. Just the Warden ability to carry through. And that Queen to make the long line run around to the Town Hall. This seems risky by Keko, but it is looking lovely so far.
We got an extra rage and invisibility, but the Town Hall needs to go down. Decides to invest the rage onto the Royal Champion to take the Town Hall down with her ability going off. Cannon's gone. Now the single target Inferno. Oh, the Tornado is pulling that RC back, but the single goes down. Yeah, still has the ability. Can use it on the final portion here. Balloon is down, and we do have a triple from Keko, getting it done, putting them to an 11-star war. But
that's where they finish.
Yeah, Strut already have the advantage. With 4 attacks, they have 12. And activity finished at 11, and it definitely was completely one-sided here. And after that 1-star comes in, it just really is just the morale of the team drops completely. You know that you don't have really a chance because you have to be putting up a 14-star war. And if you get a 1-star, the best you can do is only the 13. And it's just, it really hurts.
Okay, so the question is, is it going to be a 14-star war? Or is it going to be that coveted perfect war? We've only seen one today.
Yes.
We saw another one that was like
so close.
0.99999% away.
Yep.
So it's do we dare question and decide whether this is going to be the perfect war? We have not seen Ast attack yet.
Yeah. I mean, to say that he fails is like crazy to think about, you know, because like I think during the World Championship stage, like last year, did he go like a perfect 15 for 15 or 17 for, I don't know. It was some crazy stat that he like never failed. It was insane. And I said before this match that Strut was going to go perfect. So I'm going to stick to it. And let's see if they can do it with the Skeleton Donut. Ooh. And yes, the Skelly shot to the Clan Castle and the bet on the single. If he gets this. Oh, even on the scatter shot too.
Ooh, he is going for the triad here and gets it done. That is some sheer value out of this from Ast. He has definitely been practicing with this one. Also opting to go in with the Flame Flinger. We can see the Queen on the Town Hall side. So the question is, where are we going to bring in the Flame Flinger? Or are we just clearing out the course to come through. Queen's got the opening, so I think we're going to use that Flame Flinger elsewhere.
Yes, this Queen's going to loop her way around. Doesn't have to worry about a clan castle. Once you get that value, it just opens up so much in your attacking ability because you don't have to worry about a CC to slow you down. As a Raw champion, she's going to step in for the scatter. Queen's going to walk toward this town hall, get that incredible value, and then open up the rest of the space for the Ice Hounds. And there's the Flame Flinger being used at the bottom side of the space.
Oh, but he's got the mortar to worry about here. Now, this is going to damage because it is in range. So he's waiting to outrun it, but he doesn't have a huge amount of value to clean up.
Wow.
It's just actually to shape this up. So he doesn't mind that it is taking on some damage at the same time. Whereas if he were to go for a scatter shot, it would be a completely different scenario, or the town hall, of course. But this cleans up enough of the back end, will open up whatever he has to unleash. Maybe some more loons, maybe a drag rider. But this is looking good with the lava push and what the heroes have cleared out already.
I can't see failing after that, especially Ash coming through with the Ice Hound going to freeze one final time at that bottom compartment. And this absolutely ridiculous value from his heroes, taking out the CC, the scatter, and the single target Inferno. And look at this. Makes it look so easy, and it is a perfect war for Strut. What an attack. Out comes the Rocket Loons as well from that Flame Flinger. And I don't know, this base was absolutely destroyed. Definitely want to delete this one because it is going to get triple like that every single time.
Yeah, now that you've seen it, this is how you take it down, just like asked. And 15-star war perfection coming in from Strut to try and put some fear in Badzinger, who they will face off against. But, you know, there was really, I guess, no stopping the Jinx power, even the duo combination of Lady Finn or Carbon B.
Right,
Yeah, we can see the stats here. That 1-star really hurting activity from the start. 15 to 11 defense is holding strong for sure because there was only the 2 3-stars that came in from activity. But how much more defense does Strut and Badzinger have? Because they've had to play through the lower bracket, so that makes it a little bit tougher for them.
Yeah, it makes it tougher, but they know that whoever wins this makes it. They don't have to play in the next open qualifier, which everyone that in the Europe and MENA region can play, right? If you're over in North America, you could sign up for the North America one and try to play with that because the North America is going to take over right after this ends. And that will be coming a little bit later today for the rest of the night. So you guys don't want to miss that. It's going to be absolutely fun where Clash with Eric and Clash Bashing will take you casting through those wars. But we're going to take a quick little break before we jump into the final match here today of Badzinger versus Strut. So we'll be right back.
Brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals. We are getting down to the nitty gritty, and we are actually in the finals to find out who will join Tribe Gaming, who will join MS Esports, and who will join SG Tristella. I'm Lady V, joined with Carbon Finn. Why don't we take a look at these brackets, Carbon?
Yeah, we see there MSE Sports, Top and Tristella have already joined Tribe, like you mentioned, and then we're at the bottom lower bracket. But Zinger versus Tribe. Whoever wins this is going on. They don't have to play in any more phases until the challenge phase, which we will talk a little bit more about after this war. So stay tuned for that. But this is it. You win, you move, you advance, you lose. You have to do it all over again to try to win phase 2 to make it back.
Yeah, I mean, it's been one heck of a day, a lot of action. We are in the 7th match of the day. Can you believe it that these teams have been battling it out? But one team has not had to lift a finger, blink an eye, or lift a foot, and that is Tribe Gaming, who got through. They qualified for the SPS Mobile Challenge season by placing number 1. The 2nd through 9th teams have actually had to fight it out, and that's what we've had today coming through. It has been an interesting turn of events. We've seen some 1-stars, we've seen some turnarounds. Most particularly, I've been impressed to see the turnaround that came in from Badzinger, who we're going to be watching facing off against Strut. Badzinger had a bad war, but turned it around with a beautiful recovery for their 2nd one to get into these finals. And we actually saw Strut with a solid performance, 14 stars and the 15 stars in their last wars. So that puts them in a good position. So why don't we take a look at their lineup again, see who we have in store. Of course, we have Boom, Yo-Yo, Mask, Tryhard, and Ast, which is the World Championship quote-unquote Fiverr team that we have. And they are definitely showing their power today, but they got to keep their eye on Badzinger because Badzinger just showed how hungry they are for it, Carbon. Let's talk about who they have in their mix.
Yeah, we'll bring up the roster here for a Badzinger, but the question is, will they start off with a 1-star? Well, the person who did have a 1-star was Rupert, and he's not on this one here. So they're switching the lineup, and they're going with a little bit of a different feel here as we have Dima, Ano, Alfonso, Paul, and Hugo Stiglitz, and they're looking to take their best players, and hopefully they can bring their best attacks, their best bases, all out on the line here against Strut.
Yeah. So it's, it's tough. It's a tough call. And I'm being told I need to blink twice if this is really live. So yes, it is really live.
Yeah.
We're waiting for these matches to come through. And we're very excited to see who is going to be the 4th team to actually move on into the SPS challenge season. This is really exciting because we're not only going to have this one, we are going to have another one for EU MENA.
Yep.
And of course, North America is going to have, they have one of their own, which is going to happen just about an hour after we wrap up. And they have their series going. But at the end of it, we cut down to the regional winners that have to face off against each other for the golden ticket. So it's not all about the money. It's also about the golden ticket into the World Championships. And again, we have to give a shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, who has powered this amazing event and tournament and made it absolutely incredible. This is a very exciting format that we have, and also bringing it eventually that we have mobile to LAN in the later rounds.
Yeah, and I can't wait for that. Can't wait to see the rest of the phases that are coming up. But let's take a look at replay for Strut that was for here in the competition to see what they have done. So we're looking at this replay of Yo-Yo coming in, and what he was doing was with that blimp. Remember, the blimp is the biggest thing where you take it in to help grab a single target. Inferno would help protect a Queen charge, and then just finishing off the bases. Just incredible what they can do. And then Keko coming in and using the Queen charge through it, the left side, but the wall wrecker was the key in that attack that went all the way through to grab that multi, and it was a brilliant attack here.
Absolutely. We saw some stunning plays. And the one thing, with the Yo-Yos, what we also saw was the fact that he wound up having that little poison bug that went through and able to actually recover it completely. Like, that Queen hung on strong, surprisingly, but no defenses behind her with that opener that he had. So Strut definitely had a great showing. This is what Badzinger has to worry about, is the 14 and 15 star performance that they've come in with, where we've seen a little bit lower coming in from Badzinger, but it's the determination and the roster change that you mentioned that I think Badzinger has in their favor. That 1-star from Rupert did cost them. I think there's a lot of nerves on the line when you are talking about these gold edition series, and that is what the Snapdragon Pro Series is. We have a golden ticket on the line. You have to go through so many phases to get through it. And I think Badzinger from the last match maybe made the right choice, but we'll see how they're going to try and defend against Strut. Now, what would you say? Mask has already told us that fear in air.
Yes.
What do you think Badzinger has to do to try and hold back Strut?
Well, I feel like they have to bring the fear in air, the fear in ground. They have to do it all, right? They have to bring the bases that maybe you would have not thought they would run. Something that could be completely like, wait a second, why are they running that base in this format here? Because it could be super risky, right? In terms of, let's say you have a town hall that's on the complete outside that could be completely trolly or something like that. It's something you have to do is try to bait your opponent into making a mistake, or just hope that they drop something wrong and fail in the attack and you capitalize on it.
Now, one thing I will say, we see Hugo Stiglitz here up on the board. And Hugo, if you didn't know, used to be part of MCS along with Tryhard. So there's a little rivalry in there as well, as we saw from the MSE Sports Strut matchup, which is also pretty incredible. Very excited to see that. But we also got to see a little bit of action as well from the Tomp and Ice Tristella matchup. which is just an absolutely insane combination of a team. They are working phenomenally well, and of course have made their way through along with MS Esports and along with Tribe Gaming, who hasn't had to lift a pretty little finger today.
Yeah, they haven't had to do anything. They've just been kicking back, relaxing. And I know they're also going to be watching the North America as well. It'll be pretty late for them when that ends up starting up. But that could be an opponent that they play in that finals, right? Because that's how it's going to be, where the regions come together at the end, and then those will be battling it out for that golden ticket here. And that's the amazing thing, is this year, the golden tickets have been given to the different leagues, right? As they've been organizing this, and it's going to be really having to work your way through that in order to have a chance. And we've already given out one golden ticket from, right, where we had X Team, they took it, but we have to start to give more golden tickets throughout the rest of this year to be invited to the World Finals on the big stage. And oh man, I can't wait for that. It's just the best teams come together to compete, and it's going to be coming down to that. And who's going to get it right here? Either Badzinger or Strat. Try to join the 4 teams, be the 4th one in to get into that second phase, into the challenge series of this.
Yeah, and it's not just that, you know, this is just one part of the steps. The open portion of this, the mobile open, is just one small part, because we still need to do this twice over. I don't know if we have a quick second to bring up the format for the viewers to see before we head into the first attack, but we've got the ladder phase that gets done twice. We've got the open phase that gets done twice. And then we go into the SPS Mobile Challenge, where they're battling it out. 8 teams in a round robin style matchup, which is going to ultimately bring it down to 4 teams. And those 4 teams have to battle it out. And this is all going to be regional, because after that point, those winners from those 4 teams in each region have to battle it out against each other for that golden ticket. So it is, it's going to be an incredible journey that we're excited for, all part of Snapdragon. And we've got Badzinger kicking it off. So they need to put that 3-star on the board if they want to put the fear in Strut and show them they're ready to go. Queen Charge Drag Rider is the poison of choice for Ano. And let's see how he comes in along, sending in the Coco Loon to help protect the healers as he works his queen through to get towards that town hall and lining up the pathing.
Yeah, with that queen under rage, she's going to be coming to the left side, and he's not funneling some of these collectors here. Well, the question is, will she continue to charge in toward the scatter? But the king is down, dropping an additional balloon. So cannon's down. She should step in for this ground expo, and yes, so she will walk into enemy queen. Rage up. Queen ability is not... Oh, barely not have to pop that queen ability.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to do that early on. Able to save it. This always gives me a little bit of my heart racing. But look at this pathing for the king. He's got his way to push into that multi-section of the base. Beautiful wall break for that queen to get to the town hall compartment. And I like the bypass of it, because it actually forces her along the edge of the inner wall to actually stay slightly away from that poison bomb. But the most important thing is to keep the healers out of it. And I think Ano's hoping that he doesn't see the bug that Yo-Yo had.
Right? Yeah, you definitely don't want that here, as the queen, it looks like she's going to be charging near and over this town hall, taking out the CC of these super minions, and the Dragon Riders are starting on the left side, moving their way through this air defense, and then going to make their way towards that Eagle Artillery. These Dragon Riders are looking safe, but that Queen's ability has been forced now. Watch out for that single target Inferno just on the other side.
Yeah, might need to drop a freeze. He's got 2 of them to hold off, but we want one for the multi. Holds it and keeps that queen going. We have no rage, though, for the healers, but drops the invisibility spell, which doesn't help the queen through the poison, unfortunately. But trying to hold on to this freeze for the back-end scatter shot as the loons make the approach. He's got the Royal Champ right underneath, but low health and already burned through the ability. It's these Drag Riders that have to help out with the loons in combination. And it is, slowing down quickly. But with the queen died out, I'm worried for Ano now.
Yeah, with the few Dragon Riders left, the Royal Champion goes down. We have an Air Expo still up. The healers won't do anything. And we need these minions to clean up around the edge. And only 30 seconds left in the raid. Dropping a few archers onto the cannon. I don't know why. Unless they were already deployed on the far right side. They couldn't really provide any distraction as these Dragon Riders are coming across. Oh, maybe he wanted to drop the archers to pull the healers over the Air Expo. That's probably what he wanted, because remember, you can only move the healers if you have a troop with more than 2 camp space, or 2 or more. So that's why if you put 2 archers, 2 barbarians next to each other on the same tile, it will lure the healers over. And there it is, 3 and 2, 1. Wait, whoa, whoa! No! Oh!
Ah, that is an absolute heartbreaker.
Wow.
When you know, when you know a team just came off of a perfect war and you come in with a 99%, you can feel the devastation. But Carbon,
yes,
I believe in I believe in Bad Zinger's defenses. I believe that they will hold at least one defense. That 99 could come into their favor.
Really?
Very easily. I do.
Well, I mean, that's hard to see after what they just did in their previous war, putting up the perfect war. And the 99 is the best way to fail if you were looking, well, you're not looking, but if you had to fail, you want to fail with the 99, because then if your opponent fails as well, if they don't get the 99, you will have the advantage, you will have the lead. And that's what you need going into the war like this. And you have to be putting up 14-star wars, which is what Zinger can do at this point with that one fail. And we have Yo-Yo going to kick it off here with a Blizzard. Wait, no, it just looked like it's a Blizzard because he doesn't have enough invisibility. As did he use a Bat Spell to distract the air defense? It seemed like he did. And he wanted the now sneaky goblins to secure the town hall, which he does take that down to then set up the rest of this hit.
Yes, indeed. And he's got the queen with the CC lure in that nice dark corner where she's unobstructed by any of the defenses. So this is perfect. She's able to just keep that unicorn going to keep her alive and well, but that hound isn't quite in the poison, so we won't get all of the pups in. And it's wait, here we go. Now it's in, and that's exactly what we want to see. No healers for this, so that unicorn needs to stay alive, but we do have the power of the Ice Golem to actually take the lead and help protect, and the Royal Champion to work in and secure taking down the multi-targeting Inferno, but we've got some skellies to worry about first.
Yeah, those skellies are going to be a little annoying, but it seems like he should be able to make it through here. With the Wizard Tower going down from the Queen's assistance, RC ability will go off, take that down as the King's ability goes off, and the Queen should follow suit in towards this area to take down the Ground Expo, but he makes the RC invisible. Is this he want to try? He definitely can't take down that single. No, that stays up.
No, a little bit of a waste of an invisibility spell in that case, which is unfortunate because could be used for the Queen, could be used for the loons in the back end. Queen's going to go down. She does have her ability, but taking down this Expo is going to help out with the pathing. Bigger question is not taking down. Wait, she's going to take down that single. She's going to take down the Warden Tower. That Queen's going to take down everything. Wow.
That Yak actually was so clutch there to break the wall open for the Queen to follow in, as the freeze now comes down on the single target Inferno. But he tried to grab the single and potentially the Ground Expo at the same time, as he still has the Warden ability. But watch out. Time. Just under 50 seconds as the balloons split. They're moving through. We've got minions to drop. We got another Rage and 2 freezes.
Yeah, this has so much power left over in the mix. 35 seconds left to go. You can see the swarm of minions and pups and those headhunters taking care of the cleanup on the opposite side. One lonely little pup against, wait, he's not so lonely anymore, against the Clan Castle. But this is absolutely overwhelming coming in with Lalo. And unfortunately for Ano, this puts Strut 1 building and 1 star above them.
And that's all you need at the end of the day, just having the 1 building advantage. We've seen championships come down to 1 building results, and that's what Strut is looking to do, is to at least be ahead after their set of attacks, since they are attacking second in this match, which means that they have a little bit of an advantage of being able to attack with the final hit and knowing what they have to do. Either they go all out for a triple, or if they switch it up to go for a safe 2-star, that is all potential. That, you know, they're going to be doing the math throughout the whole war and knowing exactly what they need every single building as well. So they know kind of how to calculate even where to drop the Queen on the per tile and everything. It's just crazy what these pro players can do on the fly and just planning their attacks.
It really is, and this is why you see certain teams just continuously dominating, even if they have some of their downfalls. like we've seen from Badzinger. Ano's 99% just shows the power he has. I know he wishes he had that extra 1% right now, but it doesn't mean that they can't hold a defense against Strut, and that's what we are expecting to see. But first, Alfonso needs to get the triple in. Let's see what kind of defenses Strut brought today. Both teams hungry for this to try and get into a golden ticket opportunity, but it is still going to be a long path. Yeti Blimp kicking this off here, raging up because we do have the defending hero to contend with and wanting to make sure that he gets the full cleanup. And of course, Lure is that nice added bonus. It gives you double value out of the use of the Blimp.
Yeah, the big thing is he lured out. Oh, he had to use an invisibility onto the queen here. But notice that he didn't take out the enemy world champion with that Blimp. Was that the plan? It could have potentially been, but he definitely wants this queen to step in for the town hall. He's gonna have to go with a freeze. No, he goes queen ability, and she might not get the town hall now because he has to invest a rage. Freeze. Yes, there's the freeze. Queen's under rage, and the unicorn trying to keep her up just enough. Queen. Yes. She stays alive.
Yeah, I think he dropped in a couple of loons for those for the cannon to take off the heat because that could have done her in. Smart move there from Alfonso, getting the town hall secured, but you can see a little bit of a pause beat here while he readjusts the plan, knowing that he didn't get exactly what he wanted, maybe, but he's got to make sure that he gets everything in line. Royal Champ working on the inline edge. The loons are going to force her a little bit deeper inside the base, and that's where you want her because that's exactly where we have the multi-targeting Infernos.
Yeah, but the single target Inferno is still there, and that's going to be doing damage to the Royal Champion. Freezes that up so that these balloons can continue their path towards this multi. The Eagle Artillery locks onto a group of them. RC's ability takes the sweeper down perfectly so it doesn't get a shot off as he paths his way over to the Eagle. But the enemy Royal Champion is doing work on the backside of these balloons. Remember, the Royal Champ potentially could have been taken out with that Blimp Yetis if there was no Tornado Trap there, but his Royal Champion clears her.
Yeah, between the Royal Champ and the Electro Owl, they are able to take down that Royal Champion, giving the Loons the fighting chance. And this is cleared nicely. Loons are spread out for the cleanup. No defenses to worry about. We already have the minions starting the clan castle in the core of the base. And that Royal Champ, the Loons, a Warden, even with the hang up of this King, that is not going to time fail this one out. This will be the 3-star. Coming in for Alfonso, exactly what they needed. What they're now hoping for is a defense. A 98% defense is what they want, or lower, to try and hold back Strut.
Yeah, they definitely need a defense to hold Strut because it seems like Strut has just been putting up triples after triples in this. And Alfonso coming in with a beautiful recovery in that. Essentially, it wasn't looking all too good with the queen having to invest the rage on her to take that town hall and then an additional freeze. But it was a perfect Lalo, perfect Warden ability through that whole bottom section that just moved from defense to defense and then eventually took out that Eagle. And then the Royal Champion, especially taking out the enemy RC, the Inferno, the Sweeper to stop it from pushing those balloons back. So it was perfectly timed, and it was a great execution there. As we take a look at the stats, and we notice the 199% from Badzinger. And they're looking to keep the 3 stars rolling in because that's what they're going to have to do. It really depends on the next attack from Strut of what they decide. And are they going to be bringing in Super Bowlers? Are they coming in with another Lalo? Or even, would it be some Super Dragons? They could really bring any attack strategy. That's what makes Strut so strong that at the end of the day, you just don't know what attack they're going to do.
Yeah, they are pretty versatile of a team, even though we've seen them doing a lot of air. And, you know, Mask has said, if you're in the air, which seems to be their course of action, it doesn't mean that we won't see. I mean, we did see Yo-Yo come in earlier today in the first war with the Super Bowler Smash. He actually has been using that quite a bit in another competition. It's his most used strategy in that competition. So nice to see him go back to his air roots. But Mask rocking up now with the Blimp. We've got the Rage down, so we expect to see Yetis coming in, going for that Eagle, clearing out the compartment, and of course, getting that double duty of the added CC lure out of it. And he's going to follow this up with a Snowlow. 2 Ice Hounds.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing is using the lightning to start and to take out the enemy queen right off the bat. So the Eagle is down. Don't have to worry about that. No healers here. So You have to keep your eye on the type of value that he's expecting with his heroes as he wall breaks the first arch tower. Then he's going to wall break again to get potentially the king to follow in. Oh, wait, no. He's probably going to try to path the queen to the middle multi. The big issue, though, is we're going to have a king, defending king, that could cause a lot of problems if he doesn't time a headhunter properly.
Yeah, that could be a big problem here for him. So needs to get this timed right while he's actually dropping the king and that baby dragon for the funnel to move into the scatter shot position. Hold up, we've got a giant taking the lead here. Oh, this is tough. I mean, like having to deal with that king. He has no invisibility spell to carry it on. Trying to hope that the unicorn can get her alive. Oh, wait, here we go. Headhunter and a Valk to take this down. Trying to hope that the queen can stay alive with her ability. He makes it through.
Wow.
Is it going to be enough to take this on? Look at what this Valk is doing, clearing out the path.
The Valk is leading in to help some damage on this Clan Castle, and the Queen's got her ability. That's the key, as she will step her way straight into the middle multi-target Inferno. That's some incredible value from this Queen with no healers.
Oh, stunning opener with that. We are seeing, like, we talked about the nerf to the unicorn and how it can affect, but clearly it's not affected Mask that much. He's got the secondary thinking coming into it. This ice low or snow low coming in right over that town hall, holding off that warden ability, froze everything up in the radius. And unfortunately, that tornado trap not quite placed well enough to loop those loons back in, but I don't think it was going to happen. There's like 5 million loons left over. Mask did not drop a loon in this play.
It was gorgeous. It was a beautiful value with his heroes. Then the Lalo from the bottom side, it just moved its way through and got it for the 3-star. And then back-to-back triples for Strut, and Mask adds to the 3-star streaks coming in. And that's now 7 in a row that Strut has come in with triples, because they got a perfect last one. And now back-to-back triples here.
I am typically not allowed to speak when there are multiple triples coming through. Because I'm known as the triple jinxer. So for whatever team that this happens to, I'm not allowed to do it. So the jinx crown is put away. You never know when it's going to come out. But again, having that 99%, we have seen many times over that a 2-star start with such a high percentage might not necessarily be a bad thing and can force the pressure in the end of the war if there is a slight miss. And I mean, it's 99%. It's 1% away from perfection. So one small hiccup, one good defense from Badzinger, and Strut could be done. This is still pressure on them. They can, you can say triple after triple, but one small misstep and it could be done.
Yeah, if it's all 3-stars from here on out, that will mean that no matter what, Strut will be forced to triple to win, because if it goes 3-stars out, then a 99% would be a tie. A 98 would be a loss, so you would have to triple to win at that point. But we have Pola Bazinger looking to answer with the Super Boulders here, as the Town Hall is on the opposite side. If he's looking to set a funnel at 12 and the Warden walking at 3 for the scatter shot, that means you typically send it in between those 2 funneling points. And from what I'm seeing, that's going to be a long way through with a log launcher to try to open up all those walls. But he does have a jump spell to make sure he can jump into a compartment and reach that Town Hall.
Yeah, and that log launcher will open up the path for both the queen and the boulders and the warden to come through. But also, if you look at the 10-30 side of the base, we've got the opening, which I suspect we'll see the king and the witches actually coming through from, to all meet up together in that core. But this is time consuming in the way that he's going about it, having to get through the storages and still waiting to take down this royal champion. But you notice that he drops the rage. This helps him with the heat coming in after him, but also speeds it up. But now that we've got the queen in order, ready to go, we should be moving our way up towards the 1 o'clock side, get our entry in, get that log launcher down, and start worrying about that king coming through.
Yeah, we have just under 2 minutes left, so time is always going to be an issue. And I don't know. I don't feel like there's anywhere close to enough time in this attack now. Like, how in the world will a log launcher with Super Bowlers be able to triple in a minute and a half? It's just not possible with the remaining base. Like, I would be impressed if it does.
Yeah, I mean, I do say often that the Super Bowler Smash is one of the faster Smash style attacks, but this is cutting it close, and this is something he's going to need to worry about. You can see the King already doing work, backing out to work along with those witches to get inside the Scattershot Expo compartment, but the log launcher is ultimately going to open up the path for those Super Bowlers to get through. They are finally making their way in, and that Warden ability reserved as we get through into the core. We'll see some Yetis coming out, helping to pull through past some of the defenses. Oh, and this is exactly where you want them, coming in for the single and for the multi-targeting Inferno. King doing exactly what he needs to do and has his ability intact.
And he pops that Warden ability, misses the Yetis now, still has the Royal... Oh, no, the Royal Champion's up with her shield. He's only got 40 seconds. He needs these Super Bowlers to get their skip, and it's taking out the Town Hall, and it grabs the Wizard Tower behind it. So that was really nice. Even the Ground Expo goes down with 30 seconds remaining. There's a Tornado Trap going to slow down his King and Queen. The Royal Champion has her ability, but time.
Oh, they still have to get to the 3 o'clock Tesla. Look at that all the way over there. This is a long wrap around. He's got a freeze and an invisibility spell. He had a wizard. He has a headhunter. But, like you said, time. He did start a little bit slow here. He's waiting for that Seeking Shield to try and knock off the last 4 buildings. But is it going to have enough steam? Did he wait long enough? Oh,
yeah.
96% carbon now gives Strut a potential big advantage. If they pull in that 3-star, this is sailing them through with a lot more potential. But what they're still waiting to see, what Badsinger is still waiting to see, is if they can hold the defense, because there are plenty more attacks. 3 left for Strut to come in. So that means they could pull in 2 more, potentially 2 more defenses.
Yeah, that's the big question is, will Strut keep their triple streak going, or will they fall short and get a 2-star? And that last attack, I was like, there's no way this could work when the Super Bowlers, even the log launcher, wasn't even deployed until the 1:30 mark. Like, if you do that attack, it has to be quicker. You can wait, if you want to wait a little bit longer, that means you have to have the other portion of your raid, maybe even starting nice and early. And that was the big issue. But now, boom, is not bringing Super Bowlers, he's bringing the air, and that's the Queen charge Lalo. We have a Flame Flinger being used, so we see Strut coming in with a handful of Flame Flingers now, as the Queen is going to charge her way in towards the Eagle. Wall break is down. Will he be able to open up the Eagle? No, he's just going to send the King into there, it looks like.
Yep. Queen taking on some of the damage for the Expo actually gives the King a little reprieve against the defending King, so he has enough power to come through. He's hoping not to see any skellies, so he can actually really barrel his way across this base. But look at that beautiful opening for the Queen into the Scattershot compartment, where she can connect and meet up with the enemy Queen and the Air Sweeper, which is going to help out quite a bit for this Lalo portion. However, we only have 18 loons. Again, when we see these kind of attacks, we know that the loons are relatively there for some portion of the base, some portion of cleanup along those lines. Flame Flinger going to take care of one side, but we have that Town Hall that's looking nicely able to be taken down by some loons and a Warden.
Yeah, with a handful of rages to use, this Queen's going to be responsible for taking out all this value, as this Flame Flinger is still up and looking to take out maybe the bottom side multi as another wall break comes through. It could open up the bottom. Okay, never mind. It just doesn't want to go where he wants, into the core where that other multi is. So that's going to be a problem as he reach it. And he's going to lose his healers quick. He's going to have to invest ability, and then he's going to rely on his Lalo to fly through the space and get this done.
He does have the invisibility spell that he can drop. Drops it along with a rage to carry her through. Is it enough to get up to the multis? Flame Flinger going for one, but we wanted the Queen to actually focus. Instead, she's going for the single position and is targeted. Moves to the wrong wall, and the loons are getting obliterated through the tornado trap.
Wow.
They are not getting out fast enough, and there's not enough to back this up. The Royal Champ was meant to come in for the back end portion of this. Rocket Loons are going to sweep through. Oh, but soak up the traps. Is it enough to take out the multi and give the Royal Champ the opportunity to clear out the back end with those Teslas? No.
Well, there's no Royal Champ. She's been taken down. Yeah, she's gone. She's a goner, as he knows this one's over. It's only going to be 78. Trying to get a little bit more. Maybe he could drop the minion on the barracks. I don't know. You could drop it on the, on the elixir collectors.
Ooh.
at the bottom side to get into the 80%. The Owl is getting a little bit of chain there onto the ground expo. So remember, every single percentage point matters. But the one, Bazinger had 2 fails, right? And so that's the big thing is if Bazinger didn't fail, then this would be the one part of a huge lead for Bazinger in terms of percentage, but that's not the case, as now Strut is still going to be up by a star.
Oh yeah, I mean 82% to be able to hold them back. What did I tell you, Carbon? What did I say earlier? What did I believe? I believed in the defense of Badzinger. They are known for their defense. In the past, even though this is a new team, I still think that they have a good base building team, and this 87% could jeopardize Strut if Badzinger is able to hold on another defense, because they not only came in with that 99%, but their following 2-star was a 96. So unless Strut comes in with another 2-star defense that they're holding on their own, this could put them in a tough spot. That 82%, I gotta commend to Badzinger. Great way to hold off Boom, who is definitely known for his Lalo attacks.
Yeah, indeed. And that's the big question is, can Bazinger keep tripling, which would force Strut to keep tripling? Because if Strut fails again, then it will completely now swing to Bazinger's side, and it could go at either direction at any point. So it is not over. This one is still super close, and the pressure is still on these players.
Oh, it's like increasing as it goes now, because each team knows what's on the line, and that it's just a sliver that can make a difference here. I know for Strut side, we still have Tryhard and Ast to attack. Ast has been taking the last position mostly, but we still have Dima to attack, I believe, for Bad.
There it is.
Here we go. Yeah, Dima coming in with the drag Lotlo. So this is actually something we're seeing a bit combined. Notice the clone spells that we have. I believe we're going to clone up Yetis coming into this town hall area, possibly, to take this down.
Oh, yes.
And yes, indeed, getting a big value coming into this. But we're going to split up. Typically what we see with this is a split up between the Loons and the Drag Riders. But actually, I think these Loons are going to take the front line for the Drag Riders mostly.
So he did take down that single target Inferno. And I think we saw this base that was hit by activity where a blimp was used, right, with the Yetis in a raid, but no clone, which meant that the single target Inferno stayed up, and it caused a lot of issues. This looks to be like the same attack, but what he's planning to do is get this queen to actually funnel into that multi. And what happened with activity, the queen didn't funnel in, and that was the issue. So the king can burn his ability. RC is being used to set that funnel, so that's the big difference here. And the queen is stepping in, but notice there's no healers in this attack.
Nope.
So
different approach.
Yeah.
Which seems to be working out very well. That clone option was a great idea, knowing that they needed to take on the single. And you know what? You can see the value he's getting without those healers, which gives him more to use. Now going with the Drag Riders rather than going in with the Lalo attack that we saw previously. You can see the Drag Riders coming in from the 3 to 4 o'clock side of the base as the Royal Champ tries to cover the 6 o'clock area on her lonesome through her Seeking Shield.
Wow, there's a ton of balloons that are coming on the right side. That Royal Champion is getting fantastic value. The Queen finally goes down, but using a Rage into the core, down that goes, pulling a handful of traps, but Dima, what an attack here with the Dragon Riders coming in. No healer, so it was not a Queen Charge Dragon Rider. It was like a blimp clone into just blimp clone Dragon Riders, I guess, because he has plenty and he's overwhelming the space.
Yeah, he is absolutely hammered through this. So this is where the pressure goes on to Strut. When you see Dima absolutely raging across a base like this, cloning up, getting the power out of the Drag Riders. He had, 6 Drag Riders that he brought with them, with 4 remaining in this mix. Absolutely incredible. So they were taking notes. They were actually watching what was going on, looked at that base, and quickly analyzed how to adjust for it, and that was perfection. But this is a problem. When you have these double elimination brackets, you wind up in the lower bracket. There's only so many bases that you bring with you.
Yeah.
So it does mean that sometimes you have to rerun bases, especially if they defend, and it gives your opponent the opportunity to analyze it and find the right way to take it down.
Indeed. Yeah, that's the big thing is we've seen pro players talk about rerunning a base, and sometimes it could be a mental game, right? You're like, wait a second, this is the same base, but did you move the traps around? Which over this weekend, I was casting and I saw the same base being used and the traps were completely moved. And it was like, oh, okay. And then the attacker who hit the base was using spells thinking that the traps were originally there. So that was very interesting to see how they were playing that. But yeah, Yo-Yo's base was not able to defend, as now Tryhard needs a triple here. And if he doesn't, they will be down, and Badzinger can win with a triple to end the war. So this is a huge attack.
It is. It's a 3-star or potential no-go now. So we get the blimp coming in with those sneaky gobs, take it down. We take down the town hall, line up the pathing for the queen with this. Archers on the outside edge, ensuring that she makes her course to the 6 o'clock side of the base. We only have one super wall breaker to get this queen actually through, and we really need to shape up for what we have with these drag riders. I don't know, after seeing Dima's attack, I'm not as convinced about this approach anymore.
Oh boy.
The way he smashed through.
Yeah, I would say I'm worried about that single target Inferno here. He did deal with the clan castle, so he doesn't have to worry about that, but I'm surprised he hasn't dropped the king yet to, like, I think he wanted the king, probably funnel this king into the scatter shot, but it's not down. So he's finally down now, but was it too late? Because there's going to be a lot onto this queen.
Yeah, I'm not only worried about that single, but I'm worried about that ground bow as well. This queen's taking on a lot of damage. Doesn't get the healers in, but she does take the step forward. He has 2 invisibility spells to carry her through this. Freezes up the single for now, so he doesn't have to burn through the ability. Takes down the defending queen, but gonna need... Oh, the unicorn's taking the heat right now, so the queen is actually okay. King and Royal Champion working across to cut through, which means we're gonna start seeing these drag riders getting ready to be put down on the board, but he needs to get that queen in a good position. Invisibility expended, 1 more to go. Could be used for the Royal Champion, but he wants certain value out of this queen.
Yeah, that Royal Champion control. No, the RC's gonna go down. Scatter shot. Oh, bye-bye, Royal Champion. As the Dragon Riders, one of them doesn't split to that scatter, so that's gonna be a problem. But the queen is not taking any shots here, so it's just the multi-beams that are hitting her. And the Dragon Riders are trying to go through the core. Does he have enough? That ward ability protecting through the Seeking Air. Oh, the other traps do hit. It doesn't last long enough there.
No, and he didn't have a lot. He only has, what, 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 drag riders left on this, trying to get through the scatter shot. Queen's got her ability. She would need to backtrack to get to the scatter shot on the back end of the base, but there's only 33 seconds left to go. Minions are working as fast as they can for the cleanup, getting through the storages. Tornado trap, though, holding off the queen. There's no time to waste, and she is moving to the top side of the base, where she needs to be moving down to the scatter shot. Are we talking about a potential 99%?
The Dragon Rider's going down there. The Dragon Rider, remember that scatter shot is low health. No, Seeking Air Mine. Warden, don't turn around. Don't turn around, Warden. Go take out the scatter. Go, 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 go.
Oh, it's a triple.
Tryhard gets it. Wow. The Warden actually does something smart. And he takes that scatter shot down with the Owl Assistant. Wow, it saved. I thought the Warden would be like, okay, let's go and turn around, go for the king or something. But no, he gets it there and he clutches it and they keep the lead.
Tryhard just trying to keep everyone on the edge of their seats, almost messing with Badzinger at this point. This keeps the pressure applied because Badzinger has one final attack. If they pick up that 3-star, then pressure is back on to Ast to actually pick up the 3-star. So this is a game where you kind of 3-star or go home at this point.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, Carvin, I don't know if my heart can handle all of this action. That was one of the closest 3-stars that we have seen quite yet.
Yes.
Oh man, and it is Hugo Stiglitz. This is like the man that never misses, almost like LP. And he's coming in with the air, which he's known for, but kicking it off with the Blizz as his opener. to clear up the entry value.
And look how he placed these spells. Like, he placed them perfectly where he wanted to get the angle. Look at this. Can he even lock out of the queen? Oh, no, queen. What are you doing? You're stepping into the invisibility so he can't get the queen. The unfortunate timing. I hate when that happens. And it happens way too much for when I'm doing my Blizzard, especially in Legends League. But he's going to try to wall break this corner to allow this queen to step into the Town Hall and grab that. And there's quite a bit of storages and defenses, but they are some mortars, so Queen should be safe once he takes out this Tesla.
Yeah, and drops the Loon to actually keep her on focus and on course. It's going to force her inside to this Town Hall position. Unicorn keeping her alive and well. We do have an invisibility spell. And of course the freezes if she's in a tough situation, but ideally we want this invisibility for the Royal Champ. We're going to get deeper inside the base. We have the King working along. Royal Champ just towards that outside edge. Baby Drag's going to ensure that they stay funneled inside, but the main point for this would be to take on that multi-targeting Inferno. Looks like the heroes want to mess about, though.
Yeah, with that defending queen still on the bottom side, decides to send a Headhunter as his Royal Champ is going to have to deal with them, and the Headhunter is perfectly angled to stay away from the enemy queen. With that Lalo now coming through the top side, but he finds a Tesla farm up there.
Oh, she's low health, waits for that ability to get the regenerative boost. That gives her about 75%. She can drop the invis right now, take out the defending queen, but he opts not to. He's holding on to it for the Lalo. I don't know how much is left down below to actually worry about, but he's going to need some troops left over if he wants to get this 3-star tornado trap, holding up the loons. And they don't get the full value of the freeze, but actually they do, but some red air bombs going to start slowing them down.
The Hound needs to lead the charge to tank. It's going to go across. He's got the invis. There's the haste. It's a single target Inferno, which is taking down these balloons. Uh-oh. He's not dropping the archers for... Yeah, he finally drops the archer for the dark elixir, or the dark spell storage, which goes down. Remember, you don't have to kill the queen. You can leave her up, but he just have to take out these final buildings and defenses.
Yeah, and the Warden's behind. We've got the Electro Owl Loon coming over top. Doesn't get the Wizard Tower down, but the Electro Owl, the Warden, will get it done. Hugo Stiglitz coming in with the 3-star for Badzinger.
Yes.
Now, putting the pressure on. Look at that percentage overall. I mean, what they've done is incredible. The 99%, the 96%, and they are forcing Strut into a 3-star to win or lose. This is the final spot for the first SPS Open season. This is the last one until you have to play again in the ladder phase. So these two teams are giving it everything they have, and it's up to Ast to determine the fate of either Badzinger or Strut.
This one attack will determine if you have to put in an extra 50, 60, 70 plus hours of Clash Wars throughout the open ladder, throughout this, and all the planning for bases. Like, this attack has so much on the line. If Ash triples, they win, they advance. If he doesn't, they lose. And you can't ask for anything better. This is the last match today, the last attack today, and then in a little bit, like an hour from now, will be the North America's turn to be going at this same thing. So the pressure is now on Ash with that blip to start to try to take off this multi-tornado with the Yetis. No tornado trap here, so he's looking to get some nice value, including a ground expo, which goes down, and even the builder hut.
Yeah, Queen on the outside edge gets the wall break open into that scatter shot position. We've got the healers, but delaying slightly because we do have the archer tower and air defense that we worry about. We want to get those healers in a nice position, but he's also going to have to start sending in some Coco Loons to help out, just to make sure that there aren't any traps, that they're not baited, and they can keep the queen moving strong. Interestingly, he's not going in with the super drags, which he's known for, but goes in with the Hydra instead. Queen's going to charge her way down, it looks like, and around, because we've got the opening into that town hall position. She's got 2 super wall breakers to lead that pass.
Yeah, as this queen charges in towards this elixir storage, going to eventually lock onto the Royal Champion. Should be safe, but the ground expo is going to hit her. So watch out, or we're going to use another rage. We got 3 more to use. There's the rage. Come on, rage, rage. Was it too late? The sweeper's going to push. Oh, the queen is just hanging on. Okay. Whoa. He can keep the queen going. There's this. Oh, a double sinking air mine. That's going to hurt this queen charge.
Oh, I gotta say.
Oh no, another!
Oh, this queen gonna struggle, but she still hangs on to the ability, has 2 more
Oh,
rages
boy.
left to go. But he's
Another!
gotta hang on tight. These
got
traps are
one
coming
more.
through. He's got the invisibility. That's gonna have to come down, Carbon, possibly, if the queen can't use the ability to take down the town hall on her lonesome. But for now, she's got that done.
Yep.
The healers are also done.
The healers have all been taken out. Well, the queen's ability, now he's got to invest these rages for the dragons. And out comes the Lava Hound from the Royal Champion because she was next to that clan castle. Now they're going to get stuck on the Hound trying to take that down. The queen's going to go down as the Hound pops. The king is using the ability. He's going to run down on the bottom with another rage, 2 freezes, and an invisibility. Can he continue this path through as the RC ability's been forced?
Oh, this is a tough run. Those singles
Uh-oh.
are rough, but drops the invisibility spell, sparing
going.
the Royal Champs and the Dragons coming
Yes.
through that single. He's got the King still beating across, taking on some of the heat, Carbon. We've got a freeze for some of the back end,
Yep.
but what remains? We've got Archer Towers, cannons, and we've got the Battle Builder, but
Uh-oh.
we've got all the red air bombs
Wait a
knocking
second.
out some of the Dragons.
Time.
28 seconds.
He needs to keep this king up because the dragons are going to be slow. They're making their way through. There's nothing on the backside. 20 seconds. 3-star, you win. Time fail, you lose.
Oh, are there giant bombs
no.
on the outside?
Oh, no.
Even one small bomb
This is
could
it.
do this in. King dies
10
out. The
seconds.
Dragons need the Electro Owl to come
he
through
needs an
and
owl.
flip this.
No.
Minions.
How much health does it have? You got to be kidding me. 99. What? No,
What?
no. Forest. A 99%. And Benzinger are going to hold on and advance, which means that Strut must now play this all again into season 2, or not season 2, but phase 2 for the second ladder. And oh man, Lady B, that was just what a wild finish. The 99 just wasn't enough.
That was exactly what Anna was feeling, but on a completely different level now. Man, that was an epic, epic war that we had.
Yeah.
You can see the war started off with a 99%, carried its way through, keeping the advantage to Strut,
Wow.
and then finished off with a 99% that did Strut in.
Yep.
And it was the defenses that held strong for Badzinger. Kudos with Badzinger being able to join the likes of Tribe Gaming, MSE Sports, and Tompanai Tristella.
Yes. Congratulations to Benzinger. They are moving on there. And it's just been an absolutely incredible day of so many wars. 7 wars here today to get those extra 3 teams that are be making it to that challenge phase. And now Strut has to do it all again. They have to go through it all. And it's just that one building. How unfortunate. You hate to see it. But still, Benzinger, congratulations. And we will be coming, we're going to be taking a quick break, but we're going to be back with an interview. So you guys don't want to do that, but it's just incredible to see all of that stuff to go through over these last several hours, right? Because through the Europe and MENA, we saw this, but then in an hour from now, we're going to see all this again from the North America side with all the North America teams competing and try to do exactly the same thing. Try to play through it all and then earn their spots to get to the challenge phase. And it's just been a
Yeah, so we will return with that interview after the short break. But absolutely phenomenal performances today from all teams. And I can't wait to hear what they have in store.
is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I'm Hugo Stiglitz, and I'm a player from Batzinger. So my real name is Hugo, and Hugo Stiglitz is a character from the film Inglourious Basterds. I think we had some good performances against Strut and Tribe Gaming, and also Tompinai. But unfortunately, we lost some wars that we shouldn't have lost. And it costed us the first place. We were too far from Tribe Gaming in the last days, so we didn't try to be top one, and we ended up finishing top 3 or 4, I think. I think they deserve it. They are very tough opponents, so they 100% deserve the first place. And I'm looking forward to challenge them in the upcoming matches. We had not our best roster, which can explain why we lost the second match. The other reason is that we are a bit inconsistent. We can lose some wars for stupid reasons. So that's what we have to work on, and I hope we're gonna be very solid in the next matches. I wouldn't say we are the favorites. I think Strut and Tribe have proved that they are better than us multiple times. But we are kind of the underdog, I would say. We can win this, and we are gonna do everything we can to beat every team. Strut for sure, because Strut have a glorious past. They won a world championship. I would tell them that they know what we are capable of, so be prepared. I think the meta now is very unpredictable. Everybody can win and everybody can lose, so be prepared, and each attack must be prepared 100%. Yeah, Tribe Gaming, we are coming for you.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals. We have just crowned our 4 winners, and if you didn't know, dogs can actually live in outer space. We do have a spaceship dog with us. But it's been an incredible day of action. And Carbon, why don't we take a look at the brackets again and see what we went through today in the matchups?
Absolutely. We have an incredible day of 7 matches here, which we have pushed 3 additional teams to the next phase to be joining Tribe Gaming. Since Tribe finished in first place in the open ladder, they didn't have to do anything today. So we saw the likes of MSC Sports defeating Strut, who pushed them to the lower bracket, and then the MSC Sports advanced, right? With the addition of Tompinai, Tristella advancing over Batzinger, but then Batzinger was able to come back and make it to the finals. They lost, but they defeated Time to Plek, who got a perfect war in the war previous to them, and then they took down Strut in a 13-13 war on percentage, literally by that one building. and he needed like an extra second, but it was enough for Bazinga to advance. It was incredible.
Yeah, so Badzinger is the taker down of perfect war attackers, it seems. That is their title.
Yes.
Absolutely incredible and amazing. And if we're going to be going into an interview with one of Badzinger's members, I don't know if Rusty here is going to have any questions, but we certainly have some questions for Hugo Stiglitz, who is joining us today. Congratulations, Hugo, and welcome. Good to have you here. I do have to say, it was interesting. It was interesting to hear in your video, you calling yourselves the underdogs. And the only way I can think about that is the fact that the Badzinger team has changed up quite a bit, but you guys have taken down 2 teams that have perfected and have won this final spot here. So not only congratulations to you, but how did you manage to do this? What do you think gave you that power to get through those teams that you were worried about?
I think we made some good plans, but we had unfortunate time fails with Anno doing a 99%, and I think Paul had 96. So at some point I thought the war was lost, but I managed to triple very clutch, and in the end the last time fail was very unexpected from us. We all thought it was a triple, and it's amazing.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. You just said you expected it to be a triple, so take me through what you guys were talking about. I'm assuming you guys were in a voice chat, right? So take me through those final moments of where you guys like, oh, congratulations to Strut, you guys won, and then and all of a sudden you saw it didn't triple. What did you guys do? Did you guys all start screaming in celebration? Like, walk us through that.
Like when the base that Ast failed on was built from Dima.
Yeah.
And he said that this was baited, but in the end the bait didn't really work. So we all thought it was a triple. But Ast Dragons and Warden went really slow in the end, and there was an elixir collector left. We didn't expect that. I don't know what to say. Like we really thought it was a win for Struts.
Yeah, it was definitely an incredible matchup, and I guess knowing that you've played in the past with Try Hard, back formerly in MCS when you guys were the 2019 Vice World Champions. Was there a little pressure on you to have the win over this as former teammates? Does that put that little extra rivalry into the matchup in the end?
We've been playing together for a long time, and but it's not the only player that I played with, I think this rivalry is kind of over. So the rivalry that we have is against Struts, and there is always intense matches and very tight matches.
Yeah, because I always see your tweets, and you're always tweeting a smiley face when you guys are sending out, when you guys got that victory against the clans, and then we see all the other clans doing the same thing. So it's a really great friendly rivalry you guys got going on over on Twitter, and it's just incredible to see you guys. You just never know who is gonna win your matches. It's just absolutely incredible. Did you have any final words before we kind of end it?
My tweets are very like friendly, and there is not trash talk or whatever. It's just good friendship and good rivalry between clans that know each other for several years. So it's all fun.
Yeah, well, it's the friendly rivalries that we do love, and it was a pleasure watching you guys play today. Congratulations. We are very excited for you and looking forward to seeing you later on during the SBS Challenge season.
Absolutely.
So Carbon, yeah, Carbon, we've got to take a look quickly at those brackets again and talk about who is going through, because we now know that we have Tribe, who didn't play today because they won the first position in the SPS Mobile Open Ladder, which gives them the opportunity, that gives them the free pass to not have to play through this. MS Esports, Tompanai Tristella, and now Badzinger are the first 4 teams that will move on into the SPS Mobile Challenge season for Europe MENA. So this is just only half of what we're going to get to see coming in. And this is what's going to be on the line playing through in the challenge series. So first place will walk away in the challenge finals with the $20,000, second place with $10,000, third place with $7,500, fourth place with $5,000, and then it keeps going down. So each 8 players that go through that mobile challenge season will make earnings. But then after that, that's where it comes down to that golden ticket. So a lot of money on the line here. We know that it's a $60,000 tournament overall. So very excited to see the rest of what's to happen.
Absolutely incredible to see $20,000 for first place. It's not a golden ticket, right? You win the challenge phase, then you get to be able to go on to the next stage, and then you're going to be taking on the other regions, right? North America is going to be one of them where you defeat them, then you can get that golden ticket, right? So, but still, $20,000 is a ton of money. You split it between your 5 teammates, and then any extras that you have as reserve, so maybe as a 6th. And then you have probably base builders, right, that help you out. So it's all a team game. It's all about coming together. And the 4 teams that we saw here, congratulations to them again. And everybody else, we will have to be seeing them again, try to compete through the whole open ladder, which is hours and hours of work to eventually make it back to this stage to try to be the other 4 teams that joins them.
Yeah, so if you're looking to invest that time for that big prize money and the opportunity potentially for the golden ticket, get signed up, get in. Registrations are open. You just need to actually pop in. You can see the link below here. Get your teams ready to go because the second ladder phase starts in 2 days. And you can play as many or as little matches as you'd like. But as you can see from what we've talked about today, it's those teams that are playing quite a bit that are making it up the ranks and making it into these series. But we do want to give a huge shout out again to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, who is sponsoring this incredible tournament, and to our amazing production team, and of course, my fellow co-caster here, Carbon, who has joined with his knowledge, and the teams that have played today, and of course to you guys for a very long day. So thank you for joining us. And Carbon, any last words before we head out?
Yeah, I just wanted to say again, thank you so much. And make sure you guys stay around for like an hour or so. I think it's going to be about an hour 15, hour and a half from now, where NA North America is going to be kicking off, and you're going to have Clash with Eric and Clash Bashing that are going to be casting those matches. So everything you saw here today is going to be repeated over on the North America side. So you're going to get so much more incredible stuff. You don't want to miss that. But again, that's going to wrap this one up. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we will see you guys for the next phase in the Open Ladder qualifiers. Hope you guys enjoy the North American Open Ladder.
He's got the queen with the CC lure in that. That queen's gonna take down everything.
Wow. That yak actually was so clutch there to break the wall open for the queen to follow in as the freeze now.
Castle, but this is absolutely overwhelming coming in with Lalo, and unfortunately for Ano, Strut wants to through past some of the defenses. Oh, and this is exactly where you want them coming in for the single and for the multi-targeting Inferno.
She's up with her shield. He's only got 40 seconds. He needs these Super Bowlers to get their skip, and it's taking out the tunnel, and it grabs the Wizard Tower behind.
Oh, they still have to get to the 3 o'clock Tesla. Look at that all the way over there. This is a long wrap around. He's got a freeze and an invisibility spell. He had a wizard. He has a headhunter. That Seeking Shield to try and knock off the last 4 buildings. But is it going to have enough steam? Did he wait long enough? Getting the power out of the Drag Riders. He had, what, 6 Drag Riders that he
could be going at the same thing. So the pressure is now on Ash. with that blip to start to try to take out this multi-tornado with the Yetis. No tornado trap here, so he's looking to get some nice value. We're going to use another rage. We got 3 more to use. There's the rage. Come on, rage, rage. Was it too late? The sweeper's going to push. Oh, the queen is just hanging on. Okay.
They're coming through. He's got the invisibility. That's going to have to come down, Carbon, possibly. If the queen can't use the ability to take down, she's got that done.
Yep.
But the healers are also done.
The healers have all been taken out. Well, the queen's ability, now he's got to invest these.
Invisibility spells sparing. The Royal Champs and the Dragons coming through that single. He's got the king still beating across, taking on some of the heat, Carbon. We've got to...
I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. We need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we doing dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. I believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best at. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks, and y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test.